have a fascinating look potentially on this Boeing. Gives you about what, like 50 pennies of range. I've taken range trades with less move, less wiggle room, so I don't have an issue with that. I'm going to keep an eye on this to kind of let this materialize. I think this could be interesting. I'm also still looking at Novo.
Sharif board?
Novo Nordisk or Novo Nordisk, what have you, because I think either this range continues or the other way you could look at this, and the way that I'm tempted to look at this right now, we get this massive move down. Now we're consolidating. Could this be a bear flag? Could it? I don't know. I want to wait and see a decisive break of the low here. That's really what I'm looking for. So we had some movement down here into that 131.20s. I want to see a decisive break below that. If we continue to see this range hold up, I might take this long back into the range, but I'm tempted to think we might fall here. So I'm going to keep an eye on this. I'm interested in getting involved in either way. Cam, I think it was Kumran in the chat asking me, I apologize, I probably got the name wrong here, asking me about Eli Lilly. I always have thoughts on Eli Lilly, but today my thought is I should not be involved in her, and I'll tell you why. So I think generally to me, this is just not a range trade. We keep having movement down. We're near the low of day. This is not the type of dance I like to tango with. You know what you talk about the wick shimmy dance? Eli Lilly's doing the dance to the downside, and that is just not a dance that I'm equipped to join her in right now. The spread isn't even bad. It's like a 21 penny spread, so that's small potatoes for Eli Lilly. I just think until a range develops, and I have drawn lines here, in case a range does develop, I have my areas of interest, but right now it's just not materializing. So I'm going to have to politely decline her offers to join the party here. Although Novo actually can, Diamond Realty Miami saying Novo looks like it's going to bounce. I agree. I pull it up now and it looks like it's bouncing again. I might have to get involved here in at least a range trade. So I'm going to wait for another candle here of decision and hop in. I don't have much read on much right now. I wish I was in a trade. I'm looking for opportunities. Novo looking like the type of trade I would be taking right now, though Microsoft actually a little bit rangy on the 3 as well. So I'm going to have to keep an eye on that. How goes Meta and STI?
And Meta out of the money. STI, we're trying to take this break through the top here at $1.45. My line is saying is going to be $1.30. So we'll risk about 9 pennies on this trade over here. We need this one to hold that general area. I really should be putting $1.35 because that is where the peak is over here. It's doing the dance at high. So we'll see whether we get that continuity. We're looking for 44 prints there. We get 44s. Now we're looking for 49s if we can get the squeeze into the $0.50. I put it a smidge in front of the $0.50 because, well, we know typically sometimes we make it up into that general $0.50 vicinity, but not necessarily cross. And the way to get the 50 print is you gotta cross on the ask, and sometimes we don't get that. So that's the move there. I'm going to get out of Meta here, as if it breaks this 485, that is going to be my line in the sand. The reason being is we were looking at this area of consolidation, the high end of the consolidation, acting as a level of support. We had that show up over here where we dipped into that level of support and held up. So if we don't hold in this general area here on META, that's going to have to be my line in the sand for that one. So we'll get out if it breaks that level decidedly. But we're looking for that general 485 hold on META. We'll see what we get here. The future on the way down just broke through the the 50-point level again. So if we don't get a bounce off these levels, that's going to be an L here on META. Looking at some other side charts here, nothing really tickling my fantasy at the moment. The Katina Man did bring to my attention though, and so we're gonna have to cut it here on Meta. The Katina Man did bring my attention though. AMD right back at 200 again. So now it's below 200. So now it's, you know, really taking it on the chin here, and we may not even hold up at this one. We didn't even hold up at 200 for all that long, Katina Man. We are on the way down. So this one printing aggressively below 200, breaking through that $0.50, and now coming into that $0.25 area. We'll see if this one does the wick shimmy quickly below 2 and then reclaims 2 again. So we'll have eyes on that one to see if it is able to hold that general area. But yeah, AMD 200 should be an interesting area. Anastasios, ostentatious. Oh my God, that's how tired I am today. Ostentatious Productions, MicroStrategy 1600. Let's have a look. Let's pull in the side chart and MSTR. See what Michael Saylor was on CNBC today, and he was like, you know, probably taking a victory lap, all-time highs. Why wouldn't you?
You and Brendan say he never smiles, which is true.
He
always looks
doesn't.
very grumpy.
He
and
doesn't.
intense.
Someone in the chat said he used to have like fake smiles on all the time during interviews, and then I guess maybe he got called out for that, so he stopped doing it.
No, he's
I have
like,
no
I will
idea.
be mad.
But MicroStrategy is a monster. I mean, this was in triple digits, like I think late 2 weeks ago. Early last week, something like that. It wasn't 4 digits. We weren't above $1,000, and now we're well above $1,000, 1,600 area. Yeah, fantastic. Look. Not something I'm going to trade on the show, obviously, owing to the price and the spread. But yeah, who could dislike this look on Bitcoin and Bitcoin-related products as this thing heads into, I'm not going to call it all-time highs because I know it was higher than that, but MicroStrategy is on the way. I'm keeping eyes here on AMD at 200. I like this trade. Not sure exactly how I'm going to execute on it or what I'm going to do, whether it's going to be a long or a short. I'm going to keep eyes on it, though, and then make a decision. It's a bit zigzaggy here for my liking, and that typically means I can't really ID key areas of support or resistance, and if I can, it's not really respecting them all that much. So keeping AMD up on the chart, and we're going to see if we can print on it. STI right back up above 140 again. I'm looking for a $0.50 break here, but STI making me pack my patience and wait up a storm ram as it doesn't want to print that red line. So if you could talk to it, Ramin, see if maybe we can entice this one into printing. Roland Joe, are you trading with less size now that you're tired? Yes. Dan, has MicroStrategy surpassed its year 2000 high yet? Year 2000? What? Dan, what's going on over there? I'm too tired for that kind of stuff. What else we got over here? Kyle Burdette, how you doing, brother? Started off the week off smoking the shorts at open. Market is almost as fiery as these homemade jalapeno pickled eggs I made. Adara would love some of those. Send some her way, baby. She likes all the spices and all the pickled jalapenos. Shout out to Big Kyle Burdette. Shout out to Diamond Realty of Miami as well. Rivian on the backside. Oh, okay. We're going to have to see what Rivian is doing. I'll pull that up in a minute, Adara.
Yeah, let's take a look at Rivian. I want to look at that in a second, but right now I have Broadcom up here. And Broadcom, we did have earnings last week, a couple mentions here of Broadcom, so I thought I'd take a look at this one. Yeah, I remember I was on with Obi as substituting for Sharif a while back. We were looking at this chart when it just was kind of above 1,000. We were like, I know you took a trade of Broadcom, it was above 1,000 as well. So I think this Broadcom has had at times some interesting day trade potentials. Right now, it's interesting. We're still above VWAP. We're kind of hanging out. I don't really have any levels here, but yeah, it's a really nice look. We're still down 2% on the day, though. So we're trying to make a bit of a recovery. I think obviously we'd have to eclipse that, I can't believe I'm saying this, 1,300 level for Broadcom to keep this move up here. I believe, did they fall on earnings? They did fall on earnings. Yes, they did. Yeah, we had a steady decline here. But you know what's interesting, too, is where we are right now was an earlier area of support. Or sorry, yeah, resistance. We had a bit of resistance here at that 1282. Now we're coming back here. Let's see if we bounce. Like I said, support and resistance isn't always going to be perfect, and a lot of these chip names tend to kind of do their own thing. But I think this could be an interesting look here. Also, there's another. Rivian. See if Rivian's getting revved up here. Also, lots of really interesting discussions between Brendan and Sean about Rivian on the podcast.
Oh.
So you get to hear Brendan's thoughts on Rivian and Brendan and Sean's thoughts on the R2. So please check that out. Really fun show as always, but I really enjoyed this one. I think there was a lot of good conversation to be had there. Oh, we get a Sean cameo.
Walk and talk. He's going to do a walk and talk, baby.
With the hat to match.
DLTR. If you guys are down with the walk and talks, one's going to get posted pretty soon. Potentially.
He doesn't want to promise it. They have to happen organically.
Yeah.
Talks. Yeah.
The thoughts have to come.
What to say.
Exactly. That's what it was.
I'm not a man of many words.
Bro, really? He says he's not a man of many words. Who believes that? Do we need to put a poll in the chat there? No. We all know the Katina man knows how to drop hot lines, baby.
Oh, yeah.
That's just the way it is around here. Wow, MicroStrategy is really going here, Adara. 16,017. It's up $17 since we talked about it last.
What?
Yeah.
Pardon?
It's up $17. Yeah, I mean, what else to say?
Yeah, it's a fact.
Flying up. MicroStrategy, 16.20. It's up $20 now since we talked about it last. $21 now, Adara. 17 2/3%. Yet you look at the mining names and they're all red. All of them. Unequivocally all red. Mara down 5%, Riot down 2.1, CleanSpark down 7.5, Hut 8 down another 7.5. Everything red when it comes to mining, again, likely due to the halving event and the fact that they will have to expend a lot more energy and use more equipment to mine the same amount of Bitcoins. And so we're going to have to see what they tell us with respect to their efficiency, with respect to their cost, with respect to the margins, because this halving event really has an effect on these mining names. It happened in 2020. I didn't watch the mining names at the time to see how they reacted price action wise, but I'm watching now and I can see it live in living color. So we'll have to see it. Coin ripping, says Diamond Realty of Miami. Kevin Mendoza says we must pamp it up. How do you feel about that? You want to?
Yeah, I mean, I can't say it, pamp it. I don't know. But yeah, I agree. I think we can pamp it up. I know you're in a long, so that would be very, very beneficial for this.
It's
this
kind
long
of like,
here as well.
it's its own thing. There's a small cap gapper,
true.
so it could do anything at any time it pleases. It doesn't really care about the NQ. You know how these small cap gappers
That's a good way of putting it. Yeah, it's like it does what it wants to do when it wants to do it. The market could be all the way down, and this one's new high, 2,000% to the upside, right?
Exactly.
So it's a good point. But hopefully that one does its own pamp it up. We'll have to see there. Yeah, pamp it. But yeah, so I have AstraZeneca up here for Nick W. asking about AstraZeneca as a swing. So let me look at the daily and weekly on this. Yeah, I mean, let me see. I'm not really seeing a lot here. I'm going to be honest. We did just have a lower low. We had this really gorgeous area here of consolidation, at least gorgeous for me, I say as a range trader, from October 24th to about December 11th. That's about a month and a half of consolidation. Now what's interesting though here too is we're popping back up into this other area where we had a little bit of chop and churn, right? And I say that, look, we had from September 13th to about October 17th, we had a little bit of a consolidation range around here. So we're coming into the mid part of that range, about that $68 level.
So funny.
The thing that concerns me here, though, is that we are still seeing, for the most part, lower highs and lower lows. Like, this to me seems like we're still in a bit of a downtrend for AstraZeneca. We haven't really had a shot in the arm that it might need to continue to move up. Let's look at the 5-day/weekly chart here for AZ and AstraZeneca. See if this is a better look. Let me zoom a little bit here. Yeah, I'm still seeing, honestly, I have to say, Nick W, I'm still seeing a bit of a downtrend here, and I think it might even be more pronounced on the 5-day. I think if we can make a higher high above that 70 area, I think that'd be good. But right now, it looks like we're continuing to move slowly and steadily to the downside in AstraZeneca. Although the other thing, though, too, in the weekly that I noticed here, we did have that double bottom of 61.40. That could be of interest, but honestly, I'd be probably waiting for that break above 70, at least in the weekly, because that would be a higher high. So that's my take on AstraZeneca. I hope that helps. And I just think, to me, there's just not a lot of confirmation factors to the upside for this one right now.
Coinbase tap 271 and flush, says Diamond Realty in Miami. Let's have a look at that. I've got Moderna up because, it's up. It was up over 12% on the day today. So, probably should look at it. It only caught an upgrade, guys. I mean, it didn't do anything that special. But here's Coinbase. Great recovery there off the bottom. 257s got up to 271. Now it's down into 267 area. It's a smidge above VWAP. VWAP on my chart's a little bit below 266, or maybe in the high 265s. Look, it's putting in higher lows and higher highs off that big flush into 257 there at around 5 to 10 or so. I'm not sure exactly how to weasel into this. There is this obviously definable bottom here on the 1 minute at 266.5. I could look to get long and then hold that line in the sand, or I could put a dip trade at 266 for that VWAP dip. Look, it hasn't really respected VWAP all that much on the day. So maybe, like, as I speak about this and think about it out loud, VWAP isn't really a level off which I should be basing a trade, owing to the fact that it hasn't really looked at it as a level off which it's bouncing or rejecting off today. I'm talking about coin and the volume weighted average price. It's been zigzagging a little bit above, a little bit below, and really not paying all that much respect to the level. So then why use it? And that's what Adair and I always talk about. If you're going to use a particular level, it's got to make sense on the day, right? If the instrument you're looking at is not showing it any sort of respect, why use it, right? Anyway, so I'm looking right now for a possible bounce. Let's see if it is going to start respecting VWAP at this level. If it does, maybe we'll look at something on the back end, as my friend Neil likes to say, or we'll just forego it altogether. But, you know, we're looking to participate in strength today, and there's no question about the fact that all-time highs on Bitcoin, we haven't made all-time highs on Ethereum quite yet, but we're back above $4,000 on Ethereum. So Ethereum's up almost 0.5% on the day. It's at $4,039. So everything in crypto world saving except for the mining names are all pumping to the high side. And yeah, so we'll look to participate in something in that sector. Just what at the moment, not exactly sure. And then as you can see here, Coinbase not respecting the volume weighted average price, breaking down now below it. So we'll have to find a different level off which to base a trade or just forego it altogether. I'm looking at my side charts here, and the one thing that keeps running to the high side, irrespective of what the market is doing, goes by the ticker GOOGL. It is continuing to pump to the high side here, Adair. Google now up almost 2.5% on the day. Doesn't matter if it's Goog or Google, they're both up. They're identical in percentage today, or just were a second ago. And here we go, we're printing high days, 138.74. We are at the high right now. And it really, again, this one hasn't really given you much of a dip trade. You've really had to just punch in near the highs and then watch it continue to go up because it didn't retrace in the volume weighted average price. It hasn't respected the 10 EMA on an even closing basis or a wick basis. It's been breaking below it, closing below it as well. So Google, the strength is there. It's just about a matter of figuring out how to get in, and you're not seeing that strength reciprocated on any other Mag 7 name, right? I mean, we had some strength earlier in Apple. We've given up the ghost. We're below VWAP on Apple. We're below 173 on Apple. So it's really been Google that continues to pump up here. And as I've been talking, it's printed like 3 or 4 new highs there. So Google continuing to be strong. Let's flip back to STI, see what's up with that. There we go. We get the break there through the $0.50 on STI. Now let's see if we can continue to print to the high side. I'm going to sit at 55s because what is life without whimsy? Let's see if we can get that big break. Now, Adair, we're having trouble crossing through 50 here. So surprise, surprise, the other side of the book over here, which is the ask, is not printing anything. But there we go. Okay. So now can we get prints above 50? We're getting prints above 50. Can we see some 55s? Can we see 100% on the day? Right now it's topping up at 52s. Looks like there's a hidden seller at 52s. Can we eat them up? Eat them up, Lions. Eat them up. Do you know that I went to a Detroit Lions game in 2009 when they were 0-16? And we cheered them on. We were like bringing signs to mock them. We're like,
That's
eat them up,
horrible.
Lions, eat them up. And we kept saying, eat them up, Lions, eat them up. And then we were asked kindly to leave.
I was gonna say, yeah, I feel like that.
We trolled the
That's a
hell out of
lot.
them, deal. Yeah. Do you remember that 0-16 season? 09, baby. That was. Eh? It was Matt Stafford, man. That was Matt Stafford still back then. Yeah. Anyway,
Wow.
what are you looking at over there, Adele?
Yeah, I'm looking at my dreams die in this meta short. No, I'm joking. I think this move here is, I thought we were seeing lower highs, lower lows. I liked as well that we had kind of this rejection here off that earlier area, that we had a bit of support. I like support, return to resistance. I'm giving this to 487, so I'm giving this a little bit more wiggle room than I would normally give a trade. Yeah, pamp it to the rest of the market, but meta, if you could not, I'd be cool. No, I'm joking.
Of course.
But yeah, Meta's been, thank you, I appreciate that. Meta's been pretty weak here on the day. We're still down in the day. We did have the recovery here, and it looks like I'm going to have to get out of this as we speak. I want to see what we do with this 487s, but it looks like this is going to have to be the time that I slide out of Meta's DMs and I say goodbye into the sunset. And it will, oh no, it's interesting. We did actually get that rejection. Okay, this is interesting. I'm going to let Meta do her thing 21 because I think if I sit here and stress over that will be fun for exactly no one. So let's look at Tesla and Apple because Slurpee in the chat, I'm from the 7-Eleven capital of Canada and we do love Slurpees. So for that, let's look at Tesla and Apple for Slurpee. Tesla got nice downside here move. It looks like, honestly, these nice 9 EMA rejections, this is the level I'm trying to be less reliant on. on, but sometimes you have to call a spade, and in this case, there is this nice little continued movement off this level. Sharif is pumping his fist, so I'm assuming STI is working out quite nicely for him. But yeah, this Tesla move down is interesting. I think the one area I would absolutely be watching here, though, for an area of potential resistance is gonna, or sorry, support, it's gonna be that earlier area of resistance, that 176.40 area. Let's look as well at the 5-minute, because with Tesla, sometimes you might want, a bit of a wider range for the Cybertruck. We could actually, we're seeing a little bit of top and turn here, a little bit of consolidation. We're in that 177.56. This could reverse, but we're going to have to wait and see on that. I would like to make absolutely no assumptions, because I know with a name like Tesla, it will kind of do whatever it would like to do, and it does not care one iota about your feelings. Let's look at Apple as well. Oh, okay. Apple, yeah, Apple's a little bit more interesting to me just from a range perspective. We did have that. I honestly wish I'd seen this earlier. This was right after the open, though, so I would not have been trading. But we had this movement here from 173 to 173.90, so a bit of a range. Then we fell below. Boy, how is STI going?
Adira, it is flying to the high side. STI, it is a full state of waboom, breaking through that $0.75 area, Adira. Now it's knocking on the door of $1.80. We didn't do any real charting, to be honest with you, on this name. We don't really know where this one's going to find a top, and we're just kind of trading it based on momentum. So let's go ahead and do that now. So let's flip to the daily. I have a beak wetter up at that $1.80 or thereabouts. Still the high at days 178. So this is the look on STI. So right away, looking at it, I already know that this was a SPAC. I can tell you right away because it ranged at $10 for umpteen amount of months, and then it de-SPACed. So that's kind of the tell, guys, right? When you look at a stock on the daily, the weekly, whatever, a longer term time frame, and you see it hugging that $10 for a prolonged period of time, 9 times out of 10, it's likely a SPAC that de-SPACed subsequent to that. So that's what I'm talking about over here on STI. And then we get, this looks like the de-SPAC day over here. I'm just assuming, based on the price action, that December 15th, this monster de-SPACed, because then the price action started going haywire. We were dipping down into 5. We were bouncing up into 10. We're printing right now, Adara. There it goes through 180. Let's sit at 185. See if we can get that print. Yeah, Neil, this thing's pumping, man. To the top side here. STI on its way up, baby. Let's see if we can get 2. Let's not take out too many more here, because this thing's flying to the high side, and we wanna have a couple of beak wetters if this thing keeps going. So let's hang out at 90. See if we can try our luck there at 90s. But to keep going here and talk about where we could encounter that resistance level. Well, we have so many incremental down days, essentially from end of January onward. So this was January 30th, that's the 31st, and we keep having big boy down days. And then we break down below $1, and you know how the NASDAQ feels about that. You're gonna get a letter from them, and they're gonna tell you, get your house in order or find yourself a new exchange. And so typically what ends up happening there is either there's some sort of reverse split or some insider buying. Who knows exactly what the remedy for that sub $1 stock is going to be. But anyway, they find themselves at $1.89 right now, which is great. Anyway, so here's what I see. I see $5 as the first real resistance level. You could make the argument for 4 as well, owing to this candle over here, and then we kind of gapped down. So there was a bit of a gap there on that trade from February 2nd into February 5th. There's a bit of a gap down, but I'm going to go ahead and say 5 is probably going to be my line in the sand, owing to this trough that we made over here after the de-SPAC in early Jan. So if we can squeeze here, and you're probably saying to me, Sharif, bro, you're at $2. What is this ambition that you have to get into $5? Well, clearly you haven't seen small cap gappers trade on the day, because lately we've been having several triple digit names. I mean, like 100% plus. And every once in a while, we've seen that quadruple digit come in, Adara, and we're going to wet our beak on more profits here as we come into $2. So STI on its way up 150%.
Congrats to you. That's awesome. And you're getting a lot of support here in the chat as well. Monty G saying that normally they only look at the small cap gappers in the morning, but now they're going to look at some midday moves thanks to seeing you trade these. So lots of support there for
appreciate you, Monty.
Beautifully damp beak there on STI.
Damp beak. I like it.
I like to every candle. There's another beak wetter. It's a beautiful look. What's a less beautiful look to have kind of an unfortunate transition is Meta. We got out. It's over. It's okay. You know what? The only thing I can say about this is where's the next trade?
Yes.
As Obi says, that's what you have to look for. The Novo Nordisk went okay. I did lose on the second trade on that, but I still, we didn't completely negate the gains from the first trade. So I cannot complain about the Novo Nordisk or Novo Nordisk. But also, this is NVIDIA getting kind of interesting to me. I don't want to get involved in this until I have a little bit more confirmation, and this would be scalp. I would not be taking my sweet time hanging out in this trade. That being said, I do like that we're kind of coming to this interesting support area. We've had some pops in and out of this earlier today as well, that 866. Now we have that move up, and we also fly up that earlier area of support again, that 870. Now we're kind of coming in here, and this was also an earlier area where we had a little bit of a rejection, that 874. I want to wait and see what we do here, but this could be higher highs, higher lows off that 866 bottom, and if it is, that could be a bit of a scalp long for me. My strategy would, of course, be to kind of take, as I normally do, just take pieces out at previous areas of resistance, save pieces for dreams, although in NVIDIA, much like Tesla, the dreams are often short-lived and full of nightmares and scary things. So we're going to have to wait and see here on that NVIDIA. My area for potentially, should we pause? I kind of have an eye on this for a potential dip buy if we dip into this 872.83, so we're about $1 away. Why that area? Because look at that earlier pop. We had that pop there, then we sold off pretty viciously, so that would be the area, at least on this short-term chart, that I would be looking at for my scalping for this NVIDIA, should we pop into that area. What else am I looking at here? I need to update my side charts. There's not a lot of fun things happening on the side charts right now, I have to say. Meta kind of rejecting, but I'm not getting back involved in that right now. Sharif says pump it, so pump it. Oh my gosh, we're still pumping it.
Adara, it's all gas, no brakes right now on STI, as this thing now is 175% to the good. Could we see 200%? Say again, Adara. Oh, Ram, I totally forgot about that, and I saw your comment in the chat. I didn't get it. Thank you for pointing that out. I'm a little slow today, as everybody knows. I told Ram to whisper to STI to kind of get it going. She did the good work. And now look what's going on with STI here. We're now knocking on the door of that 2.25, Adara. We're already on our way to 2 1/5. We wet our beak at 210. Here comes 2.25. It looks like it's going to go 200% on the day. We're now knocking the door of the 2.25. I'm seeing threes, 223 show up on the book. Can we get that move? I'm not taking any more out. I only have one out left. So let's just let this one ride. Wherever it goes, we're going to let it go. We're already profitable on it. Let's see if we can get more, baby. 225 incoming seller, bigger seller. Finally, seeing some size here show up on the book, and it's showing up at the $0.25. Just a hunch that we would have had a bit of an issue with the $0.25. Typically, it's the $0.25, the $0.50, the 3/4, the whole, etc. With these small cap gappers that you're going to encounter that level of resistance. Here comes a big boy topping tail candle, and we could be headed down into 2. Now let's watch how we defend 2, or do we defend 2? So typically what I want to see here is when you clear the whole dollar as a level of resistance, you want to come down to it, you want to see that defend. At least I do. In terms of, making the case that this one still has more upside potential. You don't want to see that big boy Huadun come down, through the whole dollar, and then see that monster topping tail candle with the body closing near the bottom. Here we go with 2.25 again. So the sellers get overwhelmed, at least for the moment, by the buyers. Here comes 2.25. So again, we top out there. Here it is. Now, could we break through the size? We're eating through that size. There goes 2.25, Neil, and 2 1/3 just flew up. This one's going to go 200%. Pump it.
I like the parting remarks, just stamp it. Also, Ramin trying to start a side hustle in the chat here. She comment your stock. I charge one ice cream. Stock whispered. She is very good at what she does, though. I remember I was in a Tesla short and I was like, "Where's Tesla going?" And Ramin's like, "Well, Tesla can't be mean to you."
Why not?
And then Tesla did immediately drop.
Oh wow.
So I do think that Ramin has some kind of special stock whispering powers. I can't confirm or deny, but I can only say what the evidence tells me. And weirdly, the balance of the evidence is maybe that Ramin can whisper to stocks.
I love it.
So yeah, shout out to our lovely production team, Ramin and Fabian. And also, apparently, we discovered that Ramin has ESP when it comes to the market. E-stock P? I don't know. But also, I'm in this Tesla long, and I'm really happy with this. I'm really proud of myself for even taking this, because this is not the type of trade I normally take. We have a really small position. We have room for exactly 0 beak wetters. We will be getting out. I decided around that 178.60 area, because that was the area we had a little bit of chop and churn, and overstaying my welcome in the Cybertruck is not something that I ever want to do. I got involved here, though, because I liked that we had moved from resistance in the EMA to a bit of support on the EMA. I also liked that candle to the downside, showing that, hey, maybe the sellers are running out of gas, or I guess running out of charge, because it's an EV. They're running out of steam. So I wanted to get involved in this long. It looks like I might have set my point of exit a little bit too late. We might be moving back this, but honestly, as long as we kind of stay above this area and we don't dip below into that 177.50s, I'll be pleased as punch. And even if we do dip, I might add to this position, because I took a really small piece just at first because I wasn't sure how we were going to move. I did not really get involved in this at the back end. I was a little bit hasty about my entry, which is, although that candle did give me a bit of confidence, which is why I got in, but that's also why I took a smaller position, right? So I'm going to wait and see what happens here. Pretty proud of this trade, pretty pleased as punch. I do have to say, we're going to have to see how this goes. Down on the day by a pretty large margin due to that meta situation, but that, you know what that means? The only way to go is up. So let's see if we go to 0 to 100 in this roadster. Pardon?
What an attitude.
Thank you.
That's a hell of an attitude right there.
Trading does like to take a little piece of your soul. So what you have to say is, you know what, trading, that's my soul, and I will stay positive. So that's my look here on Tesla. We're falling back down here a little bit, but you know what, I'm going to take that maybe as a dip by opportunity. That's all I have really on the pipeline for right now. Google, still getting kind of spicy, a little bit rangy here. I wonder what we're going to do here. Could we fall? Could we continue to chop and churn? There's a bit of a range developing here at this top. I might not say no, but I want to get a better sense of direction. Mainly, though, I have to keep all my energy on the Cybertruck, because Tesla does really like you to keep eyes on her at all times.
Can I just comment on something? Big Kyle Burdett wants to know what all these colors are on my tape.
Oh.
Remember how I told you one of the previous hosts helped me set this up?
Yes.
So, do you have that? You do have it. Do you have blue and orange coming in on yours?
Yeah, I do.
No, the tape, not the book.
Oh, no, I have green, yellow, and red. So you don't,
I got to set that up for you, Adara. Okay, here's what I mean by that. So here are the colors, guys. So blue means it's coming in below the bid. So aggressive are the sellers to get out of this that they're willing to sell below what the highest offer or the highest bid is, okay? So anytime you see blue, it usually means down. Red, obviously, is selling on the bid. Green is buying on the ask, but orange is buying above the ask. So that shows a fair degree of exuberance amongst buyers. Yellow is midpoint. It typically is in between the buy and the ask. So the reason I color code that is when there's a sea of blue coming in or a sea of orange coming in, I want to be able to kind of represent the bullishness or bearishness on that instrument at that particular time in color. So I don't have to sit there and read every single entry and what the price is. So I know if there's a wave of blue, Kyle, coming in, I know that there's a whole bunch of sellers, people really exuberant about selling. They want to get the hell out of this name, okay? When I see a lot of orange and a lot of green coming in, I know that the buyers are really packing in. And there, look at all the orange coming in on there as we just popped up. It was quite fleeting, but I hope you guys can rewind and see the point I'm trying to make. So that's what the color is. That's why I have 5 colors on my tape. I want to be able to see above the ask or below the bid to show me the kind of sentiment that exists in the market at any one time. Yeah, that is an awesome advantage, Kyle. And let me tell you something else. I can't do that in my other platform. That is a P Pro 8 specific option that I personally haven't seen repeated on any other. I'm not saying it's not available everywhere else. There it is, baby. Real trading, the real deal. And right over there to the left, where's the beach? Over there to the left, that was super lame, but to the left over there is the actual back end team that does all the all the software updates, all the programming, and anytime the Neil, the Sean, they want an option, they want a new feature, they just submit a ticket, right? And then they can actually have real life discussions with people over there. So shout out to the Real Trading team back there, killing it. And we always see them on the other side, right? When we go get coffee at that umpteen amount of dollar machine back there, they're always back there. So we can always chat and, give our 2 cents.
Yeah, they're really chill, yeah. Good time.
Shout out to Adam. The guy who taught you was a great guy. Remember watching the show when he was teaching you the wisdom you have today? Bang on, Adam. Shout out to you, my man. And that just shows that you're one of the OGs in the chat right there. And you've been watching us for however long. And you probably learned a lot more than me in your time there, Adam. So shout out to Big Adam DeLuce, I know. Algo trader extraordinaire. And by the way, perfect timing. We will now officially, guys, have our algo guy. He goes by the name of Chow. He's coming in every Wednesday, and he's going to be giving us algo lessons. Yes, for all my algo traders out there, and all the people who say that algo trading is the future, machine learning, this, that, and the other, we will have our guy from the algo room come every Wednesday, and he's going to be dropping hotlines. This Wednesday is the first Wednesday, so make sure to check that out on How to Trade. We have Chow, the algo guy. That's a fantastic name. Yeah. Chow, the algo guy. He's going to be on the show, Adara, and he's going to be dropping hotlines.
Yeah, I'm so excited. I know I saw you guys talking earlier, so I think on the couch. So that's we have a couch now.
Conspiring to conspire.
Oh, so you were planning the planning.
Yeah.
There we go. I like that. But yeah, so I'm very excited to have him on here and How to Trade, because that's an aspect of trading that I think will be really nice too, to have weekly regular updates. So yeah, very exciting times.
Yes,
oh, we're like the same person. It's like a cool mind meld. I liked what I was doing for a second there. I added into Tesla, and then Tesla decided to scare me just a skosh. We're still above, like I said, it was going to give it about 50 pennies, so we're still above that 177 area. Maybe I should have been a bit scalpier about this. We never got to my area of exit, though. We never got to that 178.6s that I was really looking for. So I did stay in. As long as we hold up above this level, I have no reason to leave. So there we go. I'm still going to get part of this out if we get back to that 178.50s. I would like to continue to see us hold this level. Cybertruck, we're going to have to see how it does. But I think this is a pretty nice look here. Puya asking about any long positions. We're both here in long positions. I'm long Tesla, 178s now, and Sharif is long STI, which is a small cap gapper, giving him lots of spoils there. So yeah, so I think that, really excited to see the algo, talk about the algo trading. NVIDIA getting kind of interesting here too, just kind of seeing these top and turns. This would have to be very much, though, more of a book watching one than a chart watching one, so that might be a little bit dicey. I don't know if this is my type of trade, but I think there are some range opportunities coming to some kind of fruition that I will be keeping an eye on. AMD also getting a skosh rangy here around this VWAP area. I did have that unfortunate long earlier, but like I said, the only way to go is up, and the only way to go right now is to Neil's lesson of the day. Sorry, I got very excited there, but here he is.
Welcome to your lesson of the day. Today, how can you save money on every single trade you make, or at least close enough to it? I think is a very simple and simplistic task, or I think effort that all traders should make, which can improve your P&L on a very, very incremental basis. And where that comes into play is the notion of slippage. So we talk about this all the time. And what slippage is, we have to define it first, is the difference between the price area that you want to get into a stock, so it could be a trigger, let's say you want to buy it when it gets above $10, and then the price that you actually get filled, regardless of how you put your order in. So maybe you put a market order in and you get 05 instead of 01s. Or maybe you hop on the bid passively instead of getting 1. By the time you get a bid, you get it at 03. So that incremental cost on the way in and on the way out is something all active traders have to deal with. Now, you usually don't think that a penny here or there in terms of shares is going to make a difference. But over time, if you think about it on every single execution, this is going to add up. So first things first, have to make a distinction. There is a big difference between getting into position and getting out of position. Now, when you are going into a long trade, let's just say you want to break out, one of the most simplistic ideas out there, you want a breakout trade, you want a stock above a certain price, you're going to go long once it breaks. So let's use an example, because I always like to have examples of things that happen to me on the day and maybe trades that I missed, right? So 875, opening range resistance on NVIDIA. It broke the 875. I wanted an 875 long. Now, I was willing to get a little bit of slippage, and I crossed up with a limit order. I use limit orders to get into position. Do not use market orders, meaning there's always a price that I'm not willing to pay. So if I, on a break of 75, am willing to pay up to, let's say, 25 cents, I'll put a stop limit order on that break of 875.21 or 22 or 25 or 27. And that way, if I'm long on the break, I get one of those prices and no worse. That's the amount of slippage that I am willing to take. If you don't get filled on the way in, you just end up not getting the position. Now, obviously, if I was short underneath 875, and don't get filled on that break, that means I'm still short, and I want to be more aggressive on an out. Now, I still don't use market orders, but we use very aggressive marketable limit orders to get out. I'm probably going to cross it a couple of dollars. It'll get the best fill regardless, so you want to make sure that you're a little bit more aggressive, or a lot more aggressive in getting out of position to make sure. That said, on that long, you want to try to find that sweet spot between not missing the trade and actually getting the best fill possible. And one of the important things to remember, this is a moving target. Stocks do not stay static. Just because 5 months ago on NVIDIA, you routinely are going to get things like 15, 20, 30 cents of slippage, back when this stock was $400, $500, when it starts to go parabolic, it opens up a little bit. And the more volatile it is, the more aggressive you need to be with your order. Now, that's obviously to a point. You want to have a good understanding of what the regular spread will be. This is a crazy nonsense, but focus on the best bid and the best ask. And in the middle of the day, it's a 50-cent spread. What the spread can tell you oftentimes when a stock is active at prices like this is how aggressive you need to be. So in this particular case, instead of crossing the routine 20 or 25 cents, you might want to cross that 50 cents. Now, why not $1? Here's why. Because if you end up getting a fill which is too far away from the entry price that you want, it skews your risk to reward. If you're going long at 875 on a breakout, giving it, say, back into this previous level, say that's 74 or 71, if you're willing to risk $4 and you're giving it a wide stop to hold all day long, an extra dollar slippage is $5. And you're getting at a price which is closer to a potential target. So you have less room to the target up and more of a range down. So you have to be very careful considering how far you are willing to cross into that execution. The other thing that you should keep in mind is just getting simple entries throughout the day on what might be dip buys, what might be trend trades, whatever it is. It's not always breakout trades where you get slipped or where you get bad prices. You've got to consider it on other stocks as well. Like, let's imagine I'm trading something like a Boeing here, and it does a wick over VWAP, and I'm looking to short this once it does a fail break at 192.5. But like everything else, you've got to consider, what is the spread going to look like in that situation? This stock has nearly a 10-cent spread. If you have the ability, like we do at Real Trading, to use midpoints or to have multiple gateways, sometimes it makes more sense on the way back down to try to cut into that spread halfway and save yourself maybe 10 cents or 5 cents here, because if you hit that bid, you might not get it all. But if you make the spread, you have the opportunity of saving yourself 10, 15 cents on an entry. Over the course of time, if a winning trade on Boeing is, let's say, $1.50 on a move, you're going to save 10% of that potentially on half of your fills. If you're able to do that on a daily basis, that adds up over time. If in a breakout of NVIDIA, every time I take an NVIDIA breakout trade, if I'm getting 31 instead of 50, or if I'm getting 25 instead of 35, those are going to add up. Like if you're taking a couple of dollars here or there, then saving 5 or 10% per execution, that is huge. If you're making multiple trades a day and then improving by 5 percentage points your profitability, that isn't chump change. So you want to be sure that you're using all the tools to your advantage. Make sure that if you have multiple gateways or multiple stop orders you can use, you're using the one that gets you the best fills and the best liquidity. I can tell you with real trading, I'm constantly checking to see what is giving me the best fills and adjusting to it, because I know that over the course of a month, it's going to make a difference. And getting those proper executions, a cent here, a cent there, is going to make all the difference in the world. Now, remember, some traders are going to use limit orders, some are going to use market orders. There is a place for market orders. Do not get me wrong. If you are trading Apple, or you are trading Amazon, or you are trading some of the big cap tech names that with a little bit more stability, market orders are not going to burn you as an active trader. That's just not how it's going to be. So I understand when you pull up a stock like an Apple, which always has a 1 cent spread, sometimes it'll open up for a split second, to 2, and there's always liquidity on there, you're not going to get as much slippage. You're not going to get badly burned by a market order. But if you're trading SMCI, a market order might get the worst possible fill. So you have to understand there is a place for market orders. I just think as an active trader, to get into position, I don't ever need to use one, because there's always a price that I'm not willing to pay. So you got to be very, very careful which one you're choosing. And if you're choosing limit orders, they require more work. I get it. Market orders are going to get you the fill every single time, and you don't have to care about the pricing. But if you can practice using limit orders and get more efficient with your pricing, you're going to save on every single trade. And it does add up. It's a little bit more work and a little bit more consideration as to what price you're going to put in when a key level breaks or in front of a key level. But if you're willing to do it, you can definitely pay some dividends on the back end. Every dollar saved is a dollar earned, and if you're an active trader, then you want to be sure that you're taking advantage of it. You know you're already paying every single time you get in. You pay the spread, you pay a small fee, whatever it might be, but if you can save a little bit, you might as well go ahead and do that. Now be careful being too discretionary with your exits. When you're getting stopped out, you want an aggressive order to make sure you get the fill. But the worst case scenario when you miss a trigger in is that you just don't get into position. Sometimes you can live with that because there's always a price you're not willing to pay to get into a trade. That's your lesson of the day and the real deal. You can do it every single day and improve the efficiency of your trading so you can make a little bit more money.
Lesson of the day with Neil. Thank you very much, Neil. Informative and eloquent, as always, dropping hot lines there on the midday, baby. Shout out to the Neil. While Neil was dropping hot lines, we did take the last little bit that we had in STI out there because it did come and break through that $2, and I wanted it to see hold $2, but it doesn't really care what I want to see or what I want happen because right back above $2 it went. In fact, it knocked on the door yet again of that 230, 2 1/3 or thereabouts, and it's there right now again, and I don't see too much size here reflected on the book, so I gotta make this kind of call now. I think we touched 250, if not $3. This thing is going to break through that 230 top, if not now, maybe in a little bit. But yeah, a lot of action on this name. STI has done almost 45 million shares in the last 5 minutes. Yeah, Dara, it's done 3.5 million shares just in that 5-minute window. And when you look at this at the 5-minute chart, it looks awfully bullish. And here we go. We're going to break the top again. The top right now is 234. Just touched another 234. Let's see if we can get 35s. And there it goes, baby. Here comes the $0.50, over 200% now, Adara, as this thing just won't give up on the day. I don't even know what the catalyst is on this. And I don't even see a catalyst. That's funny enough.
I think it had one.
Do you have a catalyst on this?
I did not.
I don't have one either from today's the 11th, right? So there were a couple of entries yesterday, which mean nothing because they're on the weekend. I have a couple of entries on the 7th as well. Nothing really. It's all technical indicators or nothing news related. Here we go. Is this it from the 6th? So this company is called Soldion Technology. Lithium sulfur batteries on a launch pad to accelerate the takeoff of eVTOL aircraft. Wow. Okay, and forget about the headline. There comes 2.5, and there goes 2.5, Adara. This thing is on the way to 2 2/3. Probably. Look, we looked at the daily. We looked at the daily, and the key area of resistance was either 4 or 5. So we could easily see 4 or 5, and we're about to see 3. We're about to see 3, Neil. Believe it or not, we just broke through 2 1/3. Now 269, the HOD on this name, STI. Doesn't care about the NASDAQ. It doesn't care about the ES. It doesn't even care about NVIDIA. It doesn't give a you-know-what about my feelings, Katina, man. It's on its way up to the 269 again, and it may break 3. I think we see either 3 or 4 on this name today. We may be up 500%. Let's let this one unfold and see what we get, baby. Pump and dump, Legend League. You never know who's doing this. Absolutely. Just take your dubs as you can get them and get out of Dodge, right? This isn't a hold overnight type stock, my man. This isn't a hold for a week type stock. And if it is, well then, to me, it's the exception, not the rule, that these are hold overnight names, right? They show up on your gap scanner that day. They're up triple digits. You want to hold them overnight, do your thing. It's not my move, though.
Yeah, that's fair. That's a good point. Yeah, congrats on that trade. Lots of support as well in the chat for that trade. I know you were talking about that $5 area earlier. That very much makes sense. Like, that's crazy. Congrats to you. That's a fabulous look there on that STI move. I want to talk about Tesla because I have to say I'm pretty pleased with Punch with his range trade. What I've been doing, so I've been waiting here at the 178. We pop up into that 178.50s. I take some. We pop back down. Get another beak wetter, pop out some more, right? So basically that's what I'm trying to do here. I'm trying to range this. What I am, though, hoping for is that we continue to make higher highs because I still have some of this position in, right? What I'm really trying to do is, and Sharif and I talk about this a lot on the show, is trying to work on adding to the position and building a position, right? So that's what I was trying to do here. Reloading here at the every time we get to the bottom of that 178 area, we scoop up some more shares. Then we deposit some of the shares, then we scoop up some more. It's kind of like, when you're doing like the beat test in high school when you're running from like the one area to the next. That's kind of what I'm trying to do with these Tesla shares.
Okay.
Like push the one button, then run back down, right? So weird analogy, but Tesla's a weird stock. So, and I joke, it does weird things, right? But I like that we're kind of consolidating here. I do still have 2 beak wetters left. So if we continue to move up here, that's not going to be a problem for me. I will be depositing some of these oats here around this 179 area, then saving a piece for the dream around 179.50. So that's going to be the look here for that Tesla look. Also, Daryl Flinch, thank you for putting this out here. Keep that 182, 183 range fade on Tesla in mind. Seems like it fades there. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, I think honestly, and I totally see what you mean here too. That 183, 182 area was, we went up and then we went down. Yeah, like I said to you, because of the way I trade, we'll be getting out of all of this by 180. But I do appreciate, that's a really good point as well there. And I actually think I'm going to have to cancel my buy order here because it looks like we are going to continue to move to the upside. So we're going to set that next beak wetter here just shy of 179s. Say it with me, please, just Punch. You have to say I'm happy with this. Really just trying to take advantage of movement that I'm seeing. I also heard you and Sean talking about AMD, which is a name that's been on my side chart all day. And I do like that we have this movement here around VWAP. I don't like that we made the slightly lower high, but I think, honestly, there is something to be had here. There's some fun to be had.
Well, that's what I was telling the Katina man.
Yeah.
I was saying to him a little bit above 200, a little bit below. I thought that might be your jam.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I think that is my jam. I want to wait and see what we do here above that 200, but I do think you can go in either direction on this because we have that really solid base here of around 199.50 and that pop up into $200.80 for my throat's a little bit dry. I did try round 2 of the spicy chicken and it's not getting us as much as it did the first time, but it's still a little bit there, so. There we go, water. Thank you very much, Daryl Flinch. Much appreciated. Yeah, I'm trying to make these Tesla moves. We'll have to see how that goes. We did get our second beak wetter, so very happy there. What else is happening? Novo Nordisk popped right back up here. As you can tell, I was very involved in this name earlier. Yeah, we're curling back up. Not anything that I have my eye on right now. What we do around that 130, 170 could be interesting because that was clearly the top of the range earlier. Tried to get involved in that move, so we're going to have to see what kind of hustle we get on this NVO. And as I speak, AMD pops right back into the top of the range, so that's something I'm going to have to take advantage of as my ride in the Cybertruck continues, hopefully to the upside. How are you doing? I know
Eddie R wants to know what you're having for lunch. He says no spicy chicken, I imagine. Show them.
We tried. This is the chicken.
Look how good that looks.
It does look really good, and it tastes really good.
Is it spicy, though?
It's not as spicy as the last one, but it is not spicy for me. So we're kind of in between.
I've offered Adira at times to taste the food, but I've got the equipment in right now at the moment. I got the Invisaligns, and that's a whole lot of work, right? taking it out and putting it back in. So sometimes, we offer it there.
It's very considerate of him. I remember one time too we had, but also because our spice tolerance is different, that doesn't always work. So there was a time
but I
you
can
went to
tell
jalapeno.
when something's spicy. As soon as I tell there is a little bit of spice, I know you're not going to like it.
That's true. Yeah, because he's like, I remember there was one time with the sausages that he tried, and he's like, Adara, don't try that. That was a really good call.
Yeah.
So there we go.
You said they were super spicy. Adara, we printed yet another high of day on STI. 69s are gone, baby. That's it. It's all over with 69s now. We're at 72s. What are we at here? 71s or 72s? 72s, baby. STI on its way up, but we got a lesson to do here. So let's get to work. We're talking about volatility all week. We're going to talk a little bit about how to identify volatile markets or volatile instruments, and then from tomorrow till Friday, we'll be talking about different techniques and risk management strategies for volatile markets. And I got to tell you, I feel like for the exception of a couple of months here and there, we've been in a permanent state of volatility since 2020. I don't know. I mean, I don't have too much experience prior to 2020 because I never traded. But from what I've heard, you could go years without really moving too much. So count our blessings, I guess, right? Especially if you're day trading. So the thrill of day trading obviously can be amplified during these volatile markets, but believe it or not, so can the risk. We all know that. So knowing how to identify these periods is absolutely crucial for any day trader. Here are some key ways that we're going to talk about how to spot volatile markets. So keep your eye on the news and on the events. These are catalyst-driven markets mostly, so we're looking for significant economic news releases, for example, interest rate changes, employment numbers like non-farm payrolls, jolts, etc. These can all trigger volatility as investors react and reposition their stocks or their holdings, okay? Similarly, major company earnings reports or geopolitical events can create market swings. So you got to keep a calendar of upcoming events and monitor news feeds to stay ahead of potential volatility. I gave this example first time around. NVIDIA has a conference next week from Monday to Thursday. That went in the calendar. CPI tomorrow. That went in the calendar. We know when non-farm payrolls comes up. When is the next Fed decision meeting? When is Apple reporting? When is NVIDIA reporting? These all got to go in the calendar. You need to know this stuff if you're going to do it day in and day out. But in case you're not up to speed with that kind of stuff, there is a channel for you, and it goes by the name of More Trader TV Live. And once this commercial is done, I'm going to show you why I'm showing you this in a second. It's not just to watch a Katina Man's trades. It's not just to watch Anil's trades, but there is an individual on my left here by the name of Adara who takes the time to do this every morning and puts in the economic calendar so you can know that we're going to have a 3-year note auction at 1 o'clock today. I forgot about that completely. And then if you let this refresh, it's going to show you the earlier events. We have New York Fed expectations at 11. We had the 6-month and the 3-month auction at 11:30. So Adara takes the time to put this economic calendar every day, but you should likely be doing that yourself. In case you're wondering what app I use, there's a lot. I'm going to go ahead and suggest you use investing.com, and that has a really good economic calendar in there. It's free to use. You don't have to ante up anything for it. And it shows you the Fed speakers, everything, et cetera. And you can look multiple days or even weeks into the future. So news and events, one of the ways we spot volatile markets. The other way, we look at price action. So looking for erratic price movements. Are stocks experiencing sudden jumps or sudden dips that wouldn't be typical during normal trading for that particular name? Like we saw, for example, last week, the volatility on NVIDIA selling off aggressively on Friday. I mean, we need to be aware of these type of events because there is, second day plays to them, for example. Okay, and by keeping an eye on price action also might indicate there is increased buying or selling pressure, which is a sign of volatility, obviously. Technical indicators that you can use to help spot volatility. The one that comes first to mind, average true range, or known as ATR. This measures the average price fluctuation over a set period. Typically, that set period, the default is for 14 days. So a rising ATR suggests increasing volatility, while a lower one suggests decreasing volatility. Okay, so get familiar with how to use ATR. We've talked about ATR in the past before on one of the lessons. Also, the other one, Bollinger Bands. So typically people use Bollinger Bands for support and resistance, right? It comes into the upper band, you're anticipating resistance. It comes into the lower band, you're anticipating support. That's not the only use though, because Bollinger Bands, they widen and they contract. So when they're super spaced apart, when the top line is far away from the bottom line, we can kind of gauge that there is increased volatility during that time. However, when they narrow down, we know that the volatility is tightened up. So you can either look at that on the market, you can look at that on a specific instrument, but Bollinger Bands can be used either independently or in conjunction with the average true range. So look at another way of using Bollinger Bands there, not just for support and resistance. And then the VIX. How can we forget the VIX? The volatility index, right? This was created by the Chicago Board of Options Exchange, the CBOE, as a numeric measure of market volatility. It gauges future bets investors are making on the direction of individual assets or on the wider market in general. And typically here, a high VIX reading implies a riskier market. Not so cut and dry, but we're just kind of giving you the basics a little bit here. And then there's trading volume. How important is volume? We've been talking about volume forever. So market volatility often coincides with higher trading volume. So if you're looking at the future and you have an outsized volume candle, well, you had more volatility on that day, and then it helps you anticipate more volatility on the subsequent days. Something to be aware of. It's not a hard and fast rule, but it's something to alert you. And also a sudden surge of volume compared to the usual activity on a stock or an asset in general, an asset class, like for example, a sector, can be a sign of volatility on the horizon. I've always given this example in the past. If CPI comes in light tomorrow, well then the implication from that will be that the Fed may start cutting sooner rather than later. I'm just giving you if-then statements, okay? So if that's the case, if CPI comes in late, then we can make the assumption and calculated assumption that the Fed may be more aggressive in rate cutting or may cut sooner. If that is the case, keep your eye on solar stocks. I've been making this case for a few weeks now. These are very interest rate sensitive class of stocks. And so if we're going to start talking about cuts or cuts sooner than anticipated or more than anticipated, typically what we see in that case is solar stocks rise. So you need to be aware of that as well. Okay, market sentiment, super important as well. What are the news articles saying? What is social media yapping about? What are the analyst opinions on that name? We always joke around and talk about Dan Ives and his obsession with the tech stocks and how he's becoming like a tech rock star analyst at the moment, right? What is he saying about NVIDIA? What is he saying about Apple? And be aware of widespread bullishness or bearishness, as strong emotions can often fuel volatility. I would say be aware of that with Bitcoin right now. Guys, I'm listening to the personal trainers at my gym checking Bitcoin 5-6 times a day. Like when we get to that level, when retail is like really all in on something, we need, seasoned traders kind of know that's usually either a local top or a good area for a pullback, whatever. We'll see. But there's a lot of retail interest right now. And Neil gives the example about his barber. Brendo gave me an example with somebody else in his life asking him about it. And that typically is, a bit of an indicator there. And you may want, I'm not making any suggestions, you may want to start looking at a contrarian opinion if that is the case. All right, quickly here before we send it back to Adara. This thing has no brakes, bro. We are on the way up. Another bull flag putting here for STI. And here comes that 270 top that we've been rejecting off for, let's just say, another like 15 minutes prior to this. I think we see 3, and if we see 3, we easily could see 4 or 5. That is the level that we earmarked on the daily as a specific area of resistance for STI, up 241%.
Wow. That's all I have to say about that name. That's a crazy move. Bless you.
Bless you, Ram.
But yeah, this is a crazy move there on that STI. And yeah, there are a lot of small cappers sometimes that will give you more movements than some of these mega caps. I am in 2 trades right now. I'm in this AMD short, which is, to call it indecisive would be being very kind to AMD. We've had a range all day, and now AMD's like, maybe I want to wander. Like, no, you don't. No, I'm joking. It can do what it wants. But basically, I got involved here, got involved at the top of this range. Then we kind of popped back into that 201.30s. I was watching this 201.50 area because that was that area we had a huge amount of resistance earlier, and then we fell with the swiftness from that area. We couldn't claim that area, so I'm comfortable staying in this short for the time being. Tesla, meanwhile, we got 2 week wetters. Then it kind of decided, maybe I don't want to keep moving for Adara. That's cool. I'm going to give it a little bit here, but if not, I'm going to get out of that 178.50 area because that was honestly a bit of a top of the range earlier. So I think this is where I'm going to have to pump the brakes here, or hit the brakes, I guess. We're not pumping the brakes.
Oh, guys, no brakes.
On TSLA. So we'll see if we get that fill. If we do, I'd be pleased as punch. It wasn't as high as I wanted it to go, but that's okay. Sometimes you have to adapt the plan. And when I say a lot about scalpulation, which is, jokingly what I call my scalping strategy, it's having a plan and then adapting that plan using what I'm seeing in the book of the chart as things move. So the plan adapted. That's okay. We got a little bit thrown out of the Cybertruck, but we still have everything intact. So I'm pretty proud of this trade, really, just adding these pieces and taking them out as we go, trying to become more comfortable with range trading. This AMD thing is a little bit more stressful because it basically decided that now it wants the top of this previous wider range to become the bottom of this other range it's trying to make. So I'm going to keep an eye on this. I'm not leaving until I see a break above that 201.50. We're going to take some profit out here around this 220s area where we had a little bit of chop and churn. I'm going to save a piece of the dream below 200s, which is quite a dream. But you know what? It's AMD. Sometimes it can give you a little more bang for your buck. So I'm going to be keeping an eye on that move here as well. Sean's also short AMD. Where'd you get in the AMD short? Is it guessing? I'll guess. Did you get involved?
I think she likes this game.
Around 201.20s?
Yeah, 201.14.
201.14.
Right.
You were as close as I was last week. Good job there.
Thank you. But yeah, so the AMD short, Sean definitely has a better cost than me on that, but I think this could be a fun trade. Going to be patient. I will say, knowing that the Katina man himself is in this trade makes me a little bit more emboldened because I do think this range does exist here. I'm not going to be staying as long, mind you. I'm going to be kind of scalping it out of the range, but I'm happy with this position right now. Pleased as punch. Ready to see what shakes out here. And also NVIDIA continuing to kind of chop and churn around VWAP. This could maybe be interesting for me, but I don't want to make any assumptions until NVIDIA gives me a reason to do so. But I see a position has been added.
Yes, long Coinbase. Nice. Long Coinbase through the break of 270. We got in at 59s, and we took some out right through the break of 270. Here it goes. Now breaking through the $0.50, 270.50. So Coinbase starting to go here. The high of the day on Coinbase is 10 pennies. Sorry, $1. Get it together, Sharif. $1 from where we are. 271.65. Here comes 271, guys. Coinbase is breaking up. Let's take some out here in front of 271 if we can. I'm seeing 90 prints. Now I'm seeing the even dollar. There goes the even dollar on COIN. Almost 6% to the good today. I mean, we could easily see 6%. I think if we continue to pump here. Look, it's been it's been a tale of two worlds in crypto world today. You've had the actual coins themselves do really well, and then some coin adjacent products. I'm talking about the micro strategies. I'm talking about the Coinbases also do really well. And then you've had the mining names, which have been absolutely getting shellacked as of late. You've got the Maras, you've got the Riots, you've got the Clean Sparks, and even the Hut 8s. They're all absolutely taking it on the knocker today. Mara down 5 2/3. Riot down 2. Clean Spark down almost 8, man. This thing is like 7.89%. You've got Hut 8, 8.5%. It's been a shellacking for these mining names, baby. And shout out to me for getting into Mara, but it's all good there. We won't talk about that. But anyway, so Mara absolutely getting shellacked on the day, but Coinbase doing well. Let's see if we can get that pump through 271. I want to show exactly why this 271 seems to be an important level at the moment. And I'm going to make this case over here that we could have a possible double top coming in on MAR. Not Mara, on Coin. Get it together, Sharif. This is the 271 level that I'm looking at here. So look, we're putting in higher lows. So I'm more inclined to say, look, Sharif, you got an ascending wedge with a flat top at 271, and you have consecutively higher lows. The flat top is essentially a flip of previous support now into resistance. I'm talking about the morning. In the pre-market there, 271 was a support level that we kept bouncing off of. It stands to reason. If it was previously support, now it could act as resistance. We're going to pack our patience because it's not going to be resistance forever, you don't feel. So if we break through that 271 like we did on the IB high there at 930 and we got into 271.65, then fantastic. Otherwise, if we come down and we start making lower highs and lower lows, we're going to want to take the majority of the position out on Coinbase as it's now coming in at 270. So that big retracement there coming in, and we could easily see the giving up ghost at 270. So 271 acting as that local resistance level. We'll see what we get there. What's going on, Katina Man? The Katina Man says AMD is going to break 201.50, baby. You've got Adara short AMD. You got the Katina Man short AMD. What's your look on AMD at the moment, Adara?
Yeah, I'm leaving AMD at 201.50, so we're going to have to get out of Dodge here, hopping out of this. Oh my gosh, AMD. Yeah, AM, darn. Yeah, AM, this is AM destroyed. I don't even know what to say here. I can't. It's moving too quickly for me to even have an accurate pun here. We got out. We might have gotten out top wick because it looks like it's subsiding a little bit, but I had to leave this trade. We broke above 201.50 with a viciousness, with a swiftness. We were kind of trucking along until we got there, and then we did to the upside. As I was saying to Sean in the chat as well, I was talking to Sean in the chat about this, and basically my issue was I definitely got involved too early at that 201.77. I should have really waited for that 201.20 area, but I thought this was going to be a bit more of a range. AMD decided to switch the game up. That's cool. You know what I mean? That happens. The stocks don't care about your feelings, so you just have to adapt. That's okay. Where's the next trade? Tesla's still moving up. I don't regret getting out where I did on this just because we were kind of making a bit of a move below and I wanted to preserve some of that profit. This Tesla now, though, going from a range trade to maybe a nice long off the 90 MA. So I'm going to have to keep an eye on this. My areas are still going to be the same, though, that 178.50, 178, 179, 179.50. Not just because they're those whole dollar levels, but also because those are the areas that I've noticed Tesla take little stops on its way to the upside. Or I guess, conversely, earlier on its way to the downside. So that's the look there for me on TSLA. AMD I'm done with for now. We're AM done, not because I lost in that trade, but just because I don't really have a range on that one of which to speak at this moment. You know what is interesting though for me too? I want to look at Alibaba.
Alibaba.
Do. Sounds like a cheer. But yeah, Alibaba, earlier I liked that we kind of had this drop and turnaround view up. Now we're kind of moving more to the downside here, so I don't really have a clear read on this. Shout out to, I think it was Z Trades last week giving me pointing out a range to me on this. So that was a really nice trade last week. Right now I don't have a huge range in this, but it's one I wanted to keep an eye on because I did like that consolidation around view up earlier. Boeing though, this could get spicy. This could get spicy for me. Normally I don't like spice, but I do if it's on the charts. I like that we have these slightly higher lows here, but we also have lower highs. I think if we reject off this VWAP again, because we did that earlier, this could be an interesting short, but I don't want to make any assumptions. However, one thing I do find interesting as well is look at this earlier area that we had of support, pretty strong support here, 192s, then we resist 192. Now, could we resist 92 again? We'll have to wait and see.
Did you see this?
Oh yeah, we're on mobile now.
Not just mobile, Adele. This is
We're on
Instagram. We're on Twitter, X. Are we on X? Are we live on X or no? No. So we're live on TikTok. We're live on Instagram. Are we live on Facebook? Just TikTok and Instagram and YouTube Shorts, right? Say it again, Ram. So TikTok, Instagram, YouTube Shorts, we have the new layout, which is portrait. Right? And so you can kind of see us in a more portrait-friendly way. The Chilean Nightmare absolutely set this up beautifully with the position board below the video. Then you have the tickers above there. Shout out to the best team, baby. And we already have people joining right now as I talk about it. Look at all these people joining that we talked about it. Yeah. Shout out to the production, the undefeated production team that is, for putting us so that everybody can consume our content. I mean, not everybody is on YouTube, and if you're on the gram, you want to consume us on the gram, have at it. I just want to mention that for everybody, guys, because it's good to have options. You don't use it, but it's good to know that we have got it. Adira, as you were dropping hot lines, STI decided that it was going to make a breakthrough 3, and oh, did it ever. $3.08 HOD right now on STI, but I got to tell you, it's putting in topping tail candles. And so I'm a little concerned. So if you're holding this for the long, I mean, this candle hasn't closed yet, but if this candle closes, that'll be 2 topping tail candles, a little bit here, and maybe candles of indecision. You heard Michael Noss talk about these doji candles on the morning show today. We'll wait and see if we get a retracement on STI. I'm going to be looking at every consolidation level as well as VWAP as a potential area of bouncing. Here's what I mean by that. So that 260 area, we obviously had a bit of a top there, 260, 275-ish, this general area. We had a top for about 50 minutes before we broke through it. Same thing with this 2 1/4, 2 1/3 general area as well. We topped out right there, retraced back into 2. And then boom went the dynamite. We broke right through there. So I'm going to be looking at all these consolidation area tops as a possible area of support if this thing gives up the ghost at 3. And then I'm going to be looking at VWAP, which right now is about 3 pennies above $2. And I love that. You want that confluence between the indicator and the price action. And as I was just yapping there, we're giving up the ghost at 3. Here comes 269. Looks like we're breaking down a little bit here. Also, one thing I negated to mention, this 10-period EMA, which is the green solid line on my charts. So we've been hugging the 10 EMA essentially all day, or not all day, but essentially from 11:30 onwards. We haven't actually broke down below the 10 EMA. So let's watch what it does at the 10 EMA as well. It's another interesting area of support if we make it down there. So watching what STI does, what kind of opportunities this bad boy provides us. But it's definitely been the best small cap gapper du jour, no question about that. And it's also the most high, up 260 some odd percent from the beginning of, well, from 4 a.m. onwards, right? Because that counts it from 4 a.m. It's up 225% since 9 a.m. AMD
Wow.
continuing to do the dance here. I'm not sure what you did with that AMD position, but it's a little bit above VWAP. It's a little bit below VWAP. I'm going to keep eyes on AMD. I like it because of its proximity to that $100 level. Anything could happen here. We could hwadunk, we could hwaboom. Who knows exactly what happens? Looking back at Coinbase, this stopped me out. I mean, like, this thing's moving dollars at a time. What can I do? Right? It stopped me out. It dipped below 269. I had to flatten out there, but right back up into 271 it goes. It's up 5 1/3, man. Jeez Louise. But that was this VWAP dip trade here was probably the trade of the day on coin, not on for everything else. But this 266 double bottom here at VWAP was probably the most printable level on the day. Well, number one, because you had a line in the sand, 265 and no less, did it break? And you also have the fact that it's at VWAP, and you also have the double bottom, which showing you in a more bullish area. That buyer kept stepping in at that particular area. So great look there on coin on the day. We'll keep watching to see what happens. Let's see what some people are saying here. Diamond Realty saying coin is flushing. It was, my man. That's why I got out, and then right back up it goes. So bamboozlement central. Southeast Dave. STI has a price target of $71. Who? Like, let's find out what the analysts are saying. Analyst ratings. I have no analyst forecast on this, so I'm not sure where you're getting that. Let me know where you're getting that from, because no analysts, according to my platform, are actually covering this stock. Nick Dubb, thoughts on Disney? Absolutely, sir. Let's bring in the side chart and have a look at DIS, see what it's up to on the day. We're going to get rid of Bally because it's a buyout, and that's not important for our purposes. Wow, what a look on Disney. Are you still in Disney? You bought, right? You're still holding?
Yeah, I got some out at 12.
The Katina Man took some out at 12s there. It's above 12, Katina Man. It's at 12, yeah. It's 112 and a third at the moment. Yeah, it's Disney's on the way up, baby. So DIS, let's look at what percentage it's up on the day. It's up 0.72. Great look for Disney though, guys. Holding the 10 EMA like a glove. So my suggestion to you there is look for a key technical area to get a dip trade. It looks like it was at 112 level because we broke up, did a topping tail candle there at 112.5. There's this topping tail candle, and then you get a big boy red candle, and then you hold the 10 EMA, and you make another 5-minute candle to make a new high above this 5-minute candle here. So it looks like it may be continuing here with its move up. So the 112 dip looked awfully good on that, and it ends up holding that 112 to the T. Did it? Did it actually break 112? No, 112.11, 112.10. No, it held 112. So that whole dollar comes in relevant here. I mean, I don't know where we top out. Let's zoom out a little bit, see where the local top is here on DIS. Okay, so it looks like as if we might have a bit of a resistance level at the area we're trading right now. This takes us back to March 5th. We had 2 lows at this exact area here. 112.30. So 112 and a third. We had a bit of a double bottom. That was the 12:30, 1 o'clock, and then again at what time was that? That's 3 to 3:30. So we get a double bottom here at 112 and a quarter, 112 and a third, back on March 5th, and we haven't been at that level since that day. So we could be expecting some resistance here at this level. We're going to have to pack our patience and see whether Disney can actually reject off that or break through that level. Now, if it doesn't break, the question has to be asked here, is this a good short at that level? Now, yeah, I'm going to answer my own question and say, well, Sharif, that's a counter trend trade. Disney's up on the day, it's up and to the right. You can't be guessing tops. Well, with a tight stop, I can, right? So if I'm going to put it here at 112.35, I could draw my line in the sand at 112.50 and risk 15, 20 pennies on this name. I think that would be a calculated guess, a calculated gamble. Let's call a spade, right? So we're going to see. I'm going to put Disney up on a trading screen here because if it comes into that level and rejects, well, then we may want all the smoke. So I'm going to put that in here, Adara, and I'll send it to you. What are you looking at over there?
Yeah, we're looking at questioning our life choices. No, I honestly, like I said, this has just not been my trading week, month. I don't know. This March is not. It's the Ides of March. I am feeling it. I cannot blame this on the spicy chicken. It's just my brain. We had those nice little Tesla range scalps. I tried to do the same with NVIDIA. NVIDIA fell from under me. I gave it a couple dollars. NVIDIA was like, cool, I don't care. Continued to fall. I had a really, really small position in this, so it's not anything horrific, but I do have to say it's a little bit disheartening. I'm not going to sit here and lie, mixing some optimism with some realism here. I was just not thinking straight. I did not have my head screwed on. I apparently forgot that NVIDIA will do what it wants to do when it wants to do it, and that's okay. Lesson very much learned. Let's see what's else on the horizon here. Yeah, you were mentioning AMD. I did fumble the ball a little bit with AMD here. Got out of the short, got into a long because I noticed we were holding up okay around that 201. We broke the 201, happy with where I got out here. And then it's like, well, I should have kept the short because we kept falling. But you know what? That's all right. That's all right. We're going to keep looking for new opportunities, maybe outside some of these Mag 7 names. What's interesting too here is there are some conversations. Yeah, Elon saying BA indeed getting spicy. So let's look and see what BA is doing. Oracle also reports earnings tonight. So let's see if we can tell the future there with Oracle. Okay, Boeing is getting spicy. Thank you, Elon, for pointing this one out. This is on my side chart, but I haven't taken looks at this one for a good time, for a good while here. Yeah, this is a nice look. Higher lows, higher highs. I think this is a nice look. We did eclipse that earlier, or because we're kind of coming into the earlier area, 193, and we're very much eclipsing that 192, which, like I said, was a pretty interesting area of support and resistance for myself. But yeah, I think this has been a nice little move up here in BA. I will be watching what we do with that 193.5 because that was the area we had a little bit of a trough. Then 194.5 could get interesting because that was, a little bit of resistance in the pre. Then that area from which we fell right off the open, 195.20. Thank you for putting this one out to me here. Elon, let's look at Oracle as well ahead of earnings. Let's see if we can see the future with this one. Okay, Oracle is a nice one for sure. Higher lows, higher highs. But we're getting kind of slowing the pace a little bit as we get higher here. I don't want to say flat top break because the top isn't that flat, but I mean, we could argue that this 114.20 area, should we break, could get a little bit interesting. Right now, we are at the high of day for Oracle for 114.27. Let's see what we have in the daily chart here for ORCL. Oh, this is the hour. Okay, let's look at the daily. Nice hourly chart though, upside, upside, upside. Yeah, this is interesting. I know we fell really hard off those last earnings. So that's going to be, there we go, December 12th. This is interesting. We had a pseudo double bottom on the daily chart around that 100 level. Then we've kind of seen upside. Then we run into a double top. I'm actually going to draw this for the sake of making this easier. 117 top, 100 bottom. This is interesting. And then we're seeing these higher lows. So this could get a little bit spicy. I think breaking above that 117, of course, if we have a positive earnings, would be worth watching. If we have a negative earnings or if the market reacts negatively, then the area I might be watching would be that 10, just shy of 109 area. And I say that because that was the area we had a little pop earlier. It was both resistance and support. So resistance, October 9th, support coming into September 12th. That could be an interesting level for me. It's not exact, but that 109 if we fall. And then, of course, if we fall lower, we're going to be eyeing that 102. And then, of course, that double bottom at 100. So that's my take on Oracle heading into earnings. We got a little bit chopped up in that NVIDIA trade, but like I said, the only way to go is up, and we certainly have a long way to crawl ourselves out of, but that's what trading is, right? We want challenges, we do want all the smoke, and I'm excited to kind of see what opportunities this market continues to give me.
So as you see here, Adara, we have what is known as the Premier League table. And this is the standings for all my individuals out there that don't know the colloquial word of the word table. This is essentially a representation of our. We conspire to conspire against you, Neil. This displays Arsenal's superiority over Liverpool. I mean, yeah, sure, we're tied on points. It's 64 to 64. Look at that goal differential, though, baby. And that's a result of. I believe we've won 8 games in a row in 2024, okay? 8 games in a row. Within those 8 games, Neil, we have outscored the competition 37 to 3 or I don't know, something like that. It's been ridiculous. Included in that shellacking was a dub for Arsenal above Liverpool, during which the score was also 3-1. So Liverpool wasn't even spared the onslaught of Arsenal's offense. You know, nobody's safe from the Arsenal. So sorry, Neil. We had to do that. Look, man. Look, he came to me on Friday and he's like, "What position is your team in? You're in 3rd." I'm like, "All right, let's wait till the weekend." And then he was kind enough today. He's like, "Well, I'm surprised you didn't say anything." I'm like, "Oh, man, I was waiting for you to say it, right?" The first thing I said this morning when I walked in was, "Good morning, Adara. Good morning, Neil." And then he's like, I sat down. He's like, "I'm surprised you didn't say it." I'm like, "Oh, okay. I know exactly what you're talking about."
You were saving it for now.
I was saving it for now. And he's right. There he is. There he is. So shout out to the Neil. He's a 6 sport, by the way, but we always go back and forth like this. You guys saw me do the push-up challenge. I had to wear his Buffalo Bills Josh Allen thing. Shout out to Adam. This represents the market structure. It does, Adam. Klopp, what is your opinion on that Doku foul, though? Look, man, that you can't like karate kick somebody in the chest. He clearly kicked McAllister in the chest. That's a penalty for me. And I don't know how VAR was so quick to dismiss that as not a penalty. I think Liverpool got robbed of a penalty yesterday in that game with City. That's just my opinion. Okay? AI, we had Man City on the ropes, even with less superior team. Yep, as I told Neil today, you guys are nursing a hell of a lot of injuries. Not the least of which your goalie. There are certain defense people that or defensemen that are not available, as well as your midfield, your offense everywhere. There's trouble everywhere with Liverpool. Nabil Ghani. I'm not reading your comment, bro. That's it. Nabil, I'm never reading your comment again. Diamond, Neil Roberts always wins. Yes. Well, come on, bro. Arsenal's winning for now. Give me a little bit of credit here. You are dreaming, brother, concerning Arsenal, Liverpool, baby. All right, Haru. Let's talk again May 15th. We'll see who is going to be on top, because that's when the season ends.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, we go mid-August to mid-May.
That's a very long season.
A long season. Compare that to football season that they play 16 games. Yeah, man, 38 games in the Prem, and they play multiple tournaments. They're playing the FA Cup, they're playing in the Carabao Cup, either the Europa or the Champions League. They got multiple tournaments. These guys are extended.
And they have international week too, where they play for their home team. Like, how are they alive at the end of the season?
No, it's legit. It's legit. And the players complain about it because Champions League is getting expanded next year. It used to be 6 games in the group stage, and now it's going to be way more. So these guys are going to have to play more games. Yeah, it's getting crazy. But for the fans, we love it. The players, not so much.
That's a big commitment there.
What do you got on tap over there?
Yeah, what I have on tap here is trying, I say, I don't like to call it revenge trading, I like to call it avenge trading. We had a bad trade in NVIDIA, so you know what we look at, we say, Dara, how can we do better? This is still rangy. The issue was I was trying to trade this off the 3-minute. I was looking at the 3-minute and I was seeing these shorter term, higher highs, higher lows on a micro scale. Then we get involved and we basically take the whole movement out of the candle and we get a little bit slapped in the face. Now I go a lot. Now I go to the 5-minute and I see, you know what else I'm seeing, Dara, that makes more sense, yes, apparently I'm talking to myself, is look at the bottom of this range here to the top of this range. This is a more realistic range for me on the 5-minute. I very much missed the bottom of this range because I was trying to get in around that 870 area. I still have an order set, should we get involved there. I will be taking it out basically by 874 if it comes to fruition. So that's what I'm trying to say, right? Just basically trying to take a trade that didn't work out and flip it around. I did get involved here. If we get below this, we're going to give this a couple dollars. So we're going to give it to like 868-esque and kind of see what we do. NVIDIA, you need to give a little bit more wiggle room. You need to let it run around a little bit more because, yeah, it's hard to get a win video on NVIDIA because this name's a wild one. I think, you know what I'm going to do is I'm going to be trying to scalp pieces of it, kind of like what I did with Tesla, because that's usually where I find I have the most success, is if I start at a certain point and then I scalp in and out as we go. I think that's what's going to be the most beneficial for me right now. So that's what we're going to do here. We're going to try to be getting some of this out here around 870.90, so basically 871. We're going to get some of it out there. Then if we come back to that area, I'm going to add. So that's going to be my strategy here, keeping my entire energy on NVIDIA as we kind of scalp in and out of this name. Hopefully, we'll see if it works out. Hopefully is not the right word. I'm just saying based on what I'm seeing in this range, I think that's possible. So instead of hopefully, we're going to say possibly, because there's no hopium around these parts except for when I initially traded. There we go. We already have some profit in this one. So please just punch. Just trying to stick to a strategy that makes a little bit more sense for me as I learn and grow as a trader, and hopefully, continue to do so. Also, apparently, there's some mentions of March Madness. Okay, that's interesting in the chat here. Tesla, I'm seeing some mentions of the Cybertruck. Ooh, okay, this is interesting. Tesla's still popping off that 90 MA. It was a short off the 90 MA until it wasn't anymore. Then it became a bit of a long opportunity. We had a really hard time, though, resisting that 179 level because I had that drawn as one of my levels. I initially was saving a piece for the dream for that 179.50, but it looks like this 179 could be a bit of an area of resistance for Tesla. That being said, I think 179 is less likely to be a full-on short, and maybe more we kind of accumulate, and then we pop off that 179 top with a viciousness. Let's see what happens here. Eddie are saying, doesn't NVIDIA get your beats per minute crazy? Oh, yes.
Yes, it does.
Oh, yes. I mean, I'm talking even faster than usual here with this spicy chicken in my system, trying to get this NVIDIA trade going. I have to say, I'm pretty proud. And I think, honestly, I have to say I'm less proud that I'm in the trade, and I'm more proud that I got in after having that L earlier, because I recognized why I lost, and that was not looking at the wider time frame and just giving it way too much room to run. So we're going to have to see how this goes. Hopefully my beats per minute do not get too crazy in this video, but I'm pretty happy right now. How are you doing on Google?
I'm in Google. We're going to try our hand here as this dips up a little bit. We're about 5 pennies or 4 pennies out of the money at the moment. Looking for this general area to hold here. It's been higher lows and higher highs, but looks like Google rejecting that $0.75 right now. I'm also quite inclined to get into Disney, man. I'm just not really sure how to figure a way out here. I really thought that we would find resistance at this level owing to that March 5th consolidation bottom. That was that general area of 112.5, 112 and a third. It didn't really give a you-know-what about that level, and it's on its way now to 2/3, 112 and 2/3, up 2% for DIS. It's been an excellent trade today, but hugging that 10-period EMA on the 5-minute. This is the look here on DIS. You don't have nary is there a close below the 10-period, and this is the only one over here, right? Sorry, this one over here where we actually dipped a little bit below. This one opened below the 10-period, but definitely no closing prints below the 10-period over here. this is why I was thinking the 12 and a third, 12 and a half top, owing to this level over here. This was the 12:30 bottom, 1 o'clock bottom. Again, over here, 3 o'clock, 3:30 bottom, much in the same look at on DIS. I figured, you know, local level of resistance, support becomes resistance. Well, not on this day, at least not for now. Maybe we start getting a downturn, but I'll have to get that once it starts actually breaking that 112 level. I'm not going to guess as to when this one's going to turn back around. But I guess if I wanted to weasel my way into this, I'm going to have to put a dip trade off the 10 EMA, because right now it's really not giving you any major dips. I mean, it gave you that 112 level ever so briefly, but then it popped right back up. So looking at that, looking at Google as well, we'll see if we can, now we're back break even right now on Google. Looking for a possible 139 move on Google. Like, we clearly had a 139 top owing to this 139.10 high of day, but we really haven't put in any significant lower low or any clear price action here that would show, well, we're going to start turning it around. I mean, even when you thought 139 was going to reject, we came back down, we started curling right back up on Google. So we'll have to wait and see here. I'm going to probably practice a bit more, a bit of a thank you, Neil, for that, a bit of a tighter stop on Google. But Neil just reminded me, thank you very much for that, through the 3-year bond auction, baby, that we're going to get, I believe, right now. Let me just put Google so that I can manage this quickly here. Let me just load up my investing.com app. I've got a beak wetter, by the way, on Google at 83s, kind of a random area to take profits, but we're looking to take profits there. All right, so today, how come I'm not seeing any oh, here it is, the 3-year note. So we're waiting. Last time around on the 3-year note, we got 4.169, and we'll see what we get this time. Guys, if you have the result for the auction, tag me again, because the investing.com app takes its sweet time to report. Again, I don't follow the 3-year, so I don't know what the current futures contract is trading at. I don't even know what the index is trading at. All I know is that we typically get a lot of volatility into 1 o'clock, and then we may get spikes up and down. Don't take the first spike up or the first spike down as the direction. It's changed in the past, so we're going to have to wait and see here. I'm going to have to draw my line in the sand at the $0.50 on Google. That gives me about 12 pennies worth of space here, as I don't think we really responded yet to the bond auction. Anybody in the chat with the number, just throw that in there, tag Adara and I so that we can see it. But right now I don't have anything.
Yeah, no, I think, like Google Trade looks very nice. They're not like searching for levels, just seeing what's here on the chart.
Yeah, let's see. Let's see if we get that move back up. Okay, so the bond auction looks like it came in. Here we go. I mean, we popped back up, but we could pop right back down, and that's the thing. So I don't want you to think that the first pop up is going to be the direction in which we stay. It's happened in the past. We get a wick up, then we get a wick down, and who knows how we're going to resolve. But we didn't get printed yet on Google. I'm sitting here at 83s. We popped up to 80s, rejected off 80s again, Adara. So indecisive right now is, what's up? Your running back is now a Tennessee Titan. Oh, no way. Pollard? No way. Remember, DeMarco Murray went there too. Why do they always leave to go to Tennessee? So apparently, what's his name? Pollard is gone from the Dallas Cowboys. He is no longer a Dallas Cowboy. It looks like he's a Tennessee Titan now. So he's dead to me.
Cool.
No, I'm kidding, of course. Just joking. What do you got?
Yeah, what I have is, I have to say, I'm pretty happy with this NVIDIA trade. I got out the last of my position here. I almost got top wick here, so I was pretty happy. 873s. That was basically the top of this range. We got involved at the bottom here. I was ready to kind of reload as we got to the bottom, but we didn't really get that opportunity. That's okay. If we bounce again off 870, you know I'm going to be back involved in this name. Just taking that 870 to 873 area. I usually, sometimes, if it's a less volatile name, I'll short from the top of the range, and then I'll go long at the bottom. But it's NVIDIA, so I'm only going long at the bottom of this range. Also, because look, we're having slightly higher lows, so I do not, I want all the smoke in NVIDIA, but I don't want the burn. You know what I mean? We want to be careful. We want to have enough SPF here that we can carefully mitigate the risks that come with NVDA. So I have to say, as far as avenge trades go, I'm pretty happy. I do call it an avenge trade because I tried to use stronger technicals than I did in the initial trade. NVIDIA is getting spreadier though. Like, we've got like a 30 to 50 penny spread, which for NVIDIA isn't unheard of, but it's also not like how it always is. You know what I mean? So interesting move here. NVIDIA getting nice and choppy and volatile. I also want to take a quick look at SoFi for some people, because I see a lot of mentions of SoFi in the chat. I know stop console wars. Sorry about that. I think you mentioned this one earlier and I wasn't able to get to it. But I think this is a nice look. Higher lows pretty much throughout the day here after we made that massive move to the downside. We're still up about 0.5% in the day, so nice look here for SoFi. I saw we had a price target decrease on SoFi. I think we dropped about 50 pennies here in the price target. Yes, so Piper Sandler reiterating neutral, taking the price target from $8.50 to $8. So big move there for SoFi, but SoFi pretty much up on this other than that massive move down here as a whole, crawling back up here, dancing off that 9 EMA. I think it's a nice look. I think, if we can kind of break above that VWAP area of that 780, that'd be maybe a better look, but I know SoFi people have been all over this one today. We did just have this chart fall up, so that's okay. We're going to pull this one up. We're going to take this quick look also at Affirm here before we get into, because it's another payment-related name I saw some people mentioning here in the chat. And then we will move on to our lesson. Speaking of volatility. Oh, we got the Scarjo Rabbit. Thank you so much here. US 3-note high yield actual. 4.256%, the forecast. They don't have, but the previous was 4.169. So we got a higher than the previous there for that 3-note. So thank you so much. That's the result of the auction. Thank you very much to Scarjo Rabbit. Affirm's actually really interesting. Lower highs, higher lows. This could get a little bit consolidation wedge-ish for me. I don't know, because we're kind of like just slightly down in the day. Usually these wedges tend to break in whatever direction we're already trading, so to the downside. But we're above VWAP, so Affirm could get spicy. I might actually have to add Affirm to my side chart and kick off another name, because AMD, I'm like, I don't even want to look at her right now. Might put Affirm there in her place, because I think there's certainly some range opportunities here. I'm going to take some more time to stare at it, but I think that could be a nice potential range trade for me. But for now, the thing we'll be focusing on is our lesson du jour. One more time here. One more time. Identifying volatility or identifying volatile markets. Bless you. Bless you. So one of the thrills of day trading, if you're kind of momentum trader, I guess, well, also trading in general though, is you can really experience extra thrills in day trading during these volatile markets, but there's also extra risk in these times. So you have to learn how to identify these periods. It's going to be a crucial part of any day trader. And here are some key ways to spot volatile markets. There we go. News and events. So significant economic news releases like interest rate changes or employment numbers can trigger volatility because you've got investors reacting and repositioning. As Sharif mentioned, we have CPI coming tomorrow, PPI on Thursday, so we might actually have some volatility in the wild that we'll be able to talk about coming tomorrow. So definitely keep an eye on those calendars. Also, company events are going to be really worth noting as well. Sharif mentioned that NVIDIA event coming next week. That'll be really important. Last week we had the Morgan Stanley Tech Conference, which had some speakers from different companies talking, and that could move some of these companies, right? So certainly things to keep an eye on. Monitor news feeds ahead of time to stay ahead of potential volatility. Another example from last week on a smaller scale, GE Aerospace had a conference, and GE had a nice little bump to the upside after that. So just be aware of what companies are reporting, what companies have events going on, and just kind of be cognizant of that to kind of keep an eye on what names might be hot that day. Price action also worth noting. Keep an eye out for erratic price movements. Are you seeing stocks experiencing certain sudden jumps or dips that wouldn't be typical during normal trading? Because this could also increase during, it could indicate increased buying or selling pressure, which can be a sign of volatility brewing. One really good example is I remember when Obi was here, I believe, right before New Year's. Shout out to Obi substituting in for Sharif. We were talking a lot about how he said when he was trading Amazon, he would become accustomed to how the tape would move. So if the tape was moving differently, he could tell something was a bit amiss. So I think, that's one example of especially if you know how a stock is moving and you're seeing a little bit of funky price action, that could be a sign of some extra volatility. So shout out to Obi. I think that's a pretty fun example for sure. Technical indicators. There are quite a few that can help you gauge volatility. Sharif talking a lot earlier about average true range. ATR, this can help measure the average price fluctuation over a set period. A rising ATR can suggest increased volatility. You also have Bollinger Bands, which can be helpful because they will widen when volatility increases and then contract when things are a little calmer. So based on the width of the bands, you can get a sense of how volatile and how wild the price action is getting. Volatility index, the VIX, of course, a little bit related to volatility as indicated by its name. This one created by the Chicago Board Options Exchange, that's CBOE, as a numeric measure of market volatility. And so it can kind of gauge future bets investors are making on the direction of individual assets and on the wider market. And a high VIX reading may indicate or imply a little bit of a riskier market. We also have trading volume to keep an eye on. Market volatility can often coincide with higher trading volume, and a sudden surge in volume compared to usual activities we were looking at for individual stocks can really be a sign of volatility on the horizon. Volatility looming, ready to strike. Market sentiment is also a really good sign of things as they're happening before they occur, right? News articles, social media, and analyst opinions can all contribute to overall market sentiment. I've spoken a lot about how I find Twitter can be an interesting indicator for volatility or for stocks about to move. Moderna had that massive move up today. Neil was saying at one point this one was up 11%. There were no news catalysts on Moderna, but there was a lot of Twitter mentions for Moderna, more than you normally see. It was like people were chatting about it like it was a small cap gapper. Moderna, mRNA, right? So looking at Twitter sometimes can give you a sense of not necessarily always news, but it can give you a sense of what people are looking at, what their eyes are on, and how people are feeling about a stock. So it's a nice volatility gauge for sure. Last but not least, beware of extremes. If there's any widespread bullishness or bearishness, that can show that we have strong emotions, which can fuel more volatility. Let's take a look here actually at Moderna, mentioning that, because I think that's a really good example of how we can have massive spikes on catalysts that might not be there or might not be as prevalent as you think they might be. Yeah, Moderna, as you can see here, we have these massive volume spikes to the upside. Oh, Moderna is actually getting rangy now. Hi, Moderna. We have these kind of the opposite of what AMD is doing in a lot calmer of a way. We just kind of have these bounces off VWAP. Moderna actually, I think Moderna will get a spot on the coveted side charts alongside the GLP-1 names. I think this is a nice little look here from Moderna, just kind of bouncing off that VWAP. How was your, I see that NQ trade.
Yeah, just got out of one piece here, looking for that move back up. My line in the sand is going to be the break of 55. Somebody was asking me why I got into the future, because it's been bouncing off VWAP all morning. I mean, saving except for a couple of wicks down over here, the majority of the closing prints are all above the volume weighted average price from essentially 11:45 onwards. So we dipped into VWAP over here, looking to possibly scalp a little bit on the future off this range trade. We'll see. My line in the sand is going to be the making of the newer low. So if it breaks below the low of this wick over here at 55, that's where we're going to draw the line. I already took one out on it for a nice winner through 73s. We'll see if we can get that next move into 77s. I'm sitting at on the other side, but we're getting a little bit of volatility right now. Let's see how we resolve on the future. Right back above 70 we go again. I'm looking at some of these big cappers. You're not seeing anything really break out or break down. The one that we were talking about for strength was Google. I ended up getting stopped out of that, so it broke down below my level here on Google. So we had to draw the line in the sand there, got long, and then it broke down below this key area of support over here at 138.45. So that's where we draw the line there. But the future is coming right back down. Again, a lot of volatility near this VWAP area. That's why I put my low below the low of the bottom of the wick, not below the bottom of the closing price, because of this volatility. So we'll see if we can get something on the other side of 70s and whether we or not we can hold this volume weighted average price, which we've been doing the majority of the afternoon. If not, line in the sand is drawn. Keeping my eye on Disney though, because this one now rejecting off that 112.70 and coming back down into 112.50. So it looks like the market's getting some weakness, and down goes the future. So that's going to be the end of the trade on my future there, on the futures trade, as this one comes down below my entry or below my stop. So we'll take a little bit of a hit there, and one profit, but definitely still negative on that trade. We'll have to look to reset some other way. I'm seeing everything now come down on the Mag 7 world, baby. We are on the way down. NVIDIA on the way down. Apple on the way down. Google as well. We got stopped at Google as well. And Microsoft on its way to 403 as well, which is where VWAP is on MSFT. So a lot of Mag 7 names curling back down. Where do we end up on the day? It's kind of a range trade, I would say, for the majority of these names, even though you got some curls on some of them. So keep watching, looking for another trade here as the OBE, the one the Canobe always says, what is the next trade, baby? Tom H says Apple pull down. I see it. It's rejecting off VWAP. It was a really good short for whoever got involved with AAPL off VWAP today. So there you go. Sell the frowny face, Michael Noss likes to say. And there you go. We have that trough as well at 172.25, and now we're printing below that. So if you were looking for an area of support off which to bounce and maybe range trade with 172.25 to the bottom and VWAP to the top, well, we just broke below that area. So where could we find some support? Well, 172 was the pre-market high, right? When we got into around 8 o'clock, 8:30 or so, we couldn't really break through that 172. It wasn't until we got close to the bell there around 9:15 that we started breaking through that 172 level. And looks like we're going to see 172 awfully soon. Here comes Apple, 172.10. We could get that 172 bounce if we are to respect that pre-market high or pre-market high range, I would say. It's not a high. Here comes 172.06 now on AAPL. That whole dollar level coming fast and furious. So we're going to pull that up on the side. We're going to take Google off and keep eyes on Apple, because if this one starts curling up off that level, then we may want to get long. But it looks like it's on the way down right now as the future is on the way down. Killer Cam. I love that name, by the way. Yeah, it reminds me of Cameron from the 90s, right? Yeah. You ever hear that song, Horse and Carriage by Cameron?
I don't know that one, but there's some other Cameron songs, Cam.
Neil? He knows exactly what he started bobbing his head.
He's like, yeah, he said
he's already
like,
jamming to it in his head. Eh?
Obi likes Cameron.
Does he really? The OBE, the one the Canobe likes Cameron?
You know why?
Yeah, the rapper Cameron. Oh, because oh boy. Obi's sitting there looking at me like he has no idea what I'm talking about. He's like, I don't like Cameron. It's because he says, oh boy, right? Yes, Neil. Neil, it took me a minute to get that, but that was actually a good one. That's like
a really good one.
Yeah, I know. You probably like that too. Yeah, Dipset. There we go, Alvin. He knows exactly what I'm talking about. Oh, baby. Neil's jamming up a storm. I love it. All right, what do we got, Adair? Adair, do we take this 172 long here on Apple, or what are we doing over here?
Can I look at this? I can't tell. This is another one where I can't tell if it's a rhetorical, but I'd like to get involved. 172 long. Ooh, okay. So here's my thing. We are kind of coming into that earlier area that we had a little bit of resistance. So that could be an interesting look for Apple for 172. Where would the stop be for this?
172 break.
Okay. So yeah, that makes sense then. I like this. And then I think you could, if you want, you could take some beak waters here at 172.40. Because 172.40 was a little bit of an area.
Exactly.
Yeah, I like this. And then you go 172.65, and then you save a piece for the trade at 173.
Why not? What is life without whimsy? Let's get long here. We're gonna put a line in the sand at 172. We'll tell you how we do. What are you looking at?
Yeah, that's the. What I'm looking at is a little bit of some rough trades, but I'm also proud of myself for where I exited, and I think sometimes that matters. This Tesla, even as we had that sell-off, Tesla for a while was still holding that 178.40 like a glove, and that was an area we had a little bit of support and resistance earlier. I said, don't mind if I do, and then Tesla fell. I got out right when we got into that earlier area there, that 178.17. So I have no regrets, honestly. I'm happy with this trade. Also, you and I were in the futures at the same time, but we were involved in different futures. You were in the net NQ, and I was in the SPY. I think we got out at the exact moment. Another case where I'm happy with where I got out here, because we got out near where we had that earlier kind of resistance, that support that I thought, you know, if we can't hold this, we're gonna have to go here at that 510.40. 510.50. We didn't hold it. We only lost about 17 pennies here. I'm very much down in the day. I want to make that very clear. We're up on Tesla, up on Novo Nordisk, surprisingly flat on Nvidia despite that really rough trade earlier. But yeah, really just trying to see what the market has. It's always hard in these days where we kind of fall off later in the day, because I like my ranges, and the ranges sometimes like to wave goodbye. But that's all right. That's what we're doing here trading. We're learning, we're growing, and we're trying to get better one step at a time. And we have some dollar club trades for Sean. AMD are still the 212 or 202, 201, 14. Oh, $200.50 short for Sean AMD. Ooh, $1 in
$1 in the money, baby.
Nice look there. Yeah, this is just the SPY. There's something I wanted to pull up. Novo Nordisk actually looking kind of interesting here. That's going to be like a habit for me to break, saying that Novo Nordisk. Now that I've heard Novo Nordisk, which I think might be more correct. But yeah, this one's kind of interesting. We had that pop here off that 90 EMA, pushing above VWAP. I want to kind of wait and see what we do here. If we develop a range, don't mind if I do, but I don't want to get involved too hastily because Novo Nordisk has given you opportunities in every direction. And let's look at my pal Eli Lilly as well because I haven't given her a lot of love lately. But to be fair, that's because her spread is a little bit crazy. This actually could be a nice long though. And I say that because look at all these candles we had. A little couple dojis. Now we're trying to make this pop back up here. Honestly, I'm kind of tempted to go long Lilly. What is life without whimsy? The spread's not even that bad. The spread's like 20 pennies. Eli Lilly's really trying to tempt me over here. Oh, Mahmoud saying, check the Russell for a short. I haven't looked at the Russell at all today. So let's look at my old pal, Russ. Let's see how this one's doing.
Is it rustling?
Yeah, every day I'm rustling. Okay, yeah, this is gonna be interesting. Honestly, for me, I think I see it a bit more maybe as a range long because we're kind of coming to this area that we had a little bit of resistance earlier. I honestly, though, I don't have a clear enough read on this to take it either direction. So I appreciate you calling this one out. But yeah, I think for myself, it's like not anything I have any play right now, though. I want to keep an eye on it and see where we go from here. Eddie R's comment on AMD is pretty funny here, too. AMD's going to hire a hitman to address Sean's shorting. I
gave him an LMAO there.
Yeah, Sean, AM destroyed there. AM getting Sean's destroying that one with the shorts.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, really nice look there. What name was I just looking at? Eli Lilly. I think we might have to play with fire a little bit with Miss Lilly, see how Mademoiselle's doing this fine afternoon. How goes it with Apple?
It's all right. We're like a few pennies in the money. We've got our first profit taker at 25. Definitely looking for that move back in to 40. The line in the sand is 172, so we don't have to really look for areas to get out. That's going to be the line in the sand. There's clearly a hidden seller at 25. This is like the fourth time we've moved up into 25 and haven't been able to cross on the 1 minute. So let's see if we can get back up there and actually cross this time. Kind of a peculiar area to have resistance, but there's been 1, 2, 3, 4 now touches at that level on the 1 minute look that we haven't been able to break that 172 and a quarter on AAPL, but if we get up above 172 and a quarter, we'll be looking to de-risk definitely in front of that $0.50 as we do have this bottom end consolidation area with which to contend. So I mean, if support flips to resistance, we definitely need to be aware of that. So we'll be looking to de-risk. But to be honest with you, feels like way more of a scalp trade than a real bounce long here, as this bounce off that general 172 area is awfully anemic and not in the way that you would want to look for a key level of support to bounce off. So right now, not really happy with this trade, but happy with where I got in because it doesn't give me that much. So say for example, I got in at a little higher at 172.40. I would have to give it to 172 or that general area. So I'd have to give it 40 pennies worth of range. And that's not what I want, right? I want a very tight area so that I know if I'm wrong quite quickly. And I'll know if I'm wrong if it breaks below 172 and it's on its way there right now. This looked like it's going to give way, to be honest. I think Apple breaks 172 right now if I had to guess because of just how it's trading. It doesn't look like it wants to bounce off that level. We'll continue to watch, see what we get. The line in the sand is drawn, baby. The other one that we've been looking at all day is DIS. So this has been giving you some opportunities here to get in off that 112.40. A bit of a double bottom where it found support at that 112.40 general area. Now coming back up into 60s. The high of the day is either 69 or 70 or thereabouts right there. That's the crest. So we're on our way, looks like, to that high of day. Again, it's been higher highs and higher lows. The volume is a little light on Disney, though, if I can say so. I mean, it's not going to be trading 15, 20 million shares like Apple or Tesla. On Disney, we've only done 1.32 million shares, which is good. It's not bad, but it's not like, that rocket type of I would say volume on the day where, you could just get in and get out at any minute. All right, so we did take some profit there on Apple through the $0.25, but I'm still a little suspicious about this name and just how it's retracing back up. I feel like the short is a lot better on this name than the long, even though we're taking it off a key level. So we'll sit and wait. We'll put more orders on the other side of 30s. We'll sit at 35s. We sat at 25, so we'll sit at 35s over here. What's going on? Oh my goodness. All right, I got to send it to you because I just fat fingered.
Okay, yeah, no
All right,
worries.
there we go. I got it. All right, so I just added to my position. I just took it out again. This one popped in to 35s. We see if we can get up in it to 40. So I'm looking at this area over here. It's going to be that general 50, 55 area. Below that is this area over here at 31. But it looks like we're going to break through this area, at least for now. We'll see if we get that on a closing basis on Apple. Let's see if we can make it up into the $0.50 a dare.
Yeah, let's, nice trade there, getting some beak winners there, a couple chomps of the apple on the way to the upside.
I like that.
Yeah, I mean, involved in Eli Lilly, and I am proud to announce we are exactly flat on this trade. We literally were at my point of entry. Sorry, we're 1 penny in the money. Now we're 4 pennies out. But yeah, I got involved at 733.74s, looking to take some profit here at that 735 area, saving a piece for the dream before that 740, but that's kind of a bit of an ambitious dream. That's like the equivalent of my 12-hour sleep over the weekend, so who knows if we'll get that, but it's there just in case. I'll be getting out if we break below that 732. You have to give Miss Lilly some wiggle room because she does like to have a larger spread, much like NVIDIA. B, I like this area of, we had some resistance earlier, came into support, came into resistance, came into support. That 732 to me seems a little bit fertile for an opportunity to either leave if we break it or add if we hold it. So that's the look there on Mademoiselle Lily. For right now, I have no complaints. Please just punch. Also Tesla. We got that pop up in Tesla. I tried to take the long. We fell below my area of interest. I arguably didn't give it enough room, but that's okay. The long was wrong and we left. However, I'm going to be really cognizant of this because if we can't break this 179 again, look at how many rejections of 179 we had. This could be a bit of a range short for me. You take 179 to that 179.50 area, and I think maybe you use your exit point around that 179. Sorry, 179 to 178.50. Then you might want to use that 178. And when I say you, I mean me. That 178.925. Give it about 25 pennies to run. I think this could be perhaps a tasty short.
Yeah, somewhat your battery is on the fritz again. So I got to take over while you do that battery. Thank you, Ram. All right, we did get some more out on Apple there at the third of a dollar, 172.33, but down right back it goes into the $0.25 again. So we'll pack our patience, 172, line in the sand on this one. But as I look over at the future, I feel so bamboozled because I feel like we've been ranging with the VWAP as our support and 18,000 as our resistance. And that's the basis upon which I got into that futures trade, only to be wicked out here as it broke below 50. But here we go, right back up again, near 18,000. Not quite back up there yet. We're at 95s, it looked like. But look, every single time we've come into 18,000, subsequent to this 1105 print over here, this is the last time we were closing well above 18,000 when we got up into 18,020. Every single 18,000 touch has sold off. You could even make the case that this break here, well past 18,000 to 18,020, was also a fake out breakout because, well, look where the majority of the closing prints are. They're all really close to 18,000. That's number one. Number two, you spend no time above 18,000 and you reject with the viciousness, as Adira likes to say, dipping down right back in and barely holding 17.9 off that 18,000 break. So is this going to be another rinse and repeat where we make our way back up to 18 or thereabouts, and then it's kind of time for the shorts to get involved in Huadunk this market? So we're going to be packing our patience to watch to see what we get here on the future as we do that another 18,000 move. But I think it's probably time to wet some more beaks here on the Apple trade. The next trade I'm going to set up is going to be near 45s or so as we make our way back into mid 30s here on AAPL. But be honest with you, it's not the best trade. I'm not happy with it, but it's something to be in. I'm keeping my eye definitely on 18,000 again on the NQ March contract tomorrow, and going forward off tomorrow, we will be on the June contract, baby. We typically roll here on Mondays, but I was kind of caught off guard a little bit when the Katina man mentioned it. So tomorrow we will be looking at the June contract, and that presents us with whole new levels. And so when we talk about 18,000 today, we may not be talking about 18,000 tomorrow. I haven't even looked at what the levels are on the June contract. We'll talk more about that. Here we go on Apple as we come into 40s. So we'll wet our beak there. We get a partial fill. We'll see if we get that full fill as we make our way right back up into that 40 penny area again. So we hold 172 or thereabouts for now. The low of the day technically is 172.05. Here comes 50s, mid 40s printing now on AAPL, looking to go back up 1%. It's 0.98 right now. It's well below VWAP, let's be real. So this one sold off after having a decent move. It sold off big boy off that 134 and a third move that it, 174, excuse me, and a third move that it did today. Now it's well below that at 172 and just a little bit above a third. So $2 essentially off the high here. If we can make our way into VWAP, which again is at 173.10, that would be a fantastic scenario for me. That takes us all the way into up here. But I really have my doubts about the kind of strength Apple is going to have midday, especially with no catalyst. They report in April, right? Let's find out when Apple reports.
Yeah, I think so, because they reported late January last time.
Right, and the reason I'm talking randomly like that about Apple reporting is because we kept talking about June being the day or the time that we all wanted to have our eye out for that AI catalyst. Like, are they going to tell us about an AI-enabled phone that may come out in the fall? Are they going to tell us anything about their plans for AI, right? And so we were all waiting for that developer conference in June. But there is a good chance that we hear something about this during earnings. So let's go ahead and bring in the side chart over here with the earnings date, which I just lost, by the way. Let's look. Apple end of month. Okay. I don't have the earnings date right now, so I'll have to look for that later. But yeah, basically that's my thinking there, that we may hear something with respect to their AI plans coming up on their earnings day. I don't think we actually have to wait until June. Anyway, put some out there for 45, see if we can get filled. We've been knocking on the door of 40. We broke up a little bit above 40 here, Ram on AAPL, but weren't able to make it up into 45. So it's been a zigzagging, a higher highs and higher lows, but we'll pack our patience, see what we get.
Yeah, packing the patience, very important on this day. This has not been my day. Like I said, March and I have not been the best of trading buddies, but that's okay because I think I've learned a lot as well in these choppier markets, and it's basically to kind of try to trust your instincts.
The big boy, AKA the Katina man, is also long Apple at 172. Just put that out there.
Okay, Sean and Sharif there in twinning trades. I love that. Yeah,
Killer Katina, baby.
Katina.
There it goes, Killer Katina. Yeah, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Phil. I just wanted to let everybody know that Katina is trading Apple. Yeah.
You guys are both there taking bites out of the apple together, stepping into the ring. Tim cooking. Yeah, congrats. They're nice trades.
What?
I don't know.
Tim cooking. Okay, that was good. Oh, I give you that.
Appreciate that. Try to keep it interesting. You know what I mean? You want to spice it up a little bit. Although I don't want to spice it up, but like we can spice up the puns.
I get what you mean, figuratively.
Thank you. I like this Tesla short still, but we're getting close to my point of exit where I'll be violently thrown out of the Cybertruck because I said I was watching that 179.20. It did happen to have some confluence with VWAP, but I was more interested in that area because look at this area that we kind of held, interestingly, as an area of support earlier, which is going to be just above 179.20s. That was the main reason I like that area, but the VWAP was a nice, happenstance. If we break above that, I'm going to have to leave the trade. I already have a beak water set for 178.50. We got just shy of there, and then we continued to run up, unfortunately. So we're going to keep an eye on this level. No regrets, though. I have no reason to leave this trade, so I won't. Eli Lilly deciding that she'd like to be a little bit indecisive. We're continuing. Like I said, I'm watching to kind of see what we do at 732 because that was an earlier area of resistance that kind of became an area of support. So we're going to have to watch and see what we do here. We're still above that. We're about. The spread here has gotten wider. It's about 50 penny spread, but we're roughly 50 pennies on the buy side away from this. So we have some room. We're getting closer, but we're just going to stay in this trade until I have a decisive reason to leave. Tesla's still not giving me a reason to leave. NVIDIA, I'm going to be keeping my eye on as well. We might step back into this one because we are having a bit of a rejection here off VWAP. I know CompSRX was mentioning the range in this one, kind of that 867, 866 area being a bit of a top of a range now. It was the bottom of a range earlier, so I do think this could be an interesting flip from support to resistance. This is a name I have had my eye on. We had a really ill-conceived trade in this earlier, and then I tried to look at it better, look at it with more foresight, and it ended up working out here. So just going to be keeping an eye on this. There's definitely, I think, some opportunities for a 867 short, but I want to kind of wait there. and I don't want to get involved while I'm still involved in Tesla. I need to wait for that decisive Tesla move to kind of die down. I believe it was Damian Oliveris earlier mentioning Microsoft. I haven't really looked at Microsoft today here, although I was looking at my side chart. And this is an interesting one. We have higher lows. The highs are a little bit more confused. We kind of come into this double top here of the 404.40. Then we move down here into 403.80. Then we come back into 404.20. So a little bit, the highs are a little bit less consistent, but higher lows for sure. I think this is certainly, we have some consolidation and there's a nice buying opportunity. The 3-minute on this, a little bit rangier, so I might keep my eye on this. There could be some opportunities here for MSFT, but I'm not getting involved in anything until I am safely exiting the Cybertruck, because we know that Tesla likes to have a mind of her own. Kyle Burdett saying AMD and NVIDIA charts looking similar, so let's look at these. Yeah, I do kind of concur. I know I keep saying I'm going to take AMD off my side chart, but apparently I can't get away from it. AMD here, yeah, AMD, an interesting look here on the side chart. Sean, are you still short AMD? 250. Yeah, so Sean is back in the dollar club there. Money for that AMD short.
Now it's $200.19.
Oh, sorry, $200.19. So 50-cent club, still a club. We're still partying there with AMD. Congrats to Sean. Shout out to Sean for that short. That was so many SH sounds all together. But yeah, AMD and then NVIDIA. Yeah, I see what you mean, Kyle Burdett. The shapes there are very similar. You have that peak, then you kind of have these, a bit of a range, and the range goes lower. Yeah, thank you for pointing that out. It's a very similar look. This NVIDIA gives you about $3 of range here. I might have to take a look at that because it looks like the Cybertruck does not want me to be part of it anymore. Lily's falling down. Time to look for some new trades. You know, we talk about rotation in the markets. It might be rotation in my range trades right now. So good to look at. Paul saying, NVIDIA is the latest company to be sued over allegedly using copyrighted works and training artificial intelligence systems. Yes, that's in the watch list this morning with regards to that Nemo model that's apparently being trained with some novelist works. So, yeah, thank you for reminding me of that.
They're training their own LLM?
Yeah, apparently the Nemo.
Interesting, because they weren't doing that. They were just providing the hardware for the training. I didn't know they were doing that.
As far as I'm aware, I'm trying to find what's happening with the Nemo. But
yeah, I definitely want to find out what's going on there. Yeah, I definitely have to have a read through that because that's super interesting. Yeah, here it is. Complies with copyright author's complaint. NVIDIA said its Nemo artificial intelligence platform was created in full compliance with copyright law after a group of authors filed a class action. So basically, I don't really care about that. I just didn't know that they were training their own LLM. Super interesting there because we've heard, you know, ChatGPT, Google, everybody getting complaints from the Wall Street Journal, the New York Times, etc., about, you know, using all their information to train their language models, and there's been back and forth between those companies, but I didn't know that NVIDIA was included in that as well. So interesting. All right. So we did get some profit takers before that moved down on Apple at 45. So I was able to get a little bit more profit here. I still have my other profit taker sitting on the other side of 50. So if we're able to break 50 on a closing basis and come into 55, then I'll print on that. Otherwise, it's looking awfully anemic, like a dead cat bounce right now. I got to tell you the truth here on Apple, spurred a lot by that topping tail candle that we put in at 18,000. Yet another move into 18,000. This one a bit more aggressive than the previous ones to catch everybody offside who had their stops maybe in the mid 18,000, mid single digit 18,000s or thereabouts, comes into that 200 period on the 5 minute, and then right back down below 18,000 we go. We're printed in the 70s, 80s right now. So it's been a very rangy day on the futures with typically 19,000 at its most, 17,009 at its most extreme and 18,000 at its, say that again, Katina man? On AMD. AMD, yet another Dollar Club winner for the Katina men on AMD, as that one, forget about 200. Now this one's on its way down to 199, 4%. I still think it looks better than Intel though, even though Intel's up 1.6 on the day. I take AMD over Intel.
I know you're not a big Intel fan, are you?
Well, you know, it's not really my call. It's up to the stock. If it wants to make me a fan, it'll do better. But clearly, it's decided that it wants to be part of the mediocre club.
Oh.
I'm just teasing my friend Neil. He knows that. What are you looking at there, Dara?
Yeah, what I'm looking at is, oops, you know what I mean? We were involved in this. That's not really an answer, but it also kind of is. We were involved in this NVIDIA long here off the bottom of that range because we were holding that range really nicely. We held. I watched it hold. We got in. It kind of held. Then it was like, you know what, Adara? Fell to the downside. That's okay. We got out. We got out. Dignity semi-intact. We got out. No, I'm joking. It's all good. Yeah, we're back to negative on this name, unfortunately. Eli Lilly still working. I have no reason to leave. Like I said, we've been having these really nice little bounces off that 732 area I was watching. So we're going to stay in this for the time being. What I'd really like, though, is us reclaiming back that 733, then moving into that 733.50. I would be pleased as punch if we can do that. But yeah, not a lot of green trades for me. I'm going to be really honest. My timing on this has just been really rough. But trying to grow, trying to learn, and trying to get better here as well. Jimbo Slice saying Intel is the Dallas Cowboys of chip stocks. Whew.
I want to see Neil defend this, right? Like, no, the Cowboys are really good. Right? Come on,
Or
Neil.
you have to defend the Cowboys by saying
Amen. I'm not the one that's championing Intel, so I'm not going to see anything about anything at the moment. Jimbo's like, all right, okay. We see you, Jimbo. We see you. We did make a move back up Adara here on AAPL after giving me a bit of a pseudo heart attack there. And here we go right back into that $0.50 off that $0.25 dip. So another dead cat bounce here. Are we gonna block up again at the $0.50? We definitely couldn't break through the $0.50 last time around. I'm watching this time to see if we do. Maybe take a little bit more out at 45 is what I did last time. But I feel like we might have a better shot of breaking and holding above the $0.50 owing to this higher low that we put in here at $0.25. So we'll keep watching. It's the only trade I'm in at the moment, but yeah, we'll continue to watch. Jimbo Slice, people only know the name because they have been around forever. But as far as what have you done for me lately? Look, whoa. Apple. What's going on? Something's going on here, guys. Apple's absolutely flying up. Something's going on with Apple here. I have no idea what. It just popped up big through that once. Hey, something's cooking, says the Chilean Nightmare. Here comes 173. We'll take out, say it again? Tim is cooking. I should kind of be a little bit more present to that because, well, you know, it's Tim Cook. Apple's absolutely flying up here. What is going on? Apple pumping through 173.25. I see a print there as high as 173.44. This is a big move up for Apple here. Let's see what we get here, Adara. I have no idea what to account for this, but big move up for Apple.
Yeah, congrats to you. I mean, I know you went from your pseudo heart attack to like this wonderful move to the upside. Maybe having a heart attack from excitement there.
Oh yeah,
that's an awesome look. Congrats.
I like it.
That's a beautiful trade. I wish I had a beautiful trade to speak of to bring you here. We're still in Eli Lilly. We're still chilly in Eli Lilly, and now we're not because we broke below that 732 area. So. Alas, I have to probably make my exit. I'm going to wait and see what we do here because we're still actually above it on the sell side. So I'm going to watch. I'm going to be a little bit more patient, which is not a trait I'm known for, admittedly. That was a big thing. You know, Sharif asked me when I first started, would you say you're patient? And I said, not in the short term. And that's definitely impacted my trading, sometimes for better and sometimes for worse. I would say it's helped my scalping. I would not say that it's helped in terms of kind of staying in moves here, but we are breaking below here, so I'm going to have to say au revoir, and we're going to have to say adieu to Mademoiselle Lily. I'm going to keep it French. There we go. Bye, Lily. We'll see if this should get Philly, so we're going to have to wait and see. Yeah, this spread here, like, pardon? Oh, never mind. Sorry, I was really confused there. But yeah, that's all good. We're going to have to see if we get filled here in Lily because we should have there. But that's okay. Also, I want to say a quick shout out to our lovely sponsors at Benzinga. This is where I went to look for that Apple move, although I haven't seen anything to explain that wonderful move up beyond.
Oh, yeah. Are you
Sharif's
seeing anything?
Move the market. Who knows? But yeah, I'm looking here.
Here it is. Apple is testing new AI-powered tool for optimizing App Store ad campaigns. I mean, we heard about some meta stuff with respect to them using AI to kind of circumvent the advertising blocks that Apple had put on them. Remember, they used to use a lot of the tracking feature on your phone, and then apparently they switched to an AI-based model, and it's been quite successful for them, so maybe this is good. Not the AI news that we're looking for, and even not the AI news specific to the App Store, because Dan Ives was on, I believe, a few weeks ago on another network, and he was making the case that there could actually be an Apple AI App Store. So an entire app store dedicated to AI, or some subset of the app store that would be exclusively for AI-powered apps. We haven't seen anything like that. Typically we don't get these announcements from Apple. We just sort of hear the news. So anyway, I'm out of Apple at the moment. The top print that I got there was 173.10, and now it's doing the dance here, 172 3/4. Whether this was a short off the top or not doesn't really make a difference, because the fact of the matter is we were long down here at 172. So even if you caught that 173, I'm happy for you guys. I'm happy for you. I mean, you see sometimes Neil and Sean take completely counter trades. One's long, one's short. Somehow they both end up printing. And that's kind of like a perfect example of that. You catch that big boy move up. Someone who's already in it catches the big boy move up, and that's kind of the look there. So we're seeing what we get on Apple. It's not the Apple headline that I think we're all waiting for, though, and it's not like they had issues where they were, I mean, Meta had to go to an AI-powered ad model because they couldn't track you anymore, but Apple can. I mean, that's the thing. So why would you want to switch to the AI model? But anyway, we'll see what they get. I don't know too much about digital advertising, so I think I'm punching out of my weight class here. We'll see how this is digested by the market in the next couple of days, maybe even sooner than that. It's up off that news, though, so we'll see.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, thank you for Neil as well putting that one in the chat earlier too. So thank you so much to everybody in the chat putting this one out there. Yeah, I think that really, someone here was saying nothing burger. Yeah, Tobias Hernandez saying nothing burger emoji. Yeah, I think in terms of the AI story for Apple, potentially. But yeah, congrats to you on that awesome trade there. Got a nice little move to the upside.
Well, I wouldn't be so quick to call it a nothing burger. I mean, are we really all that well versed in Apple and digital ad sales to know exactly if something's going to be a nothing burger or not, right? But yeah, we'll see. We'll see.
I appreciate
time
that
will tell.
perspective,
Time will tell. Yeah.
That's a good point. Yeah, because I mean, that's the thing too, right? Is that especially because there's all these other digital ad and AI stories happening too, right? I think that could make it even better point. So thank you for that.
And they didn't do that well yesterday in the Oscars, by the way, too. So
they didn't.
No, they didn't, right? Like none of their movies did well. It was Netflix that kind of stood out really from the bunch, right? From the streamers.
Well, yeah, of the streamers, Netflix, but yeah, because Disney, the one big chance there would have been.
Studio A24 was the killer apparently.
Yeah, A24 is always killing it. But yeah, Disney, there was one I was thinking about. Apple. We were talking about Apple. Apple had Killers of the Flower Moon, and that did not. Unfortunately, I thought that was what I thought was going to win, but Killers of the Flower Moon, that was their big shot for Apple.
Yeah.
That was their big, Apple actually did have a Best Picture winner a couple of years ago in Coda.
Yeah.
So they have one, but that honestly, I think, probably a worse movie than Killers of the Flower Moon, if I'm being honest.
I haven't watched either.
Yeah, Coda was not my fave, but I have to say, regardless, the point I'm trying to make is Apple definitely, I think, getting stronger as a studio, even though they lost that Oscar. That's my take on that, because I think in terms of, you had Martin Scorsese helming Killers of the Flower Moon, which is a much better pedigree. So I have to say, that's my take on that.
Yeah, that's really
as someone who's interested in film, take that for what it's worth, but I do think that Apple should not be so discouraged that it lost the Oscar. Because they did take the win in terms of the movie had a lot of nominations, a lot of pedigree. Fabian, who I trust as a source on this, is nodding. So thank you there for the support there from Fabian.
The Chilean Nightmare, baby, killing it on the ones and twos. And may I point out, not that hesitant to put the camera, unlike somebody else. Goes by the name
You're
of
always looking for ways to shade.
Yeah, I heard her voice. There she is. Goes by the name of Ram. And your post with Ram for International Women's Day got a lot of love, by the way. Yeah, people were like, Ram, oh my God, we can actually see what she looks like. So that was awesome. I really
we're all Ram fans. I put Ram chart in the comments there, which I know you immediately liked.
Of course.
That. But yeah, no, I thought that was pretty amusing. Also, yeah, I do want to take a quick moment here to thank Benzinga, which now, as you can see, has the story here. Apple's begun testing an AI-powered ad product, but also we are brought to you by Benzinga Pro, and you can test them out. You can sign up today for 50% off their premier news and research platform for retail traders. All you have to do is use code TTV, capital letters, that is TTV, capital letters. Use the link in the description to go to checkout. I find them to be really helpful. Shrif's always saying I always have mine open. I really do. I am very interested indeed in what is going on in Benzinga because I do find there's a lot of helpful news there. Also, Eli Lilly, come on now, girl. You're starting to form a new range without me. That's okay. I got out. We broke below my area. Please, this punch. Sometimes I actually think that that getting you can be proud of a trade even if you got out where it failed, and that's something I've learned a lot from.
100%.
Right? Yeah, that's something I've learned a lot from being here as well. Because I used to think just because a trade didn't work out that oh my god, it's like some huge failure in my part. That's not the case. And one thing that Neil said that really stuck out to me is your losing trades should be boring, and that's exactly what happened here for Eli Lilly. I have nothing to report other than I lost out.
Oh wow, that's actually a really good saying. Yeah, because then if it's exciting, then you probably got rinsed.
That's
you know
true.
what I mean? Like, if it came back down aggressively, it's probably not a good thing. But yeah, look, you hear the big kahunas trying to troll me all the time for my plug trade, for the Li Auto trade. But the fact of the matter is, those were really small losing trades, right? And I think that's why they troll me for it, because I got out for small losing trades. Because when you look at where they went subsequent to that, they went really a lot lower, right?
Especially Plug.
Plug, especially. Not so much Lee. I mean, I didn't mean really Lee in that context, but Plug absolutely got destroyed. UNG as well, by the way, Nat Gas. And I think really the whole idea here is to take a smallest bath you can on your losers, right? I mean, the whole point of why I'm trying to say that is because that could be a really good trade. Getting out of a loser could be one of the best trades you made. I mean, you got to preserve your capital. Otherwise, you're not going to have anything with which to trade, with which to invest, right? So some of your best trades can be actually losers because you saved yourself from more pain, I would say, right? And I think that's why, I get trolled sometimes for that, but it's all good. It's the way around here.
It's good to learn from, too. Yeah.
Yeah. So Apple all the way right back down, baby. So we were printing at 55s, and now this is doing the dance here in the 40s. However, if you take away this, say 10-minute window, it's still putting in some higher lows over here. So initially we bottomed out at 172.05. That's technically the low on the day. And then this trough over here took us to 172.25. And now we're holding up at 172.33. So save and accept this one big, huge movement over here when we got the AI news. Apple's putting incrementally higher lows off that bottom. So if you were getting long on this name for the 172 hold, which is why I got long on this name, which is why the Katina got long, the Katina man got long on this name, you only benefited from this interim bamboozlement over here through the break of 173 and into almost 173.5. But right back we go to the actual trade, which was holding 172 and looking for higher highs and higher lows. Right back we go again. So we'll see if we can break and hold above 55. Now we're at the door of 55. Yet again, that's where we got the initial profit taker there on that big move up on AAPL. We're not getting anything great on the future, and that's precipitating into dull movements as well on the Mag 7, right? Let's be real about it. The future has been very sideways. For the most of the day, it's been 17.9.5 to 18,000 or thereabouts, and then right back down. There have been the odd time when we dipped into actually 17,900, not the the 50-point level, excuse me. And but for the most part, it's been off those two levels, and that's kind of kept the Mag 7 sideways. So we'll continue to watch. So let's see what Disney's doing. Okay, Disney is the one that I definitely missed out on today. This has been the trade that kept on giving you, irrespective of where you got in. I mean, you could have gotten it at highs at that 112.55 and still been in the money now, because now we're knocking on the door of 112.80. And so we were looking initially to say, okay, well, we're probably going to hold up at this 112.50 area owing to what the level was on March 5th. Well, that March 5th level means nothing at this moment here because we've broken been well above that. And it looks like we're on our way to lucky number 13. 112.13 we could see on the day if we continue to pump up in this manner. 2 1/5%. We're at day's highs right now. Great look here on Disney. And this is the one that I didn't punch in to because I didn't really have a good area to punch in at. And if you use price action resistance levels and support levels, it didn't really give you anything price action wise. It didn't retrace into a key area of support or reject off a key area of resistance. I mean, it's been kind of holding these moving averages. I would say it's holding the 50 on the 1 minute like a glove. You have initial touch here, another one here, another one over here, and then one over here, and then maybe even a close one over here. It hasn't broken through the 50, so I guess that was the play on the day. Easy to see after the fact, obviously. We'll continue to watch, see whether this one gives us more opportunities to try to bamboozle a trade into DIS. But 2 1/4 now, man, as I've been talking. Disney having a fantastic day. Let's see what people are up to in the chat. Jimbo Slice, Tony Pollard to the Titans on a 3-year, $24 million deal. Good for him, man. I mean, running backs need to get paid. Their tenure in the NFL is so short. They're asked.
Maybe now he can win a ring.
The Katina, man. Bro, you guys didn't win last year either. You did well for the expectations, but you didn't win the Holy Grail. So it was a failing season for the Packers as it was for the Cowboys.
Our over-under
It
was
is.
7 wins.
So what? So what? Did you get any more money for those wins?
Yes.
All right, fine. The Katina man was trolling me. He's like, maybe now Tony can actually get a ring.
Dallas is my second favorite team, bro.
Do you really believe that? I didn't know. No, that's not true. That's not true. Mahmoud, getting out of losers. Sharif, always best to have a firm stop and not a mental stop. I have a mental stop always invites your emotions in. I kind of agree with you there, Mahmoud, because at times when I've put in a mental stop at a key level, I'm like, oh, let me give it another 5 cents. Oh, let me give it another 10 cents. Oh, I see a better support level over here. And you know what ends up happening? It dips like another 30, 40 cents below that level. So I definitely agree with you, Mahmoud, on that. Absolutely bang on. With that, yeah, go Pack, go. All right, yeah, whatever, bro. Nice comment, Sharif. Oh, thank you.
I think it's when you're talking about Disney.
Oh, yeah. What else we got over here? Mr. Memes took a short on what? Tell us. NFLX short, says Jameson. So everything's short right now, but the market kind of curling back up. Oh, let's flip back to Apple. Okay. So Apple making its ways right back up. So we were talking about this one holding that higher low at 172 1/3. Now it's right back up, knock on the door of 173 yet again. Not quite right back up there, but we'll see if we can make our way up to VWAP. VWAP is a little bit higher than 173. It's around 173.10, 173.08. The best fill we have is right at VWAP so far, which is at 173.10. We shall see what we get. Samita says, agreed, mental stops don't work with me too. Look, I mean, I'm not going to say it's a hard and fast rule. I've used mental stops before and gotten out at the right price, but I think it invites a little bit more flexibility, and sometimes you may not want that flexibility, right? You want that line to sanded arrow.
Yeah, I think for me, I find with mental stops, I think it's because part of it is because I am a little bit too line in the sand sometimes. So sometimes I find having the mental stop is a little bit more helpful because it lets me reassess. I still am committed to the level, but it gives me a moment like, hey, is this doing what you thought it would do at this level? And then you kind of get out, right? So sometimes, I mean, I'm not going to say it's 100% perfect. I also have found issues sometimes. I remember one time I was in a Tesla trade, and that thing went $2 against me because for whatever reason, my stop was giving me issues. So yeah, I think sometimes the mental stop is helpful to have as well because I thought I was in cruise control. I was like, oh, my stop set, and the stop just, I got run for whatever reason, right? So yeah, I think I totally understand though, for sure. I just think it's definitely different trains of thought depending on your or I guess schools of thought, depending on your style of trading. Also, I have, we were just talking about Disney and Netflix. Let's talk about some of these other streaming names. I know someone was mentioning Warner Brothers Long working all day, so I apologize, don't remember who this was, but congrats to you. What a nice look here in Warner Brothers. Now we're seeing a nice little chop and churn here around 922 to 924. This can give you some good opportunities. I have to say it's a nice look here. Nice couple of bounces off VWAP, then we start bouncing off the 9 EMA. Were there catalysts on this move? Let's see. Not seeing anything, but box office smash for Dune 2, but that was back last week. So yeah, I think nice little move here for Warner Brothers. Definitely everyone has movies on the mind.
Yeah.
After those Oscars and after the Dune 2 situation. Paramount also looking really strong. I love these 2 5-minute candles here. 11.58 selling into 11.54, showing, hey, sellers aren't getting one out here. No siree, Bob. Buyers continuing to move back up here into that 11.62. Nice move here. We are at highs of days for both Paramount and Warner Brothers. They're saying, oh yeah, Disney, you're doing well, but like, hold my movie ticket.
Right.
Hold my ticket stop. Let's continue moving to the upside. Hold my projection reel. I don't know. Nice move up here, though, for Paramount. Yeah, the Hayes record saying, I agree with this too. Hard stops are disciplinary, hence necessary. Yeah, I agree. And that's something I am trying to work a little bit towards. I think it's because I've had some technical issues with mine that I am a little bit more wary, but it's something I need to get a little bit more used to. I cannot believe we only have a minute and a half left. The time has flown.
And look at what John said. I mean, this is kind of gives you an idea that everybody just has their own thing, right? He says, I'm long discipline. I'm also long mental stops because they stop you out of good opportunities sometimes. You're right. I mean, you know, when you put in that definite line in the sand on, you know, a small cap gapper that may not respect these even dollar levels, and then, you know, you're 1 or 2 pennies too high. Right? So I totally feel you, but having a wishy-washy rule just invites, I think, it's going to invite trouble because, you know, you use a hard stop on one occasion, a mental stop on another, and you end up using it at the wrong time. You end up using the mental stop at the wrong time. You end up getting rinsed. So I would say choose one or the other, but, you know, stick to it. Anyway, a minute left on the show. Adair, what do you got?
I feel like this time has flown by. Yeah, I have to say, very few positive trades. We are positive Tesla, Novo Nordisk, and that is it. But that's okay, because I feel like we did do some learning. I need to be a little bit scalpier, and I think especially with that first failed NVIDIA trade, and I'm just going to kind of show what I mean here. I looked at it at the 3-minute. I thought I had some opportunities. Clearly, if you look at it at the 5-minute, I basically went long at the top of the range. So that was a mistake. But then I tried to right it the second time around, right? So I think learning from mistakes, taking advantage of every new opportunity is, I think, really important. Mr. Meme saying it's all mental. Yeah, I think a lot of trading is mental, and that's the biggest part that I'm learning. It is 2 o'clock, though. So we will see you tomorrow for some more volatility in the market. Same bad time, same bad channel. For now, Brendan's at the big desk.
Yeah, busy afternoon here. I was just looking at a couple of notes that came out over lunchtime, one including some comments from former President Trump on TikTok. It was actually this morning, but just noticing Meta trying to get back to the upside here through 486 once again. We've been stuck in this really, really tight range, but heavy selling out of the gate here this morning on Meta on those comments suggesting maybe a refreshed Trump administration would not be as negative on TikTok in the U.S., saying that some kids, quote unquote, might go crazy without TikTok. So Sharif knows how that feels. LLY under pressure here. Pretty big move downside, 4.1% for Lilly today. Huge move down along with Meta leading the way. Under pressure as well, AMD 4%, as everyone's well aware. NVIDIA, AVGO. Intel, the only one kind of standing out here, looking pretty good. 1.4% higher. QCOM's back to positive as well. Nice day for Google. Nice day for Apple. Microsoft lagging ever so slightly. Yeah, there's Eli Lilly, 4%. Not many levels hanging on here for Lilly back to the downside today. Much needed pullback possibly ahead of what is to come tomorrow morning. Remember, the next reading on inflation set for 8:30 tomorrow. We'll bring that to you live. Make sure you're with us at 8:30. We get the gap to the downside here. This is the S&P, obviously, the SPY. Get the gap to the downside here. We have a green candle right now, so we are trying to get back to where we ended the day on Friday ahead of that. Still, lots of people talking about crypto and some of the crypto-related stocks, although they have bounced. Pretty heavy selling out of the gate this morning, including on Coinbase. We can kick things off with those as we were discussing this 72,000 that comes and goes for Bitcoin. Michael Saylor was on CNBC talking up MicroStrategy as well. What a couple of months it's been for MSTR. If you just go back to, what is this, February 7th, 2024, this thing was $500, 1,600 comes and goes in a month and a half, guys. Pretty impressive for MicroStrategy.
Yeah,
A little bit.
yeah. I wish we were long that one. That's for sure. But Bitcoin continues.
It's the same thing. You already long Bitcoin, so it's like it's the same thing.
Well,
it's not the same thing, but I mean, you have exposure. That's it.
That was the whole thing about how much more it's going up than Bitcoin. The only trade that I had today that was on anything Bitcoin related, we got stopped out as soon as the market opened up, basically. Bitcoin, we're trying to hold 72. It didn't. We got out, but turns out to have been the wrong move as Bitcoin right now and IBIT starting to hover near the top. It's all good. I mean, we didn't take a big position here. I feel like in the middle of the day, much more comfortable trading this. Has nothing to do, again, with IBIT versus Bitcoin. Bitcoin trades 24 hours. Just, you can see right at the open, a lot of volume spikes here, and we haven't really had any in the middle of the day. So let's wait to see if we continue to love this level or not. Coinbase, like Bitcoin's on the bottom there, so you can see it all the time. And welcome, everybody. I'm going to get into the chat. I'm not in there yet. We got a nice little winner. We have $1 right now on Boeing. We have $2 on AMD, and we have 50 cents on Apple, 3 positions. Coinbase, I really want to short up here, man. 270, 272. So we're going to wait to see if Coinbase gives us that opportunity as well. The pre-market bottom, something like that for coin, up 5%. And if Bitcoin goes for another run, tries to take out 73, we will for sure get short in and around here. And I'll take that trade. I feel like there's a good risk to reward here against 272 in case that pops in.
Guess what stock is back at $22? Well, I just gave it away because we're talking crypto.
Yeah.
But it's Mara. I mean, with everything else, it was gapped up when Bitcoin was making that all-time high and right back in, and this is a 3-minute chart, but if you pull up the daily chart, you can see what's been going on at this price. Support down here. It's got 2140, I think 2130 something might be the actual bottom when you check in. No, check that. It's like 2142. But this has been pretty much the bounce zone. You just looked like you were breaking back out and immediately retesting support. I don't know that I might want to short this one instead, as opposed to anything else. The miners have not been as strong. If we do fail that top again on Bitcoin, maybe it's Mara 22.5 in here this afternoon. And at some point, what happens if it takes out this bottom? I don't know if it'll happen now, but if it takes out 2140, it'll flat bottom break action. I think can be in play. The only thing I'm in right now is Palantir. That was somewhat of a flat bottom break, but I kind of like Mara here. I think I might try to short pops in Mara if I see a failure at the high of the day on BTC. Now, this morning we were talking about Coinbase, but that was before Mara sank 6%.
Wow. Just reading about NVIDIA. As you were. We're just reading about NVIDIA here. Back, it was higher. We're back basically flat on the session after the gap to the downside. This is kind of interesting. $1 spent on NVIDIA GPUs could result in up to $12 in additional tech spending across the board.
That's crazy.
That's crazy. We're still down here, but it could have been worse today.
Well, that's how Supermicro makes their money, right? So they service your entire data center, and they go and they set things up for you. They provide tech support. So yeah, I can completely see that. We had Cantor Fitzgerald today boost their price target on NVIDIA, Brendo, from 900 to 1200, maintaining it outperform, basically saying that they see huge upside going into this year, as they call this a super cycle.
It makes more sense now. I just saw who wrote this. Dan Ives.
Got it. Makes sense.
He's a bit of a bull, if anyone was wondering about tech in general.
Well, he also came out I think it was this weekend, saying there is no AI bubble.
I just shorted. So.
That's what a tech bull is going to say, let's be real. But look, NVIDIA down 1%, but there was a moment this felt like it was going for one of those screams to the upside, and it's a different NVIDIA right now. Because I'll tell you, it flashed the bottom and then broke out the top. And when this has happened, usually you're getting explosive movement. I had a couple longs. They were good, but they were only scalp trades. And now you're right back into weakness on NVIDIA. So I think this could be an afternoon to short the pops underneath 875. Looks like a bit of a level here. But there's one chip name that we didn't talk about this morning, and it's the only one that is at and through its low of the day. And that's Micron. It's down 4%. It broke the low of the day as the market is teetering in a range. So I kind of we always talk about relative strength and weakness. Why is that still on NVIDIA? There we go. Micron failing the $100 level and now breaking a little bit of a flat bottom. I'm shorting every pop that we get on this name. If your market's testing the top of the range and this is breaking lows, I like its relative weakness.
Yeah, we just shorted AMD right here again at 199. We're going to get out if this breaks above 199.0s. But we just took that trade and we just got, the amount of violence that there is in some of these names is pretty crazy. Like we just got 75s, and look at this thing popping, locking, and dropping, and whatever people do these days. Nice move back down in again. Let's put another bid at 84 and see if we can get it. We were waiting to get a little more short up there near 199 teens, right near this 200. I'm surprised we didn't get it there. We're at 15. Okay, nice. Look at that. See, it's just a face slapping kind of a day. Honestly, the way these movements happen, it's 50 cents is like candy sometimes. So we'll just take 50 cents right there again and see if it does pull back in here. So AMD trying to get back down to the downside. Well, actually, we didn't take 50 cents. It went down 50 cents. We'll see if it comes back up to 199 teens and short it again. I really like that. We did not trade. We are one and done on ARM today, so that was a good trade. And well, we got short at 130, but we got out for a quarter. This was a good trade right there. We should have gone back into that well. We just got stopped out there at 130. But for right now, all we're going to focus on AMD as it's continuing to go a little bit lower. I'm bidding in the 60s now. See if we can get that nice winner, and then we'll watch for a 198 break again. Here we go. AMD, here we go, starting to go back into the downside. One more time. See if we can get a 60 fill. We like that one on AMD. We'll talk about Apple and Boeing I'm almost out of as well.
All right, let's go to some of these Chinese ADRs still holding up nicely in an otherwise kind of choppy nothing day for the overall market here. Still negative for both the NASDAQ and the S&P, 2.3% meanwhile. For Alibaba, PDD looking pretty good still. I just checked JD.com even back to the upside after a negative couple of weeks here for all of these.
Yeah, and the EV names too, Brendo. They're really strong. XPEV and NEO both up 6% Lead the lagger today up 1 and change. But overnight we got information with respect to the China CPI, which grew about 0.7% year over year. PPI was a lot stronger there, 2.7%. We also had the ending to the annual parliamentary meetings where a lot of economic stuff and market stuff is discussed. So we'll have to wait and see what China does. But good day for the ADRs today.
Yeah, definitely offsetting some of the weakness we are seeing elsewhere, guys.
We happy that Bob was holding up pretty well. I mean,
I just got out of Bob.
Relatively speaking, it gets above the 75 level. It was, if you didn't have the first move on Alibaba, you had one chance at a dip buy into 75. And then it's been holding above 75 ever since. And sometimes that's how it is with the Chinese ADRs. The volume can taper off when the money goes elsewhere. What I love about it, and I've taken a third shot at this stock in my TFSA as a swing, is you're holding the 50 period. It's been all green sales since the last bounce off $70. And if it can finally break out 78, 79, I think this one could absolutely fly. But it's been under some trouble every time it's gotten above the 75 level. I just got it. I said I was getting into Micron. Just a quick update. It popped back in, tried to get to 94s. I got 93, 92s in front of 94. It's already down in the 60s. This continues to flush. The market's kind of doing a bit of a range, but this chip name just can't seem to get out of its own way. I don't know if I see a trade this afternoon in BABA, but if it comes down to that 75, it might be worth a shot for a bounce again.
Well, we just got filled on AMD, but I don't have much else to say. That was 75 cents right there. Marvell was another one that we wrote down as a short on Friday at what, it's 82? Something like that. I mean, Marvell is getting absolutely clubbed. Again, we saw this happen to Intel when they missed. At some point, these names aren't going to miss. And I mean, I like this name back down into 67, 80 bucks, 67, $68 down here for Marvell. Another pretty sad day here for this chip name as it's getting beat up again. So, you know, we hit that on Friday, not right now. And here we go again for a downside move with AMD. So we'll just keep on watching that. And what does NVIDIA have to break? We have a wick down. Yeah, so our bottom is not right. Is this right? It did get down to 841 right there. Yeah, so that's, yeah. Remember we were talking about that? Yeah, that's right. It was $40 in the first 2 minutes and then a retracement back 35. Right, so that's a low. So we're not going to get that. Might get that today, but
Unlikely.
I can't target that as a target. So maybe it's this break right here, 857. Let's watch out. But here we go, man. She's singing to the downside right now. It's AMD, and it's really starting to hum here. So let's go. Let's see if this can get down to the downside right now with Advanced Micro Devices, the #1 name here on the sticky note today. No China. Oh, we're talking about China, duh. Okay, Alibaba only had one trade right now, and then it broke. So we waited for it to come back. I thought we had some levels here at like 72.50 or so. We got a little bit out, then it broke back down. I'm going to have to wait for 75 on Alibaba. market making this move down. Let's just wait. We're not that far away. So Alibaba will do that and wait for 75.
All right, Tesla back, well, I mean, it's trying to hold here, but back higher on the day. We did bounce off that 175 again this morning. We were discussing on this Berlin node. I mean, this was kind of interesting as well. Might be time, Sharif, it might be time. One of their executives deploying full self-driving subscriptions in Canada.
Doesn't it cost? Okay, I see. So now you're not going to pay $20,000 right off the bat, Brendo. Now they're going to take that month to month. I guess that's really what they want here. Yeah,
It might be time.
Right. Look, I mean, it's good news with respect to the Gigafactory in Berlin. It's going to open up March 15th, a lot sooner than we expected. There was activist sabotage last week with respect to a power plant that was nearby. It looks like they're going to fix that earlier than expected.
Sharif in a Cybertruck.
So down.
It's happening.
So down, Brendo.
I mean, you're talking about Sharif in a Cybertruck, but I'll just say what you said in the podcast there, Brendan, because you were like all gung-ho to have a robot in your house. So you want Optimus everywhere. I'm like, you don't even know what it does or like how it works. Like, we've seen the Cybertruck. At least we know what that is, but check it out. I thought it was amusing because I don't want one of those bad. I don't want Optimus in my. I don't know. I'm not gonna be the first person in there. I've seen iRobot, and you mentioned that. Check out the pod if you want to make fun of Brendan for wanting Optimus in his house. To fold it. What did you say? Fold his laundry?
Fold his laundry. Yeah. Any. I'm pretty sure like any household chore would be fine. You know, like
That's what kids are.
wash the windows. You know, take out the garbage.
Take over the world, enslave you, and lock you into your closet. I mean,
That may happen.
There's all kinds of things that could happen with
KRE.
But something happened in KRE.
I say KRE dump, but it's not really.
Okay. Well, I traded Tesla off of one level twice, short off the 180 level, and then on the way back, I went for a bounce play. So, you can be wrong, just don't stay wrong. I liked 180 for fade, tried it in here. It did originally pop down about 50 cents in the money, but then I stopped it out the other way for that much. Tried the long off 180. This time, when it presented, the last time we gave you the 50 cent scalp that, so took it, and then it couldn't hold. I got the same level on my mind this afternoon, maybe giving it a little bit more room. If it can get back above 180 and take 180 and a half, I think this can be a long. But the futures seem to, you have to pick your spots here and find stocks that break out of ranges or have some movement. That's why I was looking at Micron because it was outside. Because look at the NQ, and we're on the M contract, by the way.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Look at the range-bound afternoon. It's been 50 points back and forth and back and forth. So if you can find something which is doing either in the range that you like or breaking into somewhere new and interesting, then I think you can get some better movement. And I think that if Tesla can get back above 180, it would definitely fit that. But yeah, Optimus, cool. The plant in Berlin, I don't know if getting that started really changes too much for the trajectory of the stock, which has been still trending down, and you have yet to truly break that trend on the daily. 150 sits at the bottom of that trend line it's been in for the last year. Hasn't really proven it can get away from this yet.
So we, look, I agree. I think Tesla's about, I want to see it get down a little lower than where we are right now in order to start to buy more aggressively in the longer term account for sure. But I still like Tesla. I think it's a good play for the future. The only name that I was going to pull this up here because we didn't really look at Tesla too much today. The only thing that we tried to focus on was Rivian at 1250. I think it's worth a shot. And I just said it's tough to go long because I was pretty bearish today. And pretty much all the money's been made. Well, now we got Apple and Boeing long. We'll talk about that in a minute. But Rivian today, I knew it was going to be a little tough because Tesla wasn't really trading the greatest. But Rivian right there at 1250, congratulations. The only person I saw in the chat that was sort of yelling about it was Renata. So good trade there, Renata, and it was down to 1250. That was the bouncing spot. Why did I like it down there? It bounced off 1250 there. So 1250 is kind of where we got going, broke higher the next day after that announcement. Then we touched 13. Then after that 13, we came all the way into 1250 again. So I kind of like that bounce, and then we got it this morning. So that's what's up with Rivian. So anyways, if it comes back down, I'm going to take it again. Let's see what happens there with Rivian at 1250.
All right, ARM, bottom of the list here today. It's actually probably going to be more exciting tomorrow, but we do get a gap to the downside today, back into the bottom end of the range here on the daily chart. But the lockup expiration comes tomorrow.
Up 70% already this year, guys. So a big move up for it on the year already. Let's be real. Less than 10% of the float is actually available for sale. There's technically over 1 billion shares outstanding. Less than 10% is made available, though, for us to trade. So can't wait to see what this does. Typically, lockup periods are really good times for volatility.
We do get a bounce, though, today anyways, guys, with the overall market here a little bit anyways. 128 coming back into play for ARM.
Yeah, it's only down 2.5%, and it did get a decent bounce. It is a flat bottom break that didn't really give you the flat bottom break because it was 131 on the daily, as you can see there, and it gapped underneath. But that should have been, if you look at it, that 131 should have been a short. Like, I got away from the plan, which was the 131 level was the first opportunity. I did want to be short, so break down to the low, we'll take, that was a loss, but then a short off the pre-market high was a win, and then came back, and I got out when it took the pre-market high. But the fail was not getting back in front of the 131. It'll happen every now and then, you get distracted. It was pretty much right when we were doing the end of the morning show. So it can happen at that time of day. You're winding things down, and maybe you don't have that chart up. But ARM, like you said, Brendan, the fireworks don't have to be tomorrow. They don't have to be the day after tomorrow. But at some point, SoftBank is going to realize profits, and when they do, this name has a long way that it could pull back. I could see this under $100 easily. I actually thought at one point this was going to pull back into the 80 range, but then it went to 150 as a high. This is back when it was at 120. I thought a pullback would be sometime in the next couple of months back into the 80s. But I'm not saying tomorrow is going to be a monster event, but there is the opportunity. So starting tomorrow, you're going to want to start looking at this every single day for signs of program selling.
Yeah. We had, our ARM was definitely on our, like what we're doing to AMD here, we just shorted again, guys, right there at 15s, and then just covered at 90s, and then just covered at 80s. What we're doing here to AMD is something on the short side, so you guys might want to look at that. And then ARM today was another, so we only have on the sticky note today 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 ideas. AMD short, ARM short. We took it the first time right off the 50-period moving average. Then it ripped up against us this was a smaller position. We always try to max it out if we get the levels that we want. So that was 128. Then it came all the way back down and got a 125. So that one right there was a $3 winner on the bear of this. Then, as Neil mentioned, right at 11 o'clock, it ripped. We got a 120, 130 short. We got 129.98, so that's how good it was. And then we got out there at 40, actually, so 50 cents or so was slippage there, 40 cents was slippage there on ARM. But I'm with Neil on this. We think that this is going to be worth a trade for a while. So we'll continue to watch it. Come on, AMD. Again, we just shorted 15s. I know this is not ARM, but it's moving much better, in my opinion, than ARM right now. Let's see if this continues to move down. We are bidding again in the 60s for AMD. See if it goes downside. What's Coinbase doing? Let's just check Coin quickly before we go back to the desk.
Bitcoin's pulling.
Okay, Bitcoin. Oh, I thought it was going up. 72.5. Let's check the Bitcoin charts when we get back. But I know we got business to handle over there. So what's up, Brendo?
No.
All right, it's been a pretty good start to the week on the midday. We were talking volatility. What's coming up tomorrow?
Even though it was a rangy day today, Brenda, there were several names that were volatile. Tomorrow, we'll be continuing with the topic of volatility. We'll be talking about trading strategies for a volatile market. You won't want to miss that. Check that out with Adair and I tomorrow on How to Trade at 11.
I love how you're doing that.
Randy's here. Thank you, Randy.
Randy,
Oh,
what
no.
up?
Are you changing that around? Oh, no, we're going with the double.
What did you do?
Thank you for the coffee.
Oh,
Randy,
you fixed him. Oh, okay.
Still bearish.
I was wondering what was going on there. I'm like, sometimes Randy gets he gets these feelings.
Don't need a coffee, but
You don't.
sorry, what were you saying about Randy?
No, just saying sometimes he'll come by and he'll have his own opinion.
Yeah.
And I'll let him change it because it's all for good fun. I think it's more interesting if he.
I thought he was changing it.
Well, that's what I thought.
Okay, here we go. We're getting a change, but he was just straightening it out.
Maybe it's because he wants to go long Rivian at $13.
Well, to Randy's credit, he was talking about buying dips
Oh, that's
there.
true. Rivian.
Apple might be bottoming out. We
Rivian
could look
is
at an
holding
Apple
13,
bottom
but-
trade.
Apple bottom trade.
Yeah, but someone said Apple might be bottoming out.
I see what you did.
So look, we did good on Apple today. We've only been long. We've sort of been biased to the long side. And again, part of it is like we went long in our own account, so I was kind of thinking long, but I like the long. We actually wrote this down last week. As long as we're above 170, we like the long. If we're below 170, we like the short. And you can't ever trade. Me and Neil have told you stories about like trading your own book and like wanting to get to certain numbers, and it makes no difference. So we saw that headline come out about AI App Store, and like obviously that's a big move up there. I haven't heard anything about it being untrue or whatever. I think it was Business Insider quoting that. But nice move up for Apple. We didn't take anything out. We only have 20% left of it because when we bought and picked this, we were so happy when it came, or maybe even less, when it came back to the 50 period here, we just took 30, 40 cents. So we didn't even part of this. I didn't even have offers out here. That was pretty silly. I should have realistically got filled at 173, but I like that trade for Apple. Let's just keep on buying dips. I mean, I feel like the bad news might be underneath it now on Apple. The daily chart, we've already had a bounce down there. We had that nice wick day down to 167. That sort of bounced off of that. Let's see if Apple can keep the momentum higher into hopefully what is going to be their next catalyst, something like what happened today, you know. But we still wait for. Oh yeah, that's right. I was going to look that up. I thought it was sometime in June.
It's definitely in the summer. I forget. I don't know when their actual event is. But
AI
it's
event.
Definitely sometime in summer, and expected that you're going to see something
Oracle
specific to the phone. And I think that'll be huge.
Yeah.
Before, I was going to actually mention something about Oracle, but I just got out of Palantir and Micron. Quickly going to show you. Palantir was underneath this bottom break at 25.70. We're shorted down into 25.5. I reloaded it just as we were coming back on, and it stopped out. I don't think I'm done with Palantir. Either we get it short again here off 25.90 or just right back in off of that 70 level. And I want to think the same thing when it comes to Micron. This is, oh goodness. There you go. Micron just pumped through 94 even on a reload, but I still like this back into 94. It's like 94.30 is this level here. So if it gets back into that, I would still look to short. Relatively weak name. I want to stick to the shorts on it. It's just a matter of time. And I wasn't joking with when Randy came by about Rivian and 13. I mean, Rivian broke out at 13 and gave you to 13.50. It then broke back down and held 12.93, and now it's at 12.98. So I think if it can hold on to this level, it might be a good, put in a higher low, get back above 13 into VWAP. Stranger things have happened. Rivian is worth a look today. You have to remember, like Rivian is still on a tear since the event. If you look at the chart, it made a bottom, made a higher low, had the event and broke itself out. I don't see any reason if it can hold a 13 here, why you can't get back and retest the highs. If you're looking for strength, the market's down 0.3%, and it will take nothing for it to get green. It's just like one good move, and this market goes green. You're going to want some things that can run. I still think Rivian has a chance.
Yeah, that's kind of what we're a little bit, obviously a different space here, but that's the logic with holding on to this AMD as we pull back in again right now into 198. I'm just making sure that I'm bidding here 198.67s. There we are again bidding that level as we just come right back there, back down. It's too bad. I was looking at some other trades. I didn't even realize that this was. I just saw it starting to pick up steam. Could have reshorted that up there on AMD again, but you know, a little bit of a tricky trade, but we'll take 30 cents on that one as Apple starts to move around. DraftKings, is that a specific? Yeah, DraftKings with a nice little jog here. Upside for DKNG right now. Wow, $42 up, just straight up here on the minute chart, starting to go. So there goes DraftKings right now, back up to pre-market highs in and around this area. I think this is a decent short opportunity for me. Going into 42.30, but let's see how high did we get the last time? So into 40, yeah, is that 42.30? Yeah, so 42.30, okay. So I feel like this is a decent level here to go short on DraftKings, up 0.8. Some of these chip names are falling in, but the thing about it is, this has been what's working for me, and I'm about to go against it, and that is that the market rate here is just bordering on doing nothing. And I'm gonna go short up here. What if we break? But that's why we have our out. So generally speaking, if the market's going to be up, well, today it's down, then I'm going to want to look for shorting names to go short up here rather than go long. But I'm not too afraid of a 0.33 with lack of a trend right now. But DraftKings moving higher. I just see the note now, Penn. Not a big deal, but they just launched ESPN Bet in North Carolina.
Come on, raise
yeah, so you got raised up, you know. Take your shirt off, twist around your head. It's like a helicopter.
Like a helicopter?
Yeah, so shout
Not
out
that that's going to happen, but...
Shout out to PD Pablo here.
What's up.
PD Pablo and Penn.
Who am I?
Yeah, well,
Oh,
yeah,
no.
PD Pablo something, you know.
Yeah, I was gonna. Yeah, you
as
can't
we
really-
go on there,
That's the
yeah.
problem. You can't finish any of the good ones while we're on YouTube.
No, you can't. That's why we're gonna have our podcast room where we can spit hot fire throughout
You just
the
do
day,
whatever
just
you
say whatever
want.
we want, and just like, you know, go nuts.
Patrick knows what's up.
Yeah, where's Patrick? Oh, there he is. All right, so
Patrick
yeah,
has
I'm gonna find out if Patrick was.
has really, really good club stories.
Oh yeah, that guy's always in the club, eh? Okay, I'll have to ask.
Like really good. Like yeah. I mean,
Good, man.
I was surprised, but
Patrick.
we have some fun. We got to get
Be
Patrick
young
on
again. Patrick's been on a couple times.
I'm just saying he's got great stories. What else we got?
Mara Kid.
Yeah.
I don't know. Is that a nickname? The Mara Kid? Nah.
Well, speaking of Mara, because
The Mara Mafia, maybe?
Oh, what's Rob?
What's up, Rob?
Carrying a ladder.
Carrying the ladder around here, yeah.
Well, he's the Mara trader, but Mara right now as Bitcoin gets to the highs. I'm going to use IBIT because my BTC chart is having some.
Perfect, yep.
Oh, it's feeling waves today, but look at the top. So this isn't going to be. IBIT is not going to trade at a price which is easily referenceable, but the high is 41.62, so whatever that is on BTC, you're pretty much at those highs. And I said if we fade that top, I liked Mara off of consolidation, which is pretty much exactly what you're getting right in here. 24.22 is the top. Looking for a short there. Jameson saying Carvana short. No, I have not looked at Carvana today. Maybe that's a bit of a mistake. I kind of felt that was maybe not going to be there. Let's look at. I don't mind. I'll look at Carvana. I'm going to try and get that short in Mara. We do like that with BTC kind of backing off of that top. I do want Mara. Carvana's down 7.5%. Yuck.
Really? Okay.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I didn't really look at this at the open. Remember that 85 level? Yeah, that would have worked. 85, that was pretty good. 85 was where this thing broke out from on Friday. So it falling apart at that price. I don't know, maybe like back into 79.30 would look like the short to me. Yeah, like this back into here would make some sense, or into VWAP at 80. Either one of those levels actually looked pretty good there on Carvana, but you really missed the boat if you weren't short that at the open. Like if you're a bear on Carvana, then you should have been looking for that. It was actually 84.50, which was the previous 52-week high that it broke out on Friday. So that's the level right at the open. You're absolutely laughing. Good look, but unless it gets to VWAP or tests that lower high, I'm not into it. Mara we can grab right here off of that level we mentioned, risking about 15 pennies, and then any slippage that you might get, which on Mara could be a couple of shekels. You got 22 and 21.80 as the bottoms here on Mara, down 5%. Bitcoin's at the highs.
Ooh.
That's the thing with Mara the last
Bitcoin.
couple of days. Any pullback off the top, and Mara just completely falls over.
All right, I did think about shorting AMD again, so we're going to do that at these levels if we can get it. Again, in around teens, out 30s if we can get that. Take 15 to 20 cents worth of risk because we've been making that. So we'll just keep on sort of doing what we're doing and being very, very comfortable doing that. All right, Tesla's starting to go. I did want to, I steal something here from Brendo. Oh, God. So funny that my kids call Brendan Brendo now. It's hilarious.
Everyone does.
Yeah, everyone does, I guess. All right, so here it is. So I actually like to look at this now because, what is this? AI prediction for the market? Okay, good one.
What was
Just an ad, nothing.
Oh, never.
All right, so Tesla. I just like to look at this because this is the heat map of the current market. So it's like you could just find out if you want to get something in big cap tech and you're looking weak, then you're gonna, look for Meta. Something strong, you're looking for Google. So right now, as the market kind of hovers around, we talked about it doing absolutely nothing, maybe Microsoft getting ready for a move, or you just want to look to see if you can grab some, like if I'll look at Google and Meta now just to show you what I'm talking about. So what I'll do is look for some stocks, and we have different screeners and scanners. Shout out to Trade Ideas. Go there, use one of their scanners for sure. That's just a heat map for the whole market. That was that was Trading View, but Trade Ideas is what was on my mind. So just for an example, Meta, right? Meta was down today. So we're gonna look now to see what kind of trades we can find for Meta. So because it's down, maybe we'll look to short. So that's what we did early. We were shorting in there, if you guys remember, against VWAP until eventually it broke. So we were doing that live. So now we'll sort of zoom out and say, all right, now see, so I feel like I just did this live in front of everybody and kind of found a trade that I would like to take. So if Meta does pop up here and go for a little bit of a run, then I feel like shorting here 488, 489 into this 490, which has been a top, would be a decent trade. So we'll have to wait for that. So we can keep it on our radar, put it down as a trade that we're looking for. And then on the converse side, it was Google that was up today. So what I'd be looking for would be, again, something, and we've just missed it, but something like this, where you find a bottom to sort of play off of. Yeah, so right there, that would have been a trade, that's just Google. So that would have been a trade there to look at for saying, okay, Google's strong, we're above VWAP, and then there you go. Here into the 50, into the 200, and it's nothing sexy. It gives you 20 cents. But if you're just looking for something to do, as I hear people in the chat saying maybe there's a little bit of a boring market, look, I agree, but which is why I'm having the most fun here trading AMD. So, look for either stocks that are trending, which I just sort of did a little bit of a example there, or stocks that are moving with catalysts, right? So AMD is definitely has news behind it in the last couple of days. So that's chip names here with AMD.
Yeah, and I have my Halt scanner up, my High of the Day Momo scanner, just in case I see some small caps that come across the wire. Was able to just get some more out on that push to the downside. So for risking the 15 pennies up to that high, we're going to get some out when it gets to that 15 penny mark. So Mar already starting to pull back, and this is sort of what we looked at here as to why Bitcoin. This is IBIT, by the way. I'd show my black charts for that one. But anyways, IBIT gets to the highs and pulls right back in. It's just when you can't see the Bitcoin price, if you don't know this is IBIT. But that Bitcoin got to the top and pulled back. That's why we shorted Mara. Always have a reason for your trade, but sometimes if you got the future to the leading indicator, it can give you a better opportunity for those entry points. I still like this Rivian notion though. It's back above that 13 even. If you look at it from this standpoint, breaking out 13, holding, and now holding a higher low. I mean, that's 1290 down there. Looking for the long in front of 13 kind of makes some sense to me. I know it's underneath VWAP, and sometimes we're looking the other direction for a stock under VWAP, but when you zoom it out, it's a pretty key level for it to hold, and I do like the trend. So as long as it's above that 13, 13 was resistance in the afternoon on Friday. So if it's going to be a bounce spot, I tend to like this. I'm going to get some Rivian in here and give it to that 1290, see where it goes. What else we got? Neil's flat bottom break will be clean on Mara tomorrow.
There goes AMD.
Will it? This is a flat bottom break on today's level, though, on Mara. When I was talking, this is 2175. If you look at this is the big flat bottom break. I don't know if we see that today. 2140. That on the daily chart, I think that's a monster level. If this gets given up, that's a trade. I'm willing to lose on that trade. Like 2140 breaks on Mara, I think you got to have it because there's room to 19, room to 17. Yeah, like that's the one, not today's low, but it's the 2140 low that I think is the bigger trade.
We've talked about that, Mara. I think that's a good one. No matter which way you're talking about, whether or not you like the long or the short, just the fact that it moves so much and its kind of levels are pretty clean on Mara. Good trade for Mara for sure. We'll just take 60 cents on that. That's why we hit that. We'll props it up. For anybody that was just following me with AMD, shorted on VWAP, boom. Shorted it here again, boom, goes the dynamite. And it's not that we just didn't get anything out. We've averaged all these prices in now. So there it comes back in. And again, we talked about this. This is a sticky note name. Stick with the consensus way that we were thinking. The only time we lost on here is when we actually went long. That's these reds. Wow, here we go back in. Nice little move back into the downside right now for the market. Now cracking the 50-period moving average. Just getting excited because, hey, man, we have a 70-cent winner here, 45 cents on Apple, as that's kind of holding out. I may just drop this. Again, this is only 20% of this trade. I was hoping we would get maybe more clarification or something about AI and maybe it pops. Okay, Boeing was an interesting one because it was down here at the 200-period moving average, and I actually wanted to get a little bit more shares. So the first take was breaking through 192, and then it dipped down for some reason and gave me this trade at 191.80. Like, I have no idea, and then that ran into a dollar club because then it came right back up to the top and we got out there at 192.80. So again, we just played from 200 up to the top again there on Boeing. I consider this one a pretty lucky trade. You see that top? So, lucky, when you hit the keys, it's not lucky, but it's, sometimes the movement, again, with the name that was down, we just took it off this level, thought it could bounce back up to the upside. Boeing has been an absolute disgrace. We talked about them possibly taking over Spirit Airlines on that buyout. I have no idea what's happening there. The FAA is basically trying to ground, or FAA, I guess, grounding those 737s. Like one fell off the runway there. And you look, do all the research yourself.
There was another incident.
There's all these pictures I always see, so I don't want to like claim that something is what it is. But
well, there was a thing with
you can see how the stock's reacting.
A plane in
was Australia?
Sydney,
Was
Australia.
Yeah, that's the one.
There was a severe movement. I think was the way that what they called it, and 50 people were injured. But they never said what the cause was, and it happened to be a Boeing jet. And now the DOJ is into this thing with the door gate.
Yeah,
well, I don't know. I actually don't know what they call it. It's
pretty funny, actually.
Whatever it is, so it's not really looking good for them. I appreciate the super chat there, Mr. Westermeyer. However, okay, so here's the super chat. Neil doesn't /DC look like it is at support.
DC.
So I'm not 100% sure what you're referring to there, but if you let me know, I will take a look there. So I'm not entirely certain what you mean.
Dollar costing on a stock? Is that what he means?
No, but I don't.
DCA maybe that would be.
Yeah, I don't know, but like, what stock are you talking about? Because I need to know where to look. We don't mind answering questions. Just, milk futures. Milk futures.
Not talking
okay, I will.
He's not talking about milk futures.
Were you talking about? Really, we're talking about milk futures?
No, we're not. That's the whole point. I don't know how to look. I mean,
milk does the body good.
Yeah, well,
I'm not gonna. Okay.
We never looked at milk futures, Mike.
I've no ever. I mean,
you can look at them.
now that those OJ futures.
Yeah, when
that's wild.
Yeah,
you
there's problems in Florida.
You get beaks in there. Yeah. Manipulate those oil futures, and then you're good to go. But type it in. I don't know what it is.
We don't have it.
There's no way we have that in.
We do not.
Real trading doesn't have milk futures. I promise you that.
We have nat gas, we have oil, gold, silver.
Give me what to call up on like
currencies.
TradingView. But milk futures. Are is milk moving? Like,
probably.
Is that a thing?
Yeah, probably. Thing is, beef was getting really expensive.
That I know.
Yeah, maybe there is something. I could see. I mean, if we just talk through it, I think logically, weather factors, I guess, would be if there's major weather factors that could affect.
Darwin, just sure you guys are real prop floor. Yeah, because we don't have milk futures. No, I actually mean
we have
laughing about
We have
it.
almond milk futures, though, so don't worry about that.
Oh, you guys and your almond milk.
We have almond milk
Coffee
futures.
black, that's what I'm talking about. But
this coffee today is not good again.
I'm going to grab a tea in a second.
I might go. I
need something warm. I felt cold all day.
XBI is tanking. You know what? I'm going to talk.
Someone mentioned something.
There's a few things I want to talk to Michael Noss about today. One of them. Let me know what you want me to ask Michael Noss. There was one stock that Brendan
is tanking.
That Brendan and I was going to say maybe it's Moderna because Moderna is a part of that, right? So Moderna had a big move up today, or recently, yeah, still up 10. Okay, so it has nothing to do with that.
Hey, I'm back in the money.
There was a stock. People asked about Roku. Not that it matters, but Roku. There was some kind of a hack into. I'm only laughing because it was made the move down and then just ripped right back up. So I did hear something. I saw something on Benzinga, some kind of a hack into Roku systems. Obviously corrected itself immediately and went right back up to the upside. So those of you asking about Roku, there was a stock. Somebody if there's anything you want me to ask Michael Noss, anyways, for tonight's recap here, I'll hit the thing. We do have Michael Noss coming on, and there was. Oh, I know what it was.
No, it was SMCI.
No. Well. I'll ask him about that.
Yeah,
it was going to be ARM because I actually wanted to ask him tomorrow, what he's thinking here on the daily, because he's not really a macro guy. So let's just find out. I mean, I could tell you he's going to say there's support probably down here at 115. I just want to see tomorrow if and when we do find out about SoftBank and then they just say in your face to everybody because of how ARM has appreciated so much and they want to get one over based on WeWork because they took it on the chin for that. Let's see what happens tomorrow with ARM. I'm going to ask Michael Noss a little bit about ARM. And then, MSTR, all SMCI, all of them continue to go. Did NEO in the 6th? Yeah, so, wow, another one. Remember we talked about this earlier in the day. I said, earlier this morning, wow, okay. I didn't even see this. I don't know why no one screamed this at us. But we were talking a little bit about NEO earlier. As by the way, Apple's starting to go back up to the upside right now. Good job on NEO, by the way, anybody that's in that. Here goes Apple. It's starting to jog a bit here. Back into this level, so the net's starting to go up a little bit. So we see that. Nice move up here for Apple. Bought that dip there. starting to go into 80s. Good move up here for AAPL. We do have Daniel Shea coming on as well. So all about options. We'll hear some talk there as well. Her and Brenda will go back and forth about a few things. But right now, Apple trying to get back to view up. I'm holding this trade. Tomorrow I'll find some areas to put Apple on the sticky note, but we want to get long Apple as much as we can. I'm happy with the story. What's up to T-Money there and everybody else? Thank you. I saw the like and the subscribe thing. I need to get more. Do we have any new ones?
No, we don't have any new ones.
I don't even.
Mine is the newest one because
I have CAD and we can't.
I
get that.
bugged Fabian to shoot that one.
Okay, so you have the Mr. T one.
I pity the fool that doesn't hit the like and subscribe button. Oh, I have an idea for a new one, but anyways, I won't say it because then I want to shoot it. And then Fabian just remind me sometime this week. He's like, Fabian's hard at work with headphones on, so he doesn't even hear me. But I got an idea for a new one that I want to shoot, which will be equally silly. Well, actually, it'll be more silly. I took myself too seriously in that one. We'll do something even stupider next time.
All right.
More stupid, more silly.
Did you see John Cena yesterday?
Huh?
You didn't.
I did not. You got, huh? What?
Oh, you don't know about John? He walked out naked. I mean, I saw the back. It was pretty darn close to naked, man. Find it. Go find it and put it on. Huh? You go find it and put it on. We'll put.
Yeah, but they're not actually showing it.
Anyways, no, it doesn't matter. He's holding the cue card over his private parts.
Okay. Well,
But he was really like, I saw the backstage thing. He had like a little jock on. It was like legitimately like
a funny guy, man.
naked. I don't know what was up with that, but that was pretty hilarious. You know what? Fine, I'll just go find it. I mean, it won't be that hard.
No, he's obviously doing
John
some kind of
Cena.
You know what?
naked.
I won't lie. Like,
No.
I don't.
No.
Well, that was a little loud.
Okay, go then. Go then, Ramin. She found it. There it is. See? I mean, the dude's 40 years old or something. The guy's an absolute monster. Look at this. But you see what I'm saying?
He's really letting himself go. That's the problem.
And I wasn't watching it. I wasn't watching it. Fabian's talking about a floating tablet or something like that. But no, apparently, really, I'm not even sure why he.
But like, what's the gag? Like, that's obviously for like that must be for a new project or.
Oh, it was an anniversary of someone streaking on the Oscars? Okay. It was costume design thing, yeah. So there was some funny things yesterday.
Okay.
The Rock had a silver suit on. I didn't think that was the best look for him, but it's just so funny how the WWE is like taking over Oscars. Like what? Like
Why
The
not,
Rock,
man?
they made The Rock famous and John Cena. But again, Cena's been a pretty fun actor. Like some of the movies he's been in, there was
These guys are better
Something
than.
Blockers was pretty funny.
Oh, yeah,
he was
that
in
one.
that
That was
one,
good.
and then he was in one where he was like a firefighter.
He's good in the second Suicide Squad. I forget the
Oh,
character
yeah, he has
plays.
that,
What the hell's it called again?
No, he has
and then
that-
he did a spin-off for that
He has that
character.
HBO show.
Yeah,
The
that was Peacemaker. Dude, he was freaking hilarious
Right, that's what I'm
in
saying.
that.
I don't want to discredit this
No,
guy.
he's great. A couple of things here. One, Rivian bounced off 13, just gave an out in front of 13.10s. I've seen Henry Chung, Ricky Stanicki. I saw that pop up on my Amazon Prime, and I added it to my list to try to watch it. What? Okay, well, Rob literally.
I just heard the whisper. I just heard the whisper in my
Rob
ear.
whispers to me, he's like, "It's not that good." Well, okay, I appreciate you, Henry Chung. I'm probably gonna check it out anyways because, actually, Rob and I like a lot of the same things. I love to get recommendations from people who, think like-minded. If a trader tells me they like this or that, then usually it'll be entertaining. I got excited, and all of a sudden this guy's like, it's not going to be that good. Okay, whatever. We just took some profit on Rivian, but I also just got back into Micron, which means things are headed back to the upside. Shorting it off this level here, lower high at 94.20, so we'll short it off to 94.20. It's tight risk because it's 245, and you're not getting a tremendous amount of movement in the market, so I think you want to keep things tight to the vest there.
Yep, very tight. We just punched out of AMD. Just
we're
broke
fine.
higher.
Shouldn't be getting in.
It's just capital preservation. Like we'll take a hit on that, but again, we were talking about watching out for Apple, starting to go back up to the upside, so that's good. We'll just figure out where the market wants to go now, you know what I mean? Who knows where we're going. Nice move upside now for the market, and we just talked about trying to fade off pops there, so let's go see. There was one stock, Meta, that we had looked at if we could fade it, and see what I mean? It's the market's popping now, and Meta's not doing anything. So, again, nailed the talk, but don't have the walk there because Meta didn't go back up to the upside, so we'll just have to wait. Again, maybe we'll just lower our expectation there. Maybe get it,
Lowered
lowered expectations on Meta and just put it here at 488, something like that. Because I don't think we're getting down there to 4. Josh Brolin was pretty funny today on Saturday Night Live. I thought he had.
Do you remember lowered expectations?
Yeah, isn't that Chappelle though?
No, that was Mad TV.
Oh, Mad TV. Yeah, I was gonna say I knew it wasn't Saturday Night Live.
For those of you who are not as old as I am,
Will Sasso is still doing
lot of
lots
people.
of stuff actually.
dude, the original cast of Mad TV, because that's where Key and Peele were from. Lowered Expectations, one of their better sketch. Like that was a good sketch, but they had some really good characters in there. Oh yeah, it was like a dating thing. Anyway, you guys can look it up. It's funny. I like it. Mara's starting to come back.
When you
up
have
because
lowered
everything's starting to
expectations,
come
you know what I mean?
Back to that stuff. Well, what's cool about
Stuff
it?
writes itself.
If they were to do it again, you have so many different angles now because you've got like the dating apps, like with.
He looked like a man.
With,
Yeah, see?
He looked like a man.
See, these guys know.
You
What's up
guys
to
know what's
Kefri?
up. Yo, I
KFRY.
couldn't stop with Mad TV. That was my jam.
We had a good friend in high school named Kefri. So I see somebody there. KFRY.
Yo, Kef-
Oh, well, Fire Marshal Bill. No, we're not.
If that's Kefri from high school, I'll still race you. You name the time and place. I'll be in my boots. I don't even care if it is you, Kefri.
That's not Kefri.
No, I know
okay,
it's not.
Just don't worry.
It was a running joke that this football player used to say he could beat me in a race, but then every single time he wouldn't show up to track practice, and it never happened. I'm like, just because you run fast on a football field, I'm like, you probably hit me and I would die, but it doesn't matter. I'm gonna beat you in a race. Kefri's a good dude.
Yeah, he's a good dude. Yeah.
KFR.
You wouldn't be able to know that by what we're talking about.
No, Kefri. I ran into Kefri. I'm not making this up.
Yeah, no, on the subway, wasn't it?
No, I ran into Kefri. I was leaving the office and I was like 50 feet away. I just got outside about a year ago,
So
and
did
I
you have,
ran
like, a
into
50
Kefri
meter
walking
race,
down
or?
the street, and I was like, "You still want to race?" He's like, "No." But
Dude, we just took some more money out of AFD right there as we talk about old high school stories. And that's what happens when the market is a little slow sometimes. But there it is, man. We're shorting off 200 now.
where's Nvidia at least?
Like we came into VWAP, that was $200.20. So we'll take an 88 fill. Wow, okay. I mean, this is even better than we thought. Then we'll just bid it out at
So
6.
Nvidia is pretty strong.
Is it? Okay, well, for now, we'll go Gates of Hell. We'll do a little bit of this. Hot dog cannons here. I don't know. It's a good thing kind of for us because my kids really don't like hot dogs anymore, so that's pretty good. Because then,
like hot
you know, I love hot dogs, but
No,
like,
you like
know.
you like sausage. You don't eat.
Well, no, we're gonna get in trouble here. But no, the thing about it was,
Why are we getting?
I like barbecued hot dogs, you know, and this coming in the summertime. But my kids are like, nah, I don't like it anymore. So they're not. What I'm saying is for the health aspect. So instead of having
No,
hot
they're
dogs
not
for lunch,
healthy. Yeah, they're not healthy at all.
you know,
They're
I mean, what we have for lunch on weekends probably it's always like hot dogs or sandwiches or nothing. Sometimes you just bypass lunch.
You want
We'll
to
have
be
a
in my
late
household.
breakfast.
We are a.
Oh, there
we're
goes
a
AMD to
brunch.
the upside.
Our lunch is. We're always baking something in my household, and then that's when we throw
you up
down. It's
again,
like
though.
whatever we do, scones, fresh bread, and then that's where you get your bacon and eggs. Like we have like healthy
Yeah,
stuff for
gotta
breakfast
have
on the
the brunch.
weekends because you're up and about. You're always doing a million things. But then when we have lunch, it is a throwdown brunch. And when my wife does like waffles or something, oh. All right, and we got all the maple syrup in the world. That said, I just got out of Micron again. These chips are looking pretty strong. It's a tight stop, but I just showed you NVIDIA at VWAP, or actually, sorry, my bad. I did not show you NVIDIA at VWAP. I said that NVIDIA was looking strong. I don't think I showed you the chart. I'm out of Micron. All I have long is Rivian, and this Mara short is starting to pop back into the upside, back into that 22. I have 27s in here, but 2240 is that high. I'll reload that because Bitcoin's not breaking out, but the chips starting to look a little bit good, I suppose. Tesla, I said at the beginning when we were doing the rundown that I like Tesla above VWAP breaking out above 180. This isn't doing anything. I might have to stick a fork in that, and maybe Rivian will be the one that can go. But the chips are starting to show a little bit of strength here. That's why I just got it on Micron.
Well, we'll go the opposite way for now and go short right there and take 50 cents right now. And like Neil was mentioning, it's about looking at the names, right? Like Micron, we've been noticing AMD's been the weakest of the bunch today, down 4%, and we just shorted it off VWAP again. We did get stopped out there at 200. We talked about that, but I didn't. And it's always, everything is like when I say my bad, like it really is my bad, because part of doing the show is you miss obvious things. And like my stop order, I should have gone in there and changed that. Like, why am I stopping out at 200 when we have VWAP right there at $200.25? Like I can withgo that 25 cents to not be stopped out. And then it's just laziness. And then we comes right back in and we get 50 cents. So it's like the quick stop is fine. I'll take this quick stop like every time. What happened now?
Oh, no.
Trey Lance?
No, Saquon Barkley's going to the Eagles.
Eagles. Okay, I have him in another pool. I feel like Saquon to the Eagles is fine.
You like? Well, I
Who
don't.
was he? Swift? Where did
Swift
he
went
go?
to,
somewhere else. DeAndre, right?
I know this.
And then they have Kenneth Gainwell.
Oh, the Bears. To the Bears.
Oh yeah, that's right. We were talking about Roshan there. All right. Well, hey man, it's a free agent frenzy right now. We weren't sure why. I don't know. Pollard there went to Tennessee, but we'll see. We'll see what's going on right now.
I've always
Interesting
wanted to
time.
go to Tennessee.
See what the Packers can do. They were saying that they might try to go after T. Higgins, but we already have 4 wide receivers. But T. Higgins is nice.
If I ever do a second, well, actually, that wouldn't make any sense because I go to Vegas. I was gonna say if I was to do I want to do like a bachelor party over again. Tennessee is one of the places that'll be, or Memphis would be. I mean, Memphis specifically, but I still haven't gone to Vegas, so that would be that. I probably missed a chance on Mara here. I was waiting for the same price instead of just getting the next price. That's a bit of a mistake. I should have got in there instead of waiting for the top. That's a bit of a mistake on my part, but it is what it is. So I missed that reload on Mara. It's headed back. I want the low of the day, 21.84. I just reloaded Rivian back into $13 level. Still would like to see if we can't get something going on. Oh, it wasn't Apple. It was Tesla, but that can't seem to go, so that's why I'm in Rivian. Tesla actually looking like it's incredibly weak. Right back into the bottom on Tesla. Yeah, Nashville's the bomb. I've never been to Nashville. My wife has been to Nashville. She's been there.
Apparently Nashville, obviously a great place to go, but it's kind of like you're 10 years too late. Like it's been so like it was
it's too touristy.
Right, like now everybody wants to go.
That's what she went with her girlfriends, and that's exactly what she said. It was a little bit. She was disappointed a bit.
It's supposed to be. Well, I mean, it's supposed to be a jam.
But don't get me wrong. Like there's a lot of places I've never been. Like I love a lot of different types of music, and so when we went to New Orleans for a buddy's bachelor party, you go down there, the music scene. Forget about Bourbon Street. That's a lot of fun too. But like some of the oh my goodness, you go into like some of the bars and like the music is ridiculous. Just how much you can get. Neo, how about Neo? Parkit says. It's a Chinese ADR, so it might not move that much. Look at this. Okay, well, what are we
Josh
supposed
Jacobs
to do with
to
this?
Green Bay? No, come on.
1 or 2 cents? It's not moving. Look at the sideways action. There's no way. Why would the Packers sign Josh Jacobs?
Well, it just means bye-bye A.J. Dillon.
No, but why would they do that?
We re-signed Aaron Jones.
They re-signed Aaron Jones.
We did already.
Neo's at major resistance at 630 on the chart. So if it's not going to break out here, I think it's done for the day. I think tomorrow, if it can take out this top, look at the trend back up.
There's
it's
so
got
many
room
things
to
that
go.
happen, dude.
There's a lot that can happen. I actually still have 630 marked off on my chart from a while ago. So if we break this tomorrow, I'm going to put that on my iPad. Shout out to you, Parkit.
No, I was talking about a lot happened in the NFL here.
Why? What did we miss?
Lots, man. There's lots of players.
Is the Jacob things real?
No, I don't know. Antonio Gibson to the Patriots, so that's fine. Sam Darnold could be Vikings bound now. Saquon Barkley right here on Philly. No, but Kirk Cousins is gone. Kirk Cousins is Atlanta.
My buddy's a huge Vikings fan. He's gonna break. Dan, he's gonna break something.
It's Trey Lance or Sam Darnold, so you got to go back a couple of years for those draft picks.
He's gonna break something.
Falcons right here going to Kirk Cousins right here, so that's good. Unleash Kyle Pitts on everybody there. Kicker Will Lutz goes to Jacksonville. Maybe that was it. Darnell Savage. Oh, Darnell Savage. Hey, it's the Packers.
Yeah.
All right, so bye-bye to Darnell Savage. Now, it is true. Okay, are expected to sign. Okay, this one does come as end of A.J. Dillon. So that's fine. We'll find out what the deal is and how much money they save there. I'm fine with that, A.J. Dillon. I like A.J. Dillon, but whatever. Honestly, Aaron Jones is, in my opinion, the more pressure we can give to a better running game for Jordan Love, I think is better for him anyway.
This is wild.
Here we go, man.
Mr. Westermeyer, did you get a beignet from Cafe Domon when you were in the Big Easy? 100%. But the crazy thing about it was, like 3 of us, the day we went, there was only 3 of us that were actually awake to go. Like everybody else was like passed out in the hotel. And I'm like, well, we're going now. So if you guys aren't waking up, then I'm going to grab one. I went with Amar's bro.
Yeah, I don't remember that.
Ajay and somebody else. Everybody else was. I mean, it's New Orleans. It was a fun night the night before, but absolutely delicious.
We got picked up on AMD there at 30s, you know, so that was, again, we'll ring it. Well, it's not quite $1, but we'll do it anyways, 80 cents right there. And again, if you don't have the bids, you don't have the bids out. So we had the bid out, so you got to put those if you're going to grab them. Yeah, exactly. So we just put another bid down here, hoping to get it down at 198. Let's see if we can break 198.50, but that's 199. I want to go try 198.65 right now. So we'll try that here on AMD. That's pretty wishful thinking, but again, who knows? A little bit of a move down here. And we could get anything happening here because of NVIDIA. So that's kind of, you know, if this just down into there, I know AMD will follow. So we'll wait to see if we get a little bit of a movement in that name. And so far that you've been watching me here today, it's been Boeing, it's been the Apple long. I feel like this Apple maybe is getting long in the tooth right now. And then AMD here as well. We just talked about that. We did look at DKNG, and then I saw that. And then I saw that news on. Okay, DraftKings would have worked. That's too bad. Okay, but anyways, up there 40. Remember we were looking at 42.30 as the high there. Too bad. That would have been fine. 10 cents worth of risk down there. Still nothing too crazy. It's more just AMD. I'll probably just watch this. Now 80 cents back into the lows again for AMD where we took our last bid. So here we go. Let's see how low we can get here on AMD.
Oh, I was going to pull it up myself. You didn't have to email me the chart, Mr. Westermeyer. This is, you wanted a daily chart of milk futures. So there it is. That can't be right. No, that's not right. That's not good. That's not going to work. We'll wait for yours to come in. But I know it's tanking. That's all I know. But everything else about that, I'll look at your chart in a second, but I have to download your pick there. I don't want to give out your email address. But I see you have a nice short on there. But I just saw the trend line looks pretty good. Milk futures, trade what moves. To each their own. Like I'll say this right now. I've seen traders. One of the things I can't stand is when traders are like, oh, this is, if you're not a real trader, if you do this. So you're not a real trader if you trade that. If you trade penny stocks, you're not a real trader. If you don't trade Forex, you're not a real trader. If you don't trade this, blah, 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 who cares? There's a million things out there that you can trade as long as you have a plan of action. So if milk futures are your thing, knock yourself out. If you like oil, if you want to trade natural gas, crazy, Widowmaker, do you. If you want to trade crypto, a million things are going to work. Just try to have a plan of action and stick to your plan. One of those things, sometimes when you're playing the trend, is if you're buying dips or you're shorting pops, you want to try to make the next move and don't get anchored to price too much. So I got anchored here on Mara, and if I can rectify that with a lower high. Like I got anchored to, this is the top, short the top, and then it puts in a lower high. If it puts in a lower high, I'm willing to get back in again. So I do want more of this Mara trade and see if we can't get it. DC is the ticker to milk futures. But again, I'm only talking about it because Mr. Westermeyer brought it up. I don't really know anything about it. We're going to go to the desk to take care of a little bit of business.
Get as much as 50 to 1 leverage when trading Forex at IG. Currencies like Euro and USD can require as little as 2% margin rates and offer 0% commission trading using a Forex account at IG. For a limited time, traders can open, fund, and trade with IG for up to $10,000 in funding bonuses. Terms and conditions apply.
Thank you. Right now, we are kind of coming into a little bit of a plane crash here on some of these chip names. Down 4% right now, and we're watching this go. Now we're $1 in on a couple different reloads here for AMD. And like I said, we're still bidding down here. When we put it in, it was like, oh yeah, we're going to get 198.60s. Well, now we're 20 pennies away from that, and it's coming in right now. Here we go. Coming back in for AMD. We're now 10 cents away from getting the fill. So wow. Remember we were like, oh, well, if you don't put this in, we don't ever get it. Then it came in and we got it. So there it comes in. Again, we're in the 60s. Let's see. I'm just going to leave it. It's been such a good trade here. Let's see if it comes back in, and we'll get that. Earnings after the close today.
Oracle.
Yeah, exactly there. Spoiler alert, but the only one that I wrote down was Oracle. We have Asana as well, ASAN, coming through. So that could be something. It hasn't really traded that well over the last little bit. So Asana, kind of flat into there. So really it's what Neil just mentioned there, Oracle. We'll have to watch out for that report coming in at the end of the day. Oracle, look at this. Up 1.5 today, but nice little pullback. Surprised I missed that there on Oracle. We get that AMD trade. Wow, so there it is right there. A little bit of a face slapper there on AMD. As we've been tweeting this one out, we've been going back and forth with this name, but there it is, AMD, nice out. As we're starting to go lower and lower here, yeah, the day's getting better. So that's pretty good. The only trade I'm about to get out of, I feel like, as we head power hour, let's just take out Apple. Apple's been such a good long for us. We've really rode it all the way up. If this breaks, I'm not going to get out immediately in case it does break higher, but we're starting to converge here. So 172.60 break, let's just get out of that. Obviously, we had given up about 20 cents here, but we just made $1.60 on AMD, favoring the short. So I'm going to be really happy with that and just hold on to this into the end of the day. So we'll get out of some Apple if it breaks below 70, or sorry, what did I say? 65. So I'll put that order in right now. And I mean, you know what order I'm canceling right here? I'm canceling a 171.97 break. So right here to give, we're long at 12s. So it's 15 cents worth of risk. So right now we're in the money 65. So let's put that stop in and see if it triggers.
Yeah, that's what you got to do. Let some things ride, but it is power hour past 3 o'clock. I just got out at the bottom on Mara, so we're not going to look a gift horse in the mouth. It's gates of hell for this. Down 7%. Remember I told you Bitcoin was at the high of the day.
Yeah.
And Mara just bounced off the low of the day. So the range has been 2240 to 2180-ish. And we're just able to grab that. If it gives us one more chance to do it, I don't want the long, but I'll fade it if it gets back up to the top. That's for sure. That's going to leave me with Rivian is the only one left. We bounced off 13. It got up to 13.10. It's bouncing off 13 again. It only went 5 cents last time, so I don't know if it's really starting to tighten the range. Then that's what we got to be able to take. Unfortunately, on Rivian. That said, I think we'll let you guys know, but I think we're close to ready for Ms. Daniel Shea in a few minutes, at least. And when that does happen, we'll let you guys know. You're right, Jay Muck having bad for the miners, but it wasn't just that for Mara. Mara also had an offering. They tanked on earnings as well. So they kind of had a few things go wrong recently. That's why you're seeing some relative strength out of them. But let's go to the desk. We've got our Monday guest, Ms. Shea.
Yeah, we'll talk some options here on a Monday. Lots to get to this week. Still interesting earnings coming up this week, including, as the guys were saying, after the close tonight with Oracle. I see you actually looking at one that I was going to ask about earlier, Ms. Shea. Good to see you, by the way. Apple.
Good to see you too.
Both Apple and Google on a decent bounce here this afternoon, coming off of a couple of weeks here. No real catalyst to talk about right now, but there was a lot of articles I was reading or saw, at least over the weekend, about Rivian being a possibility for Apple. I mean, we'll let the Twitterverse deal with that, but let's talk Apple here to kick things off, because both bucking the trend here higher today. What do you think?
So when you look at Apple, I mean, I actually think that both Apple and Google are a little bit of a canary in the coal mine. Yes, they are bouncing. You've got this oversold bounce, but this is a major technical break. If you look at a daily chart here, you can see that the last 3 quarters in a row, it's traded lower post earnings. You have a break below the 200 simple, below the 50 simple, below the 100 simple. So for me, that means that the longer term bullish case has been broken. Now, yes, you are seeing basically a dead cat bounce, an oversold bounce here. And yes, I mean, you can trade it long up into the 8 EMA. We might be able to get a move up into about 178. That's a little suspect for me. But I think ultimately as a swing trader, I mean, we're in a downward trend here. So I think that this is a big canary in the coal mine for tech right now.
Yeah, we've had this lingering AI concern for Google as well as Apple, in the sense for Apple anyways, that, when is it coming? We know it is in the works. It's just a matter of when do they actually come to the game. So possibly a catalyst in the near future here for Apple. But let's talk Alphabet. They had this Gemini debacle a couple of weeks back, but it seems a little bit better today than it has been over the past week or so, bouncing off some moving averages.
So when you look at Google, I think that it's a lot more favorable, especially compared to Apple, because you're holding that 200 simple on the daily chart. For me, I need to see a stock holding that 200 simple on the daily chart for me to be able to buy the dip on a swing basis. So I like the way that it held here right above 130. Now you're breaking through the 100 simple around 137, 138. So, for me, I think you could probably trade it up into 140, but when you get up into 142, that's going to be the key and pivotal line in the sand that it's got to get through there for it to be able to go. I do like Google on a long-term basis. I've still been buying shares of stock, and you'll notice here that you have an upcoming earnings report April 23rd. So I would think once we get a little bit closer to the beginning of that pre-earnings run around March 22nd, that it could start going again. But you're completely right about the AI story here. And the companies that have been moving to the upside are ones that are strong in AI. So we're definitely seeing, Google and Apple lag for those reasons.
Yeah, and it could be something maybe to look forward to for both coming up here in the near future. As mentioned, a ton of things coming up tonight. I'm just going over the board here for earnings. Oracle and Asana tonight, but more down the road as far as this week is concerned. Let's start with Oracle on the earnings front.
So when you look at Oracle, here's the thing. It's a strong company, strong stock. I like the pattern overall. I just like to caution traders because you can see that the last 2 quarters, it pulled back pretty significantly. Last quarter, it gapped down 10.8%. The quarter before that, it gapped down 11%. So, I went back and I was reading Oracle's previous earnings reports. And I think the main thing was that they just reduced their guidance for this year. So I'm a little hopeful that, maybe between last quarter and the quarter before, we've already had some bad news. And so I think that this quarter, maybe since everyone's expectations are a little bit lowered, I'm hopeful that we can trade higher here, especially because we have some positive support on these moving averages. We've, recovered really well from earnings last quarter, but let's hope that we don't get, 3 bad news quarters in a row. So positively optimistic here with an upside price target of about 120, 125.
We do get a few more in the retail sector coming up this week. There's Kohl's, Williams-Sonoma, DLTR. DLTR coming up on Wednesday. I want to make sure we get to the big one, Adobe, this week. But touch on the retail side of things, maybe from a higher standpoint here, this earnings season, and Kohl's and then DLTR.
So, these retail tickers are just so varied depending on what kind of tickers they are, right? When you have the discount brands, especially something like Walmart, it's really strong. And then you have department stores, those are getting completely trounced. And so it really depends on which store you're looking at. And it also depends which ones have short interest as well. Because if you're looking at something that hasn't been doing very well, but perhaps it has some high short interest, that can give traders a reason to trade it to the upside. So just looking at Kohl's, for example, we only have about 6% short float in this, so it's not really high enough, but it's recovered really well after even a down move last quarter. So, when I look at the stock, it doesn't look very positive, right? We've been in a downtrend. We've gapped down multiple quarters after earnings, but I will say it's at least trying to hold on here. So in these kind of situations, typically what I do is I just sell premium. I'll sell the at the money calls and puts and buy some outer legs for protection because you have high implied volatility and you have a stock that moves a lot and it moves both up and down. So I generally like to take a neutral trade approach with options over that earnings report.
And then a couple here I think that are maybe a little bit of a flyer. UiPath is kind of interesting. Always there's that short side of things, but there's always a question mark around earnings time when it comes to UiPath, and then we'll get to Adobe after.
Yeah, for sure. What's the ticker for that one?
Path.
Right. Okay. I haven't traded this one before. I know that this one's talked about quite a bit, but when you look at this, and especially if you take that short interest into account, we've got only 4% short float on that one. So again, not really high enough, but I will say that with the previous gap up, after earnings, that is something that I'll look at because that can be a signal that you have a newfound positive trajectory. So, for tickers like this, and the reason why I don't generally trade them a lot, and I know everybody's looking at them, but the thing is they're just so volatile and they're all over the place. So if you look at the up and down moves, half the time it's up, half the time it's down, but the moves are so varied, it makes it really challenging for me to make a neutral trade on it because you've got a 14% up, a 1% up, a 10% up, a 17% up. So that's why I tend to avoid these. But if you do have a big gap up like this, you might be able to get a momentum trade after the fact.
Well, keep an eye on it. Again, one of those ones we typically only look at around earnings season if it has a big miss or something and is very volatile. A lot of people, including a few people in this room, are awaiting Adobe earnings coming up this week. I think that's the headliner. What are your thoughts on Adobe?
Oh, definitely. So, I really like Adobe, and it's very similar to Oracle because these are two companies where I own the shares. I like the long-term plan. I like their products, but with both of them, I have to caution traders because the last 2 quarters, they've gone down. So, you want to be careful when you're trading tickers like that because especially, you can see with Adobe, even though they have regularly beat estimates, they beat estimates 12 out of the last 12 quarters. But if you look at how many times it's gapped down, even though they beat, you really have to be cautious going into that report. Now, that being said, it is holding up well on the 200 simple. We have a $41 expected move in this name, and we have an overhead resistance target at about 590. So I think that would actually overlap pretty well if we get a bullish move in this name, because that's a pretty good target zone and area of resistance. So what I may do with this one is I may place some bullish butterflies at 590. And then in the instance that it breaks down, because here's the thing with Adobe is that if it breaks down below this 200 simple, that's where it's really going to go. So you don't want to see it breaking down below, I would say about 535. If it does, you could be down here at 500. So sometimes with some of these names where you can see that it regularly trades lower, even though it's a strong company, strong stocks, sometimes I'll have a lotto trade down there at that key psychological value in case it rolls over.
A few other interesting names coming up here this week. Maybe, is there anything that's catching your eye as far as companies set to report this week? We get this big inflation print tomorrow, so overall the market in a bit of a wait and see here.
So the only other one that I was looking at, I would say that you picked out, the critical names that I was looking at, but the other one that I want to see what happens with is going to be Lennar. So, the housing market is very in focus right now. We're getting into that spring buying season. We have high rates still, but we still have really low supply. And so when you look at the home builders, this is definitely something that's going to be in focus because the home builders have been to do well because they're able to give those seller incentives. And so this has been, strong stock, and it's been doing really well, but you can see that the last quarters, I'm looking at this one. I also have a couple others into it, Intel that I'm looking at for swing trades, but I think this one is another one that's on my radar for this week.
You cut out there briefly, but I think people got the gist for Lennar. Yeah, another one that's been very, very strong throughout the beginning of this year. Great stuff as always. Danielle Shea, great to see you as always.
Thank you.
Adobe
Intel.
talk there. I like the Adobe talk.
Tell that to Sharif. Swing trade Intel. Hopefully he meant long.
We'll see what happens. I like that. I like those Adobe levels as well. Thank you, Danielle,
Yeah.
for coming through. I didn't realize they had beat so much, but then got beat up after that as well. Here's Adobe, in my opinion. We talked about this on the podcast coming Thursday night. Just up today. Like when the market's been red, and we've had, here's some crypto notes here. Just listening. Van Eck to.
What's the news?
Oh, nothing. Yeah, it's nothing. The news is I'm just hearing in my ear again. We do have Benzinga in the ear here. Van Eck going to go zero trading fees. That's all in Bitcoin ETF. I thought it was something to do with this because during the break, you mentioned that Bitcoin once again failing off the highs, and that's what it just did. This is a 1 minute chart. So right here, we do fail one more time on that Bitcoin level. So we'll zoom this back out a little bit just to have a quick look. So we're just falling back in. That's interesting to look at. So watch out for basically 72.8. You break above that, we'll have Bitcoin down there. You're going to want to get long something, I would imagine, if we break above it. Failed it now for a couple times. We'll see how consistent that can be. AMD right now, again, a trade that we put on with you. and hopefully you guys have it. If not, all good. There it is right there. We put this on at 250, so about 30 minutes ago. It's now a $2 winner in the club, so that's going to be a good one right there. And then we talked about Boeing. We tweeted this out. It just went about $1.30 back into the upside. As this market falls down, I like Boeing. We just hit these highs, though. That was probably a smart decision to get out. It goes back into there, so we should have done that. 193.20 if it gets back up to the upside there for Boeing. Targeted out now that we finally has it. Should have been there before. It's okay that we missed it. We'll get Boeing out 193.20, and then because we follow our rules, here comes Boeing right back again. There's our Apple out. So we'll save ourselves a little bit and spin it. Apple, good trade today. Happy with it, a green name, and we took advantage of that. We held it pretty good all the way to the upside. We didn't take advantage of that AI boom. That was my bad. But again, don't have offers out, you don't get filled. So that could have been a good little level there. But even as the news came out, I could have punched out, was holding it, thought could have been room to run, wasn't. So we'll get out there, save a little bit.
Well, it took a hot minute to get to see what the exact news was.
Yeah, and it was just like it was going. Then we heard it was AI.
But it wasn't the AI we wanted.
Do I think what could hit 205 tomorrow?
AMD, probably. What's that 200? What's that?
Well, AMD's at 200, I guess. But buy Intel better versus
Mars,
AMD.
you're saying Intel is better than AMD.
It might be at these levels. I mean, the difference between this is...
Actually, I've been saying this for a while. I don't like the comparison between Intel and AMD anymore. I think Intel's trying to do something completely different. They're not going to get the same advantage in the AI space. They're trying to compete with TSM. That is the big change that they are making. So yes, they have the legacy business, which overlaps, but they fell behind a bit in technology and are trying to catch up there. So I don't love the comparison. I think, I own both, and I own Intel for a totally different reason than AMD. Now, maybe AMD's got expensive, so you think Intel's a better value for the legacy business, but I still think you're betting on the foundry play. The only position I'm in is back into Mara, because when Bitcoin wicked that high, I jumped back into, Bitcoin wicks the top, this is IBIT, guys. It wicked the top and came back underneath. At that moment, Mara was breaking the low. So I got out of Mara, and then when Bitcoin failed the highs, I just shorted it again. Essentially, if we got out in front of 80s, I got back in when 80 broke to the downside on Mara. So really, it's like the gift that keeps on giving. Down 8% today. The big level on Mara, however, is right down here, 2140. We get to that price, I'm out. It gets to 2140. That was a triple bottom last week. I think if that level gets broken tomorrow, it could be nasty. If it bounces off that level, it could squeeze. Mara could squeeze at any time because of its short float, but a big level to watch coming in tomorrow. If Bitcoin were to continue its breakout, at some point this could actually get dragged with it. But for now, you've got relative weakness. We forgot to look at Coinbase off those highs.
Happened?
But you know what? Coinbase as well.
No, I put the wrong
As
order
Bitcoin is wicking the tops, Coinbase broke down too. It broke support and fell. That's some relative weakness that you're starting to see in some of these other names.
I'm having the wrong orders out here. Yeah, I was just trying to buy some Coinbase here because I'm the same thing with you. I feel like I don't understand.
Why is it falling like this?
Exactly. I don't understand what's happening there. So we're going to get in and out of Coinbase there. No damage. We went long at 261 to 262 because that was the bottom. We just got out there at 262. So I said I was fumbling around there. I kept on. I thought I was long, I wasn't. I punched out. I put the wrong stop first. It was a nightmare, but it started to go back down to the downside right now. So let's just hold the short. We're now breaking lower. This is almost $3 now in the money on AMD as AMD is taking down the lows as we speak. Yeah, so you're coming back in. I mean, the very, very low is 197 flat. So you're getting into that spot immediately right now. So let's go have some downside pressure in this market, and we've got it right now. Man, that's going to look like, I hope, a good out there on Apple. A good out on Apple. Boeing, we may just have to tap this out. I'm still going to wait in case the market does come back upside a little bit. Not a big, huge trade for Boeing, but we were lucky enough to get this fill. That came in the second time, so that was much better than that break. So we were able to take a lot out at that past high. We're trying to let it go higher. This is one thing that I'm trying to do.
Let it go.
Yeah, keep trying to let things go just a little bit longer.
Getting out of coin might have been good. Bitcoin just wicked the top again.
Yeah.
This is now the second time this afternoon where you have broken the morning high, gotten it's a couple of cents on IBIT, and then right back underneath. And you were already weak when it came to Mara and Coinbase. So I think that's That's going to weigh in on this a little bit as it continues to fall in both. There was a question in the chat, Mr. Meme saying, why didn't I short Rivian? Not every trade, like I was long 13s, got some out 10s, but then stopped out tight underneath the support level. Not every out is a reversal. I feel like you get out when it looks like you're wrong. It doesn't necessarily mean it's a short from there. Obviously, in complete hindsight, exactly where I got out could have been a short entry. But you either I'm reversing that trade as part of a plan or I'm not. And I was never really thinking that. I think you got to have some kind of rules. But yeah, you get out for a reason because you think the stock is no longer a good long or short at that level. Sometimes it can mean a good reverse, but not 100% of the time. If you just reversed every single trade that you ever took, I just think you'd make a mess, to be honest. Like I don't see any way that you could be profitable if you're constantly saying, if it hits my stop, I'm going in the other direction. And that could never work.
No, I gotta have. I mean, it could work, but you gotta have a bias one way. Maybe if the market is flat,
I think you'd be so random that you just pay a bunch of fees. Yeah. Like you'd have no edge at that point. You have to have some idea of a reason.
Plus, sometimes you get stopped out, and then that level holds. So if you were to go short, you're long, you get stopped out at a 200 break, and then you go short 200, and then the thing pops up to 201. Then you're gonna hang up the gloves faster.
You're gonna be kicking yourself.
Yeah, that's not going to be a fun thing to do, right there. Okay, we're getting ready to wrap up here. It's 3:20. I mean, it's still lots of time here, but the market continues to make moves in the chip space. I did want to look at ARM again because I feel like tomorrow could be a good day. It's not much is happening right now, so I feel like that's pretty hard pass for many traders at these levels now for ARM because it's kind of at the bottom. I would much rather see it up here. We've talked about when and where we like some of these trades, and I don't think right here is a good level for ARM. So let's just wait to see where it goes. But ARM right now, I feel like it's a good pass right here.
I jinxed Alibaba.
Did it go down? Or
no, because I'm pretty sure off the top, I'm like, I don't really see much of a trade in Alibaba, but as long as this thing can hold 75 today, things look really good tomorrow. Yeah. Well, what is it? It's right at the 75 level. I don't know if it's going to hold it. I was just merely getting at it looked really good if it could hold the top end of that flag and maybe do another gap up, and then we could get another run. It's just, I don't know, whatever. It doesn't seem to move the way I want to see it in the long-term account. Oh, I do want to acknowledge there was that talk about Intel and AMD. I think some of it's spurred by Intel being up 1.5% today, but it never broke 45. No 45 break. I have to do some soul searching because in my note today, I had an over-under level of 44 on to me, I wrote down 44 as an over-under level on Intel, and I was willing to short it underneath, but I was not willing to go long when it trended over that price. If a stock trends over a price like that, and I'm thinking that's a level I want to trade in both directions, I should have been long at some point in Intel, which I was not. Tomorrow 45 break is going to stand out for us. I think a lot of things, I set up a few things for tomorrow. One of them, Intel 45, Neo, that $6.30 level, and Mara, this 2140, which it wants. I think we're going to get the low of the day again here on Mara, but that's that 2140 level, triple bottom last week. Bitcoin has been all the jam. Brad saying Tesla not looking too hotty. Well, what looks hot right now, except for some things short? Like I just got the low of the day again. We'll ring the register on Mara as it gets back down into the bottom. Now down 9% on the day. So we shorted it. We got out at the low. Then we got back in at the low. Oh well. Just continues to fall.
Mara got that Sharif touch there. What's up? By the way, the Packers. So they wind up taking a $5.2 million cap it and release Aaron Jones. So again, signing Josh Jacobs to the 3-year deal, I guess.
But why wouldn't you just not take the cap hit and pay Jones something?
They just want that better. I mean, it's just.
No, I'm not saying he's not better.
I mean, Jacobs ran for.
I know. Yeah, he's probably
25
better.
touchdowns, not that many.
I like Aaron.
A couple of years ago, it was huge. Okay, yeah. Someone else will have to like Aaron Jones now. There it is, right here.
Bye-bye.
It's a 1. It's a 2. It's a $3 winner right now, and there we go, man. We'll be at the highest spot of our day if and when we get out of AMD. And again, stick with your guns, man. That's what we wrote down here. Short AMD, and we did that, and there it goes. Nicely done into the downside. And we talked about picking on this name, and this is a trade that, again, pretty much built right in front of everybody. Pretty happy with it. Happy with the Apple out, but if you're going to look for something strong, Apple's going to be the one that's going to be strong. Check back on Meta. We talked about trying to get that name short. Missed it, but again, a weaker name into a weaker market. We said we wanted to look for that. That's Meta. Did DraftKings, how far down did DraftKings go? Oh my God, tell me. Oh no. All right, so this is a missed opportunity. We talked about going short DraftKings. I hope someone had it against that 42.30, but we didn't take it. We should have. I saw that news about Penn, and we did that whole North Carolina BS. And then I was like, okay, forget it. Maybe there's something there. And then DraftKings just to the downside. Now, I know DraftKings and Penn are different, but I thought like another state accepting
Close enough.
might have been better for DK and Gs, but it looks like we're going to be pretty right about that one. All right, you know what? I mean, $3 in the money is juicy for AMD, but maybe like we're just at this bottom again. Do we just ring the Reggie on this one? I feel like that could be a decent idea. Let's just check on NVIDIA again here as we're at the low of the day. Okay, so I mean, NVIDIA's also, man.
Lots of things with
it feels silly. It does really feel silly to get out of AMD if NVIDIA even tries to break this 850. It'll be gone. The slippage on this 850 will be huge. You did slippage today, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so watch out for this. So look, already it's 60 cents, right? This is the level 1. So wait to see what happens when it hits.
Probably
it's already broke 50.
Probably right to 40
But
and a half or something.
it's going to go like the first time on the morning dropped $40. You know, you get down to 845, let alone this bottom of 844. This is going to be a big, huge move in for that. Still $3 on this name and 70 cents in the money on Boeing. So, ooh, man, I think we're going to have to watch out for NVIDIA breaking lower right now. Watch out for 550. It's going to come in, man. I know you sold some obviously there at 920. That was a good out. We sold some at 880 as well.
922.22.
Yeah, so
don't discount that extra $2.22 per share, which means absolutely nothing on a $900 stock. It's just I was going to sell in front of the quarters, and that seemed like a fun number to put in. But I mean, who knows? Like I'm not trying to call a top. My weighting in my personal portfolio was it got so top heavy on chips that I was just selling some. AMD is a stock that I'm not really buying anymore. So I was just going to probably trim that anyways. If what I would be buying right now, if it comes back down enough, would be an NVIDIA. And this could be at the 50 period, and that would be $200, $180 from here, $200 as of this morning, but $180 to the 50 period moving average. To the 200 period moving average, you're talking about $350. That's at 5 bills. So like these levels, like when you don't think, that wouldn't be unreasonable. You haven't even broken the trend without breaking 750 at least. Like it's completely insane what this has done. So I'm not saying it's going to go down there, but it is what it is. 850 seems to be bouncing. Ideally, if that level is going to break, you want it breaking before the imbalances come out, I think.
So I just canceled my stop for AMD, and because I was looking to see where it was. It was at $200.31. So we're giving this trade 31 cents worth of room. And we just took $3 and we'll cash out of that. So we are now out of that 10-1 right there. And I tell you the stops when I put them in. So, 10-1 on that, but we only had 10% left, or maybe a little bit more. But anyways, not good trade for sure. We did take pieces out as we came back in. As I don't know, predicting, as me and Neil just said there, it can be really tough to try to predict exact levels of where these stocks are going to wind up. But right there, we're at the highest spot we've done today, so we'll spin it right there on that and take it out. And now we'll just watch Boeing with only a half hour left. We'll see if those imbalance feeds are starting to work again. They work for us, but we didn't get the totals the last couple times from Financial Juice. But coming in today, I mean, it's pretty mixed up. BNS has always been on there, GM, Suncor, all this kind of stuff. Make sure you scan that on Trade Ideas right there, heading into the final half hour to grab 20% off your Trade Ideas ticket. So, all right, nice move there. iBit, we saw that come up. We talked about that 72.8 or so level coming into play there for crypto. Geez, Tesla?
Palantir is almost at 25 even.
Palantir's falling in. Okay. I think it was 2380 or so level for PLTR. Geez, Tesla, you're right. Wow, up to 180 again and straight falling down here for Sir Tesla coming back in. So
sure about it now.
Yeah, that's it was sort of in control early. That's why we sort of was like, wow, King Tesla back early. But there it is, dropping through and now still up that 1%. I'd say you want to look at some of these pre-market levels now. Let's see if it holds 175 again. Tesla coming in pretty good right here.
Guess what's starting to go? Oh no, I got bad wicks. Hopefully your chart's a little better on Apple to be able to show these guys. everybody. Apple bouncing nicely off 172.5. I got a bad wick in there, which makes it's kind of skewed. But it looks to me like 173 could go, and then you get a bit of a breakout trade. Maybe my 15 minutes going to look a little bit better. Not much, but we'll get some kind of an idea here. Not really. If you break the 173, it's got a little bit of room to rally, but I cannot get over. Mara made a fresh low, 21.20. So it made the flat bottom break. At this time of the day, I'm not a huge fan of taking a bottom break like that and going short. I'd rather be short like we did into it. And then that way, if it bounces off that level, you can be getting out. But instead, like trying to short this bottom seems a little bit dicey. Coinbase could be in play. This is right off of its lows from this morning, all the way down to 258. This is not setting up to be fantastic. If the market doesn't give you some kind of bounce here, a lot of stocks, if they don't make a bit of a bounce, there's going to be some nasty closes because coin was strong all day. Bitcoin is close enough to the highs that you wouldn't have expected this kind of a pullback, but you're getting it anyways, and you got to respect it. I still think Apple maybe through that 173 could be pretty good, but you're starting to run out of time. We said we would not be getting the early look on the imbalances only because we haven't been in a while, but when 330 hits, you can look at individual names just to see what's going on here. Not a heck of a lot. I wanted to see if maybe Palantir is a sell of 850, and that's a stock that I was trading to the sell side. So that's actually confirmatory in terms of the direction that we're looking at. The problem, Palantir at the lows. We went 1 for 2 in the afternoon in Palantir. Should have gone to it a third time. I shorted Mara instead. Should have done them both. It could have had both of those trades, and you're right back at those bottoms on Palantir. I think it's a fade. I'm not going to try to go long. Short that one. Timon, Intel's not weird. Intel sometimes in the chip space, and you're probably wondering why it's at the highs when all the other chip names are flushing. A lot of times Intel gets the yin to the yang where you get the growthy, higher, what's the word I want to use here? Maybe higher PE, more expensive stocks from an earnings standpoint. And then Intel becomes a bit of the value play. So when they're weak, Intel sometimes can be strong, and then vice versa. So I think you get a little bit of that with Intel. But the 45 level is a pretty decent barrier. It was a big level on Friday, right at midday. This flushed off the 45. If it can't punch through that, I'd almost think at 350, that could be a sell into 45. Get a little bit of a pop in Intel, and then if the imbalance comes out your favor, you could be short in the high 90s with a 45 even stop. I like that. I like those when they're at the high of the day and you look for a mean reversion trade. Let's go to the desk and take care of some business.
Segment of the show brought to you by Trade Ideas. Real-time scanning and alerting used on our desk by many of our traders every day. See what's moving in the moment with Trade Ideas. Check out the link in the description for 20% off.
Mr. Love Shack, value versus growth. That's what I was looking for. I said everything close to that without actually saying value versus growth. But that would be the argument that a lot would make as to why sometimes Intel and AMD or Intel and NVIDIA don't always move lockstep. That said, Micron's down 3.5% today, and they're not exactly ridiculously expensive. So you can have all the theories in the world about value versus growth. The market's going to do whatever the heck it wants to do. Explain to me why Micron is so weak and still at the lows.
Prominent professor, nah, nothing. Okay, that's not about Tesla. Nothing. All right, we talked about the stronger name was going to be Apple in there. Boeing, I wish I had a little bit more to trade there. What's up? What is imbalance? We got a super chat right here. So the imbalances are just what's to come at the end of the day. So you get market on close orders and market on open orders. So what we'll be able to find, and it's a good question. So we have early access, and so do other platforms. I think someone said Thinkorswim has them as well. Anyways, you can ask your broker if you have market on open or close imbalances. So what this is just going to say that at 350, these are all going to become public information, and you're going to see some kind of a buy or sell imbalance, and then the stock will react to that. And these are orders that are going to have to get fulfilled at the closing price. So if you have Coke with a big monster buy at the end, and it's there's only a minute left or something like that on Coke, and it still has a big buy imbalance, right there, 1 million shares, it's only done almost 8 million on the day. So you're going to have 16% or so of the imbalance coming. Oh, there, yeah, 1.1 million.
Dying right now. Whoa.
Anyways, that's what the imbalance is. Coin is getting hit. What is the market? 72.3.
Coin just broke 56.
So, I mean,
Mara just broke 21 even.
what? Okay.
Whoa, that's...
why
Well,
is
I guess we
Coinbase-
shouldn't have got out of that short.
We can ask Adara. She's over there if she finds anything about Coinbase. But again, remember, we got that news. It was just, I mean, the news that I heard was that Fidelity's going 0 fees. But,
Yeah.
I mean, that would
I
affect
guess.
Coinbase, maybe that people will be trading less. I mean, more ETFs, but I don't know. I mean, there's already other ETFs that are 0 fees. So I just, you know what? I mean, Coinbase just came back into the low of the day. Bitcoin is coming back a little bit off that high, so maybe there could be something there. I don't see anything. I mean, I have the Benzinga Pro platform here as well. So if anything hits, you know, Adair has a couple more different resources that we can search, but, you know, for me, there's nothing there. And I don't think it's anything that major. The Mara, and I just kid about Sharif and everything, you know, mining with this halving, I've already talked about it. I don't know enough about it. So I'm going to hold off on like what this means for the miners. But Mara on their earnings report or the day before, maybe it was the day after, dropped I think it was an offering.
Yes.
So that, you know, that's not nice when they do that. But it bounced off okay from there. Now you're below the 50 period. I said the other day that I don't mind this stock in and around 22. Now you're starting to fade out a little bit. So
It had to hold that level. I mean, the support level at 22 was gold. It bounced $3 off that on Friday. You know what I mean? Like,
strange.
You know what I'm saying? Like the level off 22. Last week alone, you got, I mean, this bounce was $1 change. This bounce was $1.50. This bounce was $3. It just didn't bounce off the level again today. But if you played 22 long, you won. And so what? You know what? When you play levels like that, eventually, if you play a support level enough for a win, you go 3 in a row, and your last one's a loser, you don't care. Who cares? That's the cost of doing business, as long as you were playing that level before. I'm just mad that we didn't hold on to the short. Because like now all of a sudden, we're accelerating down, and I'm not even sure. Okay, there was a bit of a move there in IBIT. Well, now it's starting to really break. Yeah, you broke a little bit of support there in IBIT. I actually had to full screen my chart to be able to see that. So continuing to flush there as we're going to Adara for, I believe it's the afternoon heat map.
You're going to take a look at some of these S&P 500 companies that made big moves on the day that maybe we haven't discussed as much earlier, including Newmont Corporation. NEM is the ticker for this one. This one up about 4%. This is a gold-related company, so it does seem to be up amidst this overwhelming strength for gold right now. So nice look for NEM. We also have here to the upside BIIB. This is Biogen collaborating with AbCellera for this neurological-related treatment with antibodies. So nice look as well for BIIB, up almost 3%. And last but not least here, Moderna up about 10% right now. This one came out a little bit later today after its run early in the morning. That there is some talk, nothing confirmed yet, but some analysts discussing that there might be a new skin cancer treatment trial in collaboration with Merck on the horizon for mRNA. Lots of big movers here in the S&P 500, guys.
Yeah, Moderna was a rocket today.
Yeah, Moderna was a rocket ship there. We talked about some IBB or XBI. Oh, man.
Have a look at Moderna in the teens here on the daily. Like, look at
wow.
this. Look at this level
level,
This is actually January, so this is actually like the year high is 116. Maybe we get this break tomorrow. Ideally, I prefer a breakout where it goes back up there and consolidates, and then it breaks it. So give it a day or two, let it breathe, let it wind up a little bit and get some shorts interested in it, and then break out that top at 16. There's some overhead resistance at 18. That just means you can scalp at 16 to 18, and if 18 breaks, you can take that one too. 10% today, you know it's the kind of stock that can go $10 like it's going out of style on a single move, which makes it fun to trade, but you do want it to break out at some point. Wow, these crypto names are really getting smoked to the downside. I mean, I guess Coin didn't have an obvious setup, but you're now red on the day. And we could be looking at 250. Like, look at how high this thing was up. I mean, if it gets back to, like, if it breaks 250, the 50 period's at $160 on Coinbase. Like, why can't it get to 200, 210? This could be one heck of a short. Even with a modest pullback in BTC, this could be a heck of a short in Coinbase. Because it hasn't really done one of those quadrants. Like, it had a pullback from 190 into 110, but this latest move, it's been chilling to 270. 250 break tomorrow could be a spicy one. Disney's apparently running, though.
Oh, good. As long as it's going up, we like some Disney for sure. We had looked at Coinbase and really liked that 180 down to 130 or 120. Then we talked about it at 120, 130 as it forming a base to the downside. Oh, man, that should have been long down there. All right, AMD. Remember when we got out of it down there at 197? Well, it ripped up to 198.25. So that's like saved us right there. That was a good one. We're not going to reload it. Honestly, into the close, there's only 20 more minutes left. 199 and change, 200. I had such like, the weekend was so crazy. We had so much going on. We didn't get home till like 11 something after the PWHL game on, which isn't that late. But on Friday,
That's late with kids, though.
yeah, that's late with kids. But and then we were up okay early on Saturday. I had to go get my kid who slept over at grandma's house there. That was a lot of fun. And then
Yeah, what was up? Okay,
I was on the podcast there.
I have questions about that too, but
Yeah.
I was gonna save that for. 'Cause we talked about a few of the topics. I was gonna save that for like another day.
Oh yeah, we got, Brendan's not here.
And Brendan's also not here. So if you caught the podcast, which you should, and if you didn't, now you can listen to it, and we'll pick this up again later in the week. There was some discussion about sleeping over. Like, it's
Yeah, I mean,
fun
who loves
staying
sleeping over at your grandparents' place?
So you
Put it
talked
in the
about your
chat.
uncle. You know,
My uncle? No, his uncle.
No, he said about his uncle, but you said you liked staying over at the grandparents'.
Yeah, of course.
The pilot.
Yeah.
So my parents were hardcore. Sugary cereals we couldn't have. We didn't drink pop in my house. But my cousin who's a pilot, his
Right.
parents
Did.
every single time
Right.
we'd stay over there.
Exactly.
They had the biggest stockpile. It was like 7-Eleven. They had every flavor of pop or soda that you could even imagine. And we got to go there, and my aunt would hook us up
Right.
every time. Like, that was like, it was such a
That's
big.
what grandparents do. That was
And
what- that's
grandparents
what I was
do
trying
the
to
same
get to
thing.
that. I don't know.
I love that discussion.
Weird.
Like, that's one of my favorite things as a kid. And the best thing about having family that can be close is to be able to give your kids the opportunity to spend time with grandparents, spend time with aunts and uncles, because they got to get spoiled. Like, you got to keep, as a parent, you got to keep it real. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got to keep it real all the time.
Got to keep it real for sure.
I love that.
Well, that's why I said the story about like as a kid myself. And that's why I got to listen to the podcast.
Yes.
Yeah, the grandparents sneaking in some chocolate in there. You always get to go to McDonald's. All these kind of fun things. But anyways, my kids love it.
I'm sure George and
Oh, yeah.
Deb spoil.
Oh yeah, big time. He gets whatever he wants.
That's Sean's parents.
Eats whatever he wants at all the time. Yeah, oh yeah, they're loving that. Especially after they go to he won his hockey game. It's playoffs.
Oh, that's, yeah.
Oh yeah, he's loving life right there. Okay, so just a couple more minutes left, guys. 9:43 again. Is there any names you guys want us to look at? We'll go over to Roku quickly to see how that's recovered. There was
Not bad.
some news. It recovered but fell back in, just still zeros on the day. A lot of talk there. We love Palantir over here, so let's have a quick look to see what Palantir's doing. Again on the day here. Making lows right now, actually, as we
Intel
zoom
is
back
popping
out.
again.
All right, so yeah, Palantir would have been a good short. We always look at it as a long, but like sometimes I got to look at it a different way. Like shorting off VWAP, we only popped through it once. All those other shorts pretty good. The 200 period right there, breaking through the 200. So yeah, Palantir, yuck. We'll wait to see about a long once it gets back into $24. Let's leave that alone right now. And then you said Intel's starting.
Intel's at the high of the day. And I thought this could be a play for 350, because Intel always has some kind of an imbalance that's a decent size, and then it'll pair off. So you almost get a free roll if it's in the 90s at 348 or 349 to short in the high 90s with like a 45 stop. And if the imbalance comes out of sell, you get a pop down. If it comes out of buy, you're stopping out at 45 anyways. But let's keep in mind, yes, it is strong today, but relative to what happened on Friday, I mean, everything got smoked on Friday, so I'm not saying this chart stands out, but this was at $47 at the open on Friday and at $44 at the close. So this dollar that it's moved back, in the grand scheme of things, isn't gigantic, and we are still underneath the 50-period moving average ever so barely. That's 45 and change here on Intel. So yeah, good bounce off 41. The more I look at this, so I say this all the time, sometimes your bias in the direction can get you in trouble, because you might miss an opportunity. And ever since it broke the 50 period, I was thinking shorts as a day trader on Intel and missed this thing bouncing off $41. That is clearly a level on Intel. 41, 41, 41. Next time it gets to 41, I'll at least try to trade it as a day trader, because that's been good support there on Intel. Great bounce. I don't know why. I know why, because we're thinking shorts under the 50 period, but that's why. Marvell's breaking out too.
Is it? Yeah, something that's starting to go. I'm going to take Apple long. If Apple breaks 173, it's doing the VWAP dance right now at 173. It looks like we kind of broke it. I didn't get long there though. So a little bit of a break above 173, like 173.02, 03, something like that. We'll get long on Apple, and I'm going to play it down to the 50 period, what we just bounced off of. So 75, 25 cents worth of room, I think is worth it. We'll see if we can go 1-to-1 on this one quickly. If we can get a 25 break, we'll get it. Remember, we are now minutes away from the imbalance coming out. So if Apple comes out as a sell imbalance and I'm stuck long, it will probably punch me out. So there it is. Okay, well, now we're long on Apple. Okay, so there's a 173 break. We just took it. We got 173 flats on that one. So here we go. Let's see. We are now executing our plan. So this gets back up to 20. We'll do it. We'll put the stop order in right for everybody to see right now at 172. I mean, we do this all the time here on the show. I just show you what I'm doing. I did this on AMD, which turned out to be a $3 winner. We put that stop order in for you as well. 172.75 or so breaking lower. We'll get out of it. Let's just get out of it all. So again, not a huge position right now into the closing stop part of the day, but it is trying to stack it up. Right now we have 0 LFT, which means we're at the highest spot we've been at all day. And, you know, current trade notwithstanding, because we're out of the money now 5 cents, but we'll wait on that one. And we're still up on the day because the Boeing trade right now being in the money 80 cents is bigger than this one. So we'll have to wait to see what happens here with Apple, but look at that. There's the fail up top. We're only going to take a 25-cent hit, and if it happens, you'll see me take it the hit live. Looks like it's coming right back in now. Look at this. So that was a horrible right there. Horrible move to go long, as we're going to get stopped out in just a matter of seconds here on Apple. So we'll slap the fail on this one. We thought it was going to take that 173 high side there, an aggressive stock long today that we've made money on, but there it is. We'll slap a fail. So 25 cents. You know, comes and goes, and it just went right there on Apple. I wonder if that's going to be the bottom, but I'm not going to punch back in. Too many imbalances coming through there, so we'll wait on that one, but we will give some back there on Apple.
Yeah, we'll see. I'm going to take that Intel at the high of the day and might give some back on this, but I said it in front of 350, the time 350, I will look to short off the top on Intel. Actually tried to get more shares at 88. I'm at 87. I'm trying to get some more at 88. And then if it pulls back, maybe we could see VWAP on some kind of an imbalance. What is crazy, this will be the frustrating. I said I'm not going to punch short at the low of the day again on Mara, and I should have punched short at the low of the day. If you just hit the low like we did before, it then flushed another 70 cents to the downside. Mara was down 7% when we shorted it. Now it's down 11.5%. Coinbase was positive on the day. Now it's down 0.5%. So absolutely flushing. I mean, BTC barely even fell. And it's been a bit of a woodshed there in a couple of those crypto names. Woulda, coulda, shoulda. Like it is what it is. You're going to trade your plan of action. I'll ask myself why I didn't continue back in. And that's the same thing with Palantir. We put 2 shorts on. We'll see how the third one goes, because Intel's different than shorting Palantir and Mara, as those were weak stocks, and Intel, I'm actually shorting it off the high of the day, so that is a bit of a difference. Generally speaking, you want to short weak stocks and go long strong ones. Generally speaking, but it's 350. This is a bit gimmicky at the high of the day, just looking for a hold of that high of the day and then a bit of a pop to the downside on potentially imbalances. If it breaks the top on the imbalances, my stop is pretty clean at the high of the day.
Yeah, no crazy news here or anything like that, but Tesla confirmed already. They knew this was going to happen. They're raising the prices, I think, $1,000 on Model Y. So that's happening right now, but that's not doing anything. So just that's, I just wanted to hear that because it is coming through. It's as planned price raise for Model Y today happening. I think they said North America. So maybe here in Canada and the US, they're $1,000 more onto your Model Y tab.
Neighbors just got one.
Okay, yeah, they weren't that expensive, man. Model Ys were like 55 grand Canadian.
Yeah,
it's not that expensive.
Well, I mean, we still won. Well.
Yeah, that's the rear-wheel drive, not the all-wheel drive. Okay, here we go. So now we're going to come out in just a couple seconds here with the imbalances, and there you go. Watch out for Tesla here. Apple's dancing around on these imbalances. You see what I mean? So here we go. We are now out. We'll get those numbers from Adara when we get them. But as you can see, I don't see any now. There's Apple. Apple comes, ooh, it was a buy right there. So there's Apple with a buy coming out again. So we'll have to watch to see where it goes now. But Apple with the buy and Adara.
Nothing else is there.
Nothing yet from Adara, but when we get it, we'll figure that out. But Palantir, it doesn't look like a big move. Palantir with a sell.
Intel's a
Apple's a
small sell.
buy, not moving around too much. So it doesn't seem like it's a big number here at all.
Intel was only 700,000 to the sell side, which is not that much. Intel that's the kind of name that can be over $1 million when it comes out with an imbalance. So I did get a fill at 81s down there, short at 87, the high is like 93. Yeah, it's not a huge imbalance. I mean, it's enough that it popped it to the downside a few pennies, but for a stock this strong, that's not going to be enough. I'm going to jump out of this one first chance we can get. I thought you'd get a better sized imbalance than that on Intel. Palantir, at least, was interesting, especially, look, Palantir off these lows, this could be spicy. So sell it was, there it is. There you go, Palantir. It's only about 770,000 to the sell side, but back in front of that 25 level and down 2.5%. Keep in mind, this is Palantir pulling back into prior resistance. So if it bounces off of 25, that is trend up, bounce spot. Just because the stock falls into a level like this doesn't mean I'm thinking flat bottom break. If it holds 25, the stairs up has been higher lows on Palantir. I think you can look for that potentially tomorrow. It just has to hold the 25 level. That's first things first. So Intel, we got like 5 cents on or 6 cents on that trade, and I'm not sure we're going to get any more. Not a very big imbalance, unfortunately.
No, the market here is starting to fade out a little bit.
What was the number?
We 400 to buy, so pretty small there. Thanks to Derek for that one. But yeah, we're starting just to piece out everything. We're actually out. We're actually done. So right there, we just got Boeing at 50s. I was watching it. It broke the 50-period moving average. It was the only trade we had on, so that created that opportunity. And like I said, we're ending the day at our highest spot. We take that out. Apple was a small hit, but it was a hit right there. We talked about that. And again, still positive name, obviously, for that one. We're never, ever, and honestly, I'm not just because we lost there. This is why I told you it wasn't many shares. With the imbalance coming out, I said that. We're going to take this. We're going to see about a quarter. Maybe we got some action breaking. If it was a bid imbalance, then we could keep going, or we're just going to play it back to the 50 period. So we did that pretty much fits like a glove. Like, that's what we wanted to do. And it worked out perfectly. What's up, Adara?
Yeah, Advanced Auto Parts making a big late day move here. AAP up almost 2% here, massive spike on volume. Wall Street Journal reporting a couple updates here with regards to adding 3 new board members. There's a hedge fund close to settling with Advanced Auto Parts, and also this activist investor, Third Point, basically saying they also have a stake in Advanced Auto Parts. So that's reported here by Wall Street Journal, giving Advanced Auto Parts a nice move up here, guys.
Talked about some other activist movements today. And I don't know if this is activist related. Kind of caught me by surprise when Sharif asked about Disney, because I thought it was down. And then it took off kind of right off the open. You know, we were looking at this at 110, and we had bought 110s on Friday, I thought, and had a good move back up. And then again today, 110 held beautifully off the open. There wasn't much to do there, just kept on going. So we'll see if it ever comes back into 110. I really like that Disney trade. And then, I don't know, we got out of it. We'll move this. There's nothing happening on the imbalances. We got out of Disney, not out of it. We got out of, I think it was 10% or something. I was trading, so funny, like I'm trading like that everywhere. Just right here, I thought that it was failing. We saw Bob Iger, it never ticked up to 124. The highest it got was this 115 tick. And that was when Bob Iger came and said maybe DTC would be profitable sometime in 24. But right now, 114 seems to be a nice little top there for Disney. So I'm happy with the trade, happy where we got out at right here, like 112 and change. So we'll still hold on to a lot of our Disney, but nice move up 2%. Kind of took me by surprise. Was not expecting that, but I don't think they won much there yesterday, Disney. We saw Warner Brothers upside today, Paramount, I think. But they have some separate news.
Does that stuff matter?
What's Para up 3%? 6% for Para, so missed opportunity there as well.
Yeah, the whole group. I think you get those nice bounces sometimes, and you know, maybe that's something worth looking into. Like, how good is it?
Baba broke.
Simply just waiting until like the day after the Oscars for a gimmick trade. Maybe things like that are that simple. Like, you just pick out who did the best and see if you can't get some kind of a trade. And on that, it just seems so obvious. Like, should it be that easy? Really, should it be that easy? What was that, Fabian? I missed that in my ear. Kodak? No, Kodak is not doing anything, unfortunately. But but that Paramount trade, maybe that's something. But then you got to wait around till the next, I guess, big event. But it is worth it. Sometimes you see something like that, you put it on like once a year. Who cares? If it works, it works. And the day you do it, you're absolutely laughing. Bitcoin, Mara, Coinbase, they're all still very, very heavy to the downside. Market going to be down 11.5%. Coinbase on that curl, right back at the low of the day, holding red. Both these two got shellacked this afternoon. The only mistake was not having more, just sort of going back into the well like 2, 3, 4 times. And don't forget, man, tomorrow's the expiration for it's ARM. That's what I'm looking for. I'm like, yes, it's a lockup on ARM. That's a big deal. You know, you could see that cause some moves to the downside. Like, what happens if that starts to unwind? Some of the growth names could end up flushing. So I think it could be worth it to watch, you know, some potential flat bottom breaks. Someone said Palantir had already broken through support. Today's absolutely. I don't disagree with you there. I was more looking like the last time it was here, it did a crazy wick down at 24.50. But if you look at these double closes at 25 even, that's where I'm looking. Close at 25 even, close at 25 even. Dipsy-do there. I think 25 is support for those reasons. I like closing prices for significance. That's all I was getting at.
Yeah, we're going to flip over there and have get ready for Mr. Michael Noss. Meta also closing near the bottoms as well of the afternoon. I mean, the market's trying to get lower here. Meta, watch out for 475 tomorrow. That could be pretty slippery slope as well. AMD also starting to head a little bit lower now. Let's check in on the big dog as we have Oracle coming after market. So that'll be something that we'll definitely be trying to look at on the show. Well, not trying to, we will be. Or NVIDIA still holding above 850. Let's just check on Oracle. Oracle was up a couple percentage points and still holding out. So Oracle's going to be a good one, man. Watch out for 118. That's going to be a pretty key level as well coming through near the end of the day. Oracle upside at 118 on earnings. So we'll wait for that. But yeah, man, so far so good here. Hope everyone enjoyed the show, and we're going to flip over to the other stream. Well, same stream. Sorry.
Same stream.
I'm going to flip over to the other desk, but stay on this stream. And
literally, you should flip over there. And then
I'll flip over there. Yeah, I'll just do some backflips as I go.
Why not?
And again, For Profit says market recap show or today didn't happen. So market recap show will be coming out very, very soon in a couple minutes to prove that today exactly did happen. So there it is, 3:58. A couple more minutes. I'll see everybody on the flip side.
On the flip side, for sure, these futures, as we said, have been pulling back a little bit, but it's going to be hard to show. Apple actually catching a decent bid again off of 172. So it's going to close up 1%. If you're looking for strength today, you had to squint to find it. Google is going to end up giving some of its gains up, but it's still up 1.7%. And then the only name that was strong for a hot minute that we didn't talk about was Microsoft, but even that gave it up. It's going to close red. By the way, Microsoft and this channel, $400 to about 410. I don't know why I have a line at 408. That top has been 410. I should probably move that to there at some point. But if this can break in either direction, break out under 400, momentum is momentum, break out over 410, I don't care. I just like momentum. This is a name that we've been ignoring and we should probably pay a little more attention to. Don't tell me now Tesla's going to go. No, it's not above 180. Closing on strength, bouncing off 175. I want Tesla breaking out over 180. I think there's a day that's going to happen, and that's when I want to be involved, is when this is continuing through 180. And that's a log I'm going to look for all week. I had it a couple times today. Scalp trade basically was the best we were able to get. So with under 1 minute, the name I think on everybody's mind, especially in terms of earnings, is going to be Oracle. But do not sleep on potentially aftermarket or overnight moves in some of the chip names. ARM, particularly because the IPO lockup is going to be gone, and then NVIDIA, AMD for all the obvious reasons, and then Bitcoin. I mean, anything Bitcoin related, Mara tanked, and that Fidelity news, maybe that's the reason why Coinbase was so weak. It feels like a heck of a lot to the downside for that news for Coinbase. Worth keeping an eye on that. We got Adara on the bell. Ooh, I like it. We have the dashboard behind her. In 4, 3, 2, 1, and now the market is closed. So it's been a wild Monday, a fun Monday, a good Monday.